No other ands and if justs about it. Honestly, I'm asking a really serious question. I'm very seriously undereducated. But I've lived, I've seen, I've been there. I'm one of those been there and done that guys. And what am I talking about? Now look at this. Look at this. But everybody's so agreeable on this that this needs to happen. Canada's COVID deficit soaring to $343 billion as feds warn of permanent change to the economy. This is the part right here in quotations. Permanent change to the economy. Guys, I don't know. I'm really scared of this. I don't even care what this article says. The flood of federal spending in response to the COVID pandemic and in ensuing economic crisis will see the deficit soar to $343 billion this year, as officials warn the economy might never go back to normal. Right there. Now, never go back to normal as in what? I'll bet you, I want to throw something out there that's really out of left field. That they say, ooh, average families or local families can no longer invest in the stock markets anymore. It's just too dangerous and they might lose money. So we're going to protect them from investing in, I'm thinking they're going to get people like of the middle class that do have some investments that do make off of investing. I'm thinking, I'm just throwing that out there. That wouldn't be far-fetched. Right, because the feds are going to do whatever they can to protect the markets. That's why I'm so heavily... I checked my airline stock this morning. I got a ton of airline stock. After this announcement, nothing happened. At the same time, Finance Minister Bill Monroe provided an indication of a roadmap of when or how the government plans to rein in spending, but he insisted in the 168-page physical snapshot that the country remains well-positioned to handle the weight of the deficit because of historically low interest rates. That's actually working against itself right here. Wow. The lack of clarity means that there are few clues as to what Canadian taxpayers can expect down the road, either in terms of potentially higher taxes or service cuts. So we discussed a few days ago where property tax went up for a personal friend of mine, $300 a month on a house, average size home, $300 a month. That's like $1,800 every 6 months. The lack of clarity means there are few clues of Canadian taxpayers. This part right here, service cuts. What the snapshot does not make clear is that there is a very real likelihood that Canadian economy and consumer habits may soon, if ever, return. So, does the middle class have money to go shopping anymore? Are we going to start getting these pay cards for our groceries in the mail? Because of the lack of jobs and the lack of economy that we've fallen into? Return as they were pre-COVID. But the problem is the price of housing, everything was out of reach. The middle class disappeared. It's rich and poor now in Canada, so they're kind of like throwing the whole COVID thing in there. And that the level of further spending required to spur recovery will depend on how seriously Canadians continue working on flattening the curve. Now, again, it's our fault. We need to flatten this curve. But then we had the World Health Organization come out the other day and say something completely different. That this has been cross-contaminated through our water systems since July of last year. I've been talking about July of last year a lot on this channel, to be honest with you guys. Uncertainty is inherent in any forecast. However, in the current context, uncertainty is magnified to unprecedented levels. In addition to recovery being driven by public health outcomes, it may not follow historical patterns. Crisis can have a profound impact on economies that lead to permanent change. The physical snapshot stated. Again, physical snapshot. The economy may not be able to produce the same level of goods and services even if demand returns to pre-crisis levels. Here we go here. So, how long is the government going to keep this up? Like, how long are they going to keep this up? Like, how long are they going to do this? Like, how long do they perceive in there's more people dying of opioid overdoses. Again, I'm bringing this up again. More people dying of opioid overdoses right now on the streets, and fentanyl overdoses on the streets of Vancouver than all of BC died of COVID, right? So, continued restrictions on travel, it also noted, could impact immigration. Okay. Which could lead to slower growth. Why, with so many unemployed Canadians, do we need more immigration for the last 15 years? Why? When there's people like that can't get jobs, can't even pay off their damn student loans. Never got the jobs they were promised when they graduated. Slower growth in the workforce and employers' ability to fill key jobs and services. But they're not talking about how property taxes are going through the roof for restaurants. That $210,000 a year property tax that a small family restaurant is paying $210,000 a year in property tax. Back in 2005, they used to pay $33,000 a year in property tax. Now they're paying $210,000 a year in property tax. They're paying like $20,000. Like $20,000 a month in property tax. So how do you? I don't know. They're not weighing that, and this is before COVID, by the way. This is way before COVID. The fiscal snapshot comes after months of economic pain that has seen Canadian unemployment levels hit their highest ever levels. While national unemployment was at a record low of 5.5% in January, the COVID crisis and a nationwide shutdown led to the unemployment rate of 13.7% in May, total of 30% of the workforce either losing hours or unemployed. And this is important because, guys, this is the private work sector, not the public work sector. The public employees, public work sector, are funded by the private work sector, the mom and pops that pay the bills. Now, what's happening is governments are starting to spend more than what they're taking in, and they just keep printing money and devaluing our currency. That's, I think, what's on the agenda going forward, is could continue with finding reasons to spend, and then devaluing locals' savings, what little left. So the people waiting on the sidelines to buy a house because it was severely unaffordable, that savings might become nothing. And a lot of people are running to safe havens like gold and silver and stuff like that, right? But even if the worst may have passed, that doesn't mean the outlook is positive for business. So they're kind of admitting that the worst has passed and continue to find ways to adapt in difficult circumstances, the document warned. So what I did after this happened, this announcement, I came in and bought more, I bought airline stock, but I bought more American airline stock. I'm piling it up, just piling up the stock. Because things, I think there's going to be some sort of a government intervention correction, whether they go to negative rates or whatever. But I'm calling their bluff is what I'm doing right now. I'm doubling down and I'm tripling down. Because there's only so long they can keep this story going, right? Even without a resurgence of uncontrolled transmission, global uncertainty is likely to remain for some time. In the face of businesses have to decide when to start hiring or investing again, the snapshot stated. There is a risk that this process could be prolonged until there is more uncertainty that the virus is no longer a threat, that the global economic recovery is solidly underway. In the interim, many businesses will have to follow strict physical distancing protocols and be operating greatly to reduce capacity. So if this was such a major deal, why didn't they close the borders in December? Why didn't Canada take this serious when the Pentagon was warning Canada back in July of 2019 about what was happening? Huh? Why? Why was Canada the only country on the planet that didn't close flights in from China? I could fly to Shanghai right now, but I can't fly to Miami. Something isn't right here. How the construction business, or working in construction and building homes for foreign investors because local Canadians can't afford them, was mandatory business, was considered mandatory. It would not allowed to be shut down. Who the hell's going to buy it? What local Canadian is going to go buy a house when they have no job? Why did construction stay mandatory and all construction workers stayed working through this whole thing? I don't know. What do I know? The unprecedented economic shutdown sparked by the need to limit the spread of highly contagious virus saw the government roll out the $212 billion in spending on income replacement and scientific research, business loans, and grants to vulnerable Canadians. Among those measures was a wage subsidy, the Canadian emergency benefit of $2,000 per month for Canadians earning less than $1,000 per month because of the economic slowdown. More than 8 million Canadians have received CERB, as well as 1.2 million who had previously claimed the benefit stopped doing so in May as the lockdown measures began to. The government also said that in the snapshot that it will extend its wage subsidy for an unspecific amount of time beyond the most recent extension to August 29th. Oh, that's another 2 months. We will have more to say on in the very near term as we finalize those details, so how it can be used to help us get back to work. Finance Minister Bill Monroe said in a press conference on Wednesday when asked about the extension. The snapshot does not provide an estimate for the precise cost of whatever further extension is planned, but noted that the program with the first announced it was earmarked at $45 billion, and in the 3-month extension, the program to August 29th upped the cost to $82.3 billion. Preliminary Budget Officer Yves said he had said that in June the cost of these programs would create a deficit roughly of $256 billion this fiscal year alone. Officials speaking to reports on the background acknowledged that the $343 billion deficit now projected could get worse if uneven recovery forecasts in several possible future scenario models. Okay, so this thing goes on and on and on and on. It goes forever. But let's look at this here. This is what I want you to take away from this. The economy might never go back to normal. Permanent change. Now, what's the permanent change? What are we agreeing to here? What are they telling us that we're agreeing to? That's a very important question now to ask. Don't stop asking questions, guys. Always ask questions. Get to know, understand. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I'm going to be reading your comments later. Thanks for watching. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. How you doing, guys? I just want to slightly diversify my videos a little bit. I know I've tried that before, but I just want to throw a quick vid out there, guys. I ended up doing the brakes yesterday myself. I took it all apart. Did new rotors and brand new pads, ceramic. They come with a 100,000 mile warranty on them, and the rotors are slotted and they're cross drilled. So I kind of wanted to get it done like that because I might as well get brakes once. You can tell the rim's all dirty, but there you go. There it is, guys. I'm just I want to show you this upgrade here. Take a look at that. Really nice. The car, somebody messaged me asking me how the car is coming along. It's coming along really nice. I did a few upgrades to it. That's not my pop. I'm on a diet. I got these put on the seats, the Corvette badges. Ooh, it's pretty hot in here. I got the windows slightly open on both sides. And that's about it, guys. That's all I've done. I've done the spark plugs. I've done the wires. I'll show you guys that. So here it is, guys. I got new wires. Those blue ones down there. I put brand new spark plugs. I flushed the radiator out yesterday. I pretty much spent the whole day on the car yesterday. So the car's really nice. It's in pretty good condition. It's probably going to need a battery next year. The battery is not... it's good. It's still working great. The battery looks like it's 10 years old or 8 years old, so it looks pretty old. But the engine looks good. It sounds great. Brake fluid, I got that checked when I did the brakes. And got everything done. Got everything done. I did it myself instead of having to pay expensive mechanic fees. Some of the paint's starting to chip off, so next week, I'm going to drop it off. They're going to realign my hood because the hood's a little bit out of alignment. They're going to realign my hood. They're going to take off my bumper. And I took it in this morning for quotes. They said the car does not need to be all painted. Just a little thing here and there. They're going to fade it in so you can't tell. So they're my new brakes, guys. Let me know what you guys think. Do you do your own mechanical work when it comes to doing mechanical work to save yourself money and time? I bought this car as a project car just to have fun with and pass the time and maybe make different videos once in a blue moon, so I'm not so targeted. You know what I'm saying? There it is from behind. Really nice. Anyways, let me know. Comment below. What's your toy? Let me know, guys. What's your toy? Is it a boat? Is it a fifth wheel? Is it an RV? Is it a hot rod? Is it a sports car? What's your toy? Let me know. Everyone's got to have some sort of a little bit of temptation when it comes to things. What do you like? Skiing? Do you buy tons of golf equipment you never use? Let me know. Comment below. I like cars, man. Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, guys. And don't forget to set your reminders for Mike in the Night and trends in the housing market. Thanks for watching. YouTubers, Mike Martin's here. Mike Martin's channel. Racism experienced everywhere. So guys, don't take life so seriously. I'm gonna say that seriously, straight up. Take it serious when it comes to like taking care of your family and stuff, but don't take everything so seriously. I'm just standing outside my store here, and I'm with a friend. We're talking about my car. We're having a discussion here. He's on the stairs, I'm over here, and we're talking. A lady comes and locks up her bike here to go to the marijuana store. So she locks up her bike, and she comes back out, and we're still out here talking. And she goes, "Oh," she looks at my store. "I don't have any business going in there, and I'm not going in there." I'm like, "That's okay. We're just here to serve people that want to come in." And then she puts a cigarette in her mouth and lights it. And then she says, I don't know how long your business is going to last here, because there was the same style of business right there across the street, and that was my old business right there. And the building was sold. After I fixed it and I got it running, the owner basically just, out. I'm going to sell the building now that you fixed it. And I got no compensation for that. So that's okay. It's karma, right? And again, don't take life seriously. So I'm standing here, and I'm talking to my friends, so we're talking, and then she interrupts us and she says, "Oh, it's going to close like that store." And she says it again. I'm like, "Okay, that was my store, but back in the day." She's like, "No, it wasn't. There were a bunch of Orientals in there selling food." And now I'm thinking it's my wife. My wife, the Filipino food mart that I used to have across the street. Bunch of stupid. And then she was just bashing Oriental people and saying, "We don't want them here in Merritt, and we don't want them here," and this and that. And their business opened and closed really quick like a light. And that's how we boycott local Merritt business and get them to close. So I walked back inside and I said nothing much about it. See, he's not taking life seriously. But anyways, I just wanted to throw this out there. It's like, it just happens in spurts and waves. And people don't need to take this kind of stuff so seriously. The amount of spew that was coming out of her mouth that was just bashing. And then my friend was like, that was your Rosie store, the Filipino food mart. And then we went inside, and then she came up to the steps and started saying, "Yeah, you know, it's businesses like this in Merritt that don't last because we just boycott them." I'm like, "Okay, thank you so much." And yeah, I just wanted to throw this out there, guys. I want to know what you guys think about, you know, experiencing racism. And I experienced it like when I was living in Ontario. I experienced it every single day. Guys, look, I upgraded the store. So nice. So I get tons of people from Kamloops and Chilliwack came in yesterday. So we have a Western section, an anime section here for board games, adventure section, all medieval games. And it just goes, look, I finished my space section, and I finished my horror section. So the business is coming along well. I don't care what local people tell me. I really don't care. It's all about attracting outside business to come in and experience my business and to see what I have to offer for people that love tabletop gaming. Anyways, guys, I just wanted to throw that out there. It's just like, yeah, Orientals, and that's my wife and my kids she's talking about, right? So, don't take her seriously, you know what I'm saying? I could easily judge her right quick in a heartbeat, but I didn't. Don't care. Don't take life so seriously, because there's always going to be people out there that think they know everything, but they're riding a 13-year-old mountain bike that was stolen and don't know the combination for the lock. Don't worry about it, guys. Stay strong, stay smart, and don't take life so seriously. Thanks for watching, guys. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Guys, thanks for watching the channel. And guys, if you could subscribe to the channel, 19% of the people that watch this channel are subscribed to it. So if you could subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. Anyways, guys, I did a video yesterday. I was driving around in my car, making a lot of noise around town. And it was about the property tax. Buddy messaged me, or Buddy spoke to me, and I spoke to his mom and his family. Like, they watch me regularly. And their property tax went up $300 per month. And then the water disposal or sewerage tax, separate from the property tax, is another tax, a municipal tax. So, and this is in the city of Brampton. There's a lot of people live in Brampton, right? So they're collecting a lot of property tax out there. And for it to go up $300 a month, I told people, hey, you know, send me an email, shoot me a message, send me a link, let me know what you guys think. Since yesterday, I received about 85 emails in the span of like less than 12 hours since I made that. Less than I think less than 10 hours since I made that video. And I can't believe how many people have messaged me and told me that their property tax is going up. And their property tax assessment has gone up, even though their property values are dropping. Now, it's getting to a point now where I'm starting to think now, is it worth owning anything anymore at the point we're at? You're damned if you do, because of the taxes and the cost of living and you know, with Airbnb being dead and all these entrepreneurs trying to get into the housing market for the wrong reasons, and then competing with foreign investors parking their money in Canada. It's a tough pill to swallow. So you're damned if you do. You got property tax, you got maintenance, you got all kinds of crap. And if you own a condo, not only do you have property tax, and you got strata fees, you got all kinds of mafia fees. You're damned if you do. What else? I guess upkeep of the property. Then if you have tenants, you got to worry about them screwing your place over and smashing everything in. And you're damned if you do. What else? The cost of the overhead is just becoming more and more expensive. My property taxes went up last year $800 a year. Okay, so that's about $60-70 a month. And okay, you know, as long as everybody else's taxes goes up the same, I mean, what am I going to do, right? But I'm in a position where I have 3 kids. They're using the schools, they're going to the pool, they're using the facilities. I'm using the roads to come to work. We don't have much of a city. We got 2 stoplights, right? But my taxes went up $800 a year. So now you're damned if you do. Like, how do you... Now, you're damned if you don't. Now, you got the sideliners waiting to buy. I said, screw this. I ain't waiting for the end of the world to buy a place. I moved out of 2.5 hours out of the big city and moved to a small town. I created my own store, my own job, which is actually extremely busy today. I created my own thing and went my own path. Now, if I didn't buy my house for $260,000 almost 4 years ago now, I'd be in a lot of trouble right now. I wouldn't be in a lot of trouble. I'd still have my business on the coast. I'd still be kind of muscling through and doing what I did for many years. And, you know, paying the bills, keeping my taxes up to date, you know, doing my thing, right? But I'm left with this, I knew, and I've been 2 years ago on the channel, I've been saying, they're just going to start raising property taxes, and the cost of borrowing will keep going down. And they're just going to keep raising property tax, and cities are going to have to raise property tax to offset the mass exodus of people, right? Brampton yet still hasn't seen an exodus yet of people, right? But you are seeing cities like Toronto, where you're seeing a mass exodus, Dublin, Ireland, Sydney, Melbourne, Vancouver, Seattle, right? All of California, you're seeing a mass exodus of people leaving. Now, what's going to happen, and I said this before, they're going to have to raise the taxes on the people that stay there to help flip their budgets or help fill their coffers so they could actually keep that 5-6 layers of government and pensions and all that crap that all these cities are on the hook for. So guys, I wanted to put this out there because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So where are we? Like, people on the sidelines thinking that this whole COVID thing looked like it was going to bring down the economy. It is somewhat massaging some of the numbers a bit, but housing hasn't budged in Canada much. But then there's parts of Australia where housing is moving and it's going down. The price of housing is going down in the more expensive parts like Sydney, right? And the CBD. But it's still out of reach from the Australian, Canadian, UK, American proper. No one makes enough money. No one is making enough money to pay these overstretched mortgages. So now, if you do get in, or you find a deal, let's say housing goes down 30%. But then they're just constantly going to raise taxes because the municipalities were so comfortable collecting all these big property taxes from people because these big property values, now property values go down, they're going to have to reassess you. So when they reassess you, you're going to pay less property tax. But it doesn't work like that in Canada. In Canada, it's a little bit different. When property tax goes down, they just, when property values go down, they bring property tax levels higher. So you end up paying the same, if not more. So people's properties have been going down. So I've read so many emails, guys. Thanks for the emails. Of people telling me that basically their property has gone down in value, like 80,000 or 70,000 since last year, but their property taxes went up because they raised the property tax percentage. So you see how they're getting. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So where's the middle? Where is the middle, for God's sakes? Where is the middle for the people in the middle? There's a lot of people in the middle right now. There's a lot of middle, like not sideliners, but people in the middle. Like, do I move to another country? No, you can't. If you're a Canadian, there's a lot of countries you just can't move to. You just can't move. It's not like reverse Canada where all these people come into Canada and they're accepted with open arms, except the Portuguese though. But if you are like trying to go somewhere, as right, yeah. So I wanted to throw this out there. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. What position is going on? Like, what is I knew they were going to raise property tax. I knew they couldn't. When the price of housing was going to go down and I kind of fathomed it on the side of the mass exodus causing an economic downturn in the infrastructure declining because of the fact that no one's locally paying taxes. No one locally is paying their wage tax because everybody's moving out, right? So are we going to see abandoned buildings littered everywhere? That restaurant that I covered in Toronto that's paying $213,000 a year for property tax. $213,000 a year for property tax. So I kind of wanted to throw that out there. YouTubers! Mike Martin's here with the Mike Martin's channel. Here at the shop. Kind of wish I was home right now, but I'm kind of here. People are coming in and out every 2 seconds. And listen, I got some time to make a video. Anyways, so I bought a washer, dryer, into the thing. But how are you going to take out the... So my wife doesn't know how to take it out because she can't, I guess she can't reach it or something, and they can't touch it. What is happening? It's happening across everything, whether you're getting your car fixed, your home fixed, property taxes. You're getting screwed on every angle possible. All I want is to install my new dishwasher. So they're not allowed to touch it. So I might have to close my shop. Okay. And I've been really busy today. I've been making a lot of sales today. I've been redoing the shop and organizing it and stuff and getting the new website. And since I did the new website, more and more people are coming. He's not allowed to touch the screw. to take the screw out to take out the dishwasher. Okay, things are going to have to happen. Things are going to have to change across the board because I don't even know what to say, man, to something like this. What would you say to something like this? Comment below. I look forward to reading your comments. Thank you so much for watching. Hey YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. And this is looking good. Oh my god. Garden. Cherry tomatoes up there. Onions here. Salad here. I think it's romaine salad, I think that is. Mosquitoes. That's couve in Portuguese, collards. I think peppers and cucumbers. Peas. Right? And there. And we got our regular tomatoes. And here we got our cabbage. And then here is my corn. We're getting a lot of growth around because this is our first year, because we had grass here. I put seed and I grassed it for 2 years. And we basically went ahead and if you go back to my older videos, you'll see how I did this, how I took it with a rotor-till and got it ready for this year. So we got a healthy crop this year, really healthy. I was actually shocked when I saw this. So there it is, guys. I hope you guys like it. The corn looks good. Thyme looks good. The raspberry bushes in the back look good. Strawberries are good. That strawberry's so fresh. Yeah. We put something here. It's growing right there. I'm not sure what it is. Here is growing something. I think these are watermelon. I'm not sure. Because my mom was planting too. When I was at work, she was planting some stuff too. They look like they're not sometimes when you put too close to each other, they don't grow properly. But this looks like it's going really well. So I wanted to do an update on the garden. A lot of people asking me how the garden is doing. Well, here it is, guys. Garden's doing that one there. Garden's doing great. If we have to live off our land, I mean, we could pickle, jar. We could jar everything, put everything in jars, and get it ready for the winter if we had to. Probably make some jam this year with the extra things. The trees are coming out okay. Here are little apples already coming out. The only one that I'm concerned about is this one here. The cherry tree blossomed. Look at this, guys. I don't remember if you guys remember what the cherry tree looked like, but here it is. Oops, that just fell right off. I'm sorry. But my grapevine here, it looks like nothing's happening, you know? Not sure why. We've been watering it. You got some dry ones and you got some really good, nice, strong ones here. Some of them are withered, but some of them are really good. That's how grapevines are, you know. At times, sometimes they hit and they miss. This one I think is a goner. This apricot here, casino apricots. This one here might be a goner. But that's it, guys. There's the garden update, guys. I wanted to throw this out there for you guys and show you guys how that's coming along. And you know, it's coming along really well. Next year, it's going to be a lot cleaner. We're going to have a lot of this less growth here. Because what we're going to do is we're going to rototill it twice before the winter. And then when the spring hits, rototill it again. And we shouldn't have this growth issue that we're having. So I'm going to go with a rake tomorrow. I'm going to rake in between here and clean this stuff out. It's not necessary to have it because it's kind of twining there with my corn. Let me know, comment below what you guys think, how your garden's coming out. And if you're getting some good results this year, let me know. Comment below. Thanks for watching, guys. Hey YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel, guys. Thanks for joining me. Guys, don't forget to check out Project Tabletop in the channel there. It's in my playlists of videos, Project Tabletop. Guys, this is it right here. I am reorganizing the store. I got in these 4 racks here, picked them up on the weekend, and removed some of the tables here. We got a complaint from somebody in town that there was too many people here. And with the whole COVID thing, so I said, screw it. I'm just going to buy more product and sell it at a good price. So what's happening now at the shop, I'm creating board games by section, by genre. So this is a Western game, right? And then there's all kinds of Western games: Shadows of Brimstone, Carson City, Dice Town, more Dice Town, Desperados, Western Legends. So I'm going to be breaking it down by. I'm going to be breaking this down by genre, right? So they got games like Narcos could go in its own genre. Then you got like medieval stuff. I could set up a medieval colonization section. Look, more medieval stuff here. So I'm gonna kind of redo it. So when people come in, right, they could find. They'll be like, oh, I could ask people, what kind of theme do you like? Do you like horror? Do you like mythological stuff? Look, Innis, it's an Irish Celtic type of thing. Like, do you like Celtic? Sorry, do you like Greek mythology stuff? Then I'll have games for everything. Look, I even have games for tea making here. Watch this. This is like colonial, right there. Okay. Then you got. I'm going to start organizing this. This hasn't been organized yet. But then you have a tea making game where you're actually making tea in the board game, right? Last Bastion. So there it is, guys. I'm throwing it together. Someone asked me for an update on the shop. What are you doing with the shop? I watched your look, Clans of Caledonia, another one that's. So there's lots of games here. I kind of want to free them up and give them a little bit of front-facing. Look at Dice Town. Giving them a front-facing look to them, nice, fresh front-facing look, and get them, out there. And adjusting pricing. Pricing is going down on most of the stuff. I've been noticing that the price of some of the stuff went down online, so I'm kind of accordingly selling it. So I'm the cheapest within a 300-mile radius, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that. People come from far and wide to shop here at the Merit Toys and Games. Let me know what you guys think, and if you haven't seen Project Tabletop, I'll leave a link in the description. You guys can go ahead and check it out. It's a really good series of where I took this existing drug den. This was an existing drug den at one point, and was full of couches and burnt carpet, and I went ahead and restored this place in a matter of a week and a half and moved all my stuff in. The building across the street sold. Right? So the building across the street sold, so there was nothing I could do, right? So they sold the building, and now they're renting it out. And now I'm here, and hopefully I could stay here for a while. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. What do you guys think of the Western section? Some pretty cool games here. Look at the board, man. Ooh. Dark Rock. Spike's View. Cliff Junction. I think I'm going to play this, actually, to be honest with you guys. 2 to 6 players. Let me know. Comment below. Thanks for watching. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Hope everyone's having a great day. It is beautiful, gorgeous, sunny Jamaica, man. It's a beautiful day, and I'm totally enjoying the vibe. Lots of customers already came through this morning. It's so nice when you stand out here. When you come in and there's people standing outside your store waiting to come in because they got your hours clocked to their watch. They're following you. This store opened. That's the, I'm not going to mention it here because it's going to flag my video, but it's the Wacky Tobacco store opened. And they get a lineup in the morning, like a big lineup in the morning for people to pick up their Wacky Tobacco. Anyways, so Jerome Powell, Fed chairman, came out this morning and said, very important. Something actually very important came out of that. Basically, the one way to battle inequality is jobs. And that's the deal. We sold our jobs off back in the early 80s up until the mid-90s. We sold most of our industrial away. Then we sold off the rest of our automotive in the mid 2006s and all the way up to about 2015. We basically got rid of that too, right? So we pretty much shipped out all our jobs, and it was really hard, when you got a country that wants to be green and open its borders. It's kind of tough for the locals living in the country to actually find themselves a job. Now, here's the deal, and I've spoken to somebody about this. You don't have to believe me. A lot of people are like, oh, Mike is just blowing smoke. No. I spoke to someone who was a district manager for one company and was a regional manager for another company, and for like fast food places. And you know what they say? Never hire the locals or the Caucasian, the locals. Never hire Caucasian or locals. Never, ever, ever. Just say that they're overqualified if they call back, or just throw away, because they were throwing away tons of resumes of locals that actually want to work those jobs. So that's the scary part. So you have locals that want to work the jobs, but they still paint this narrative that locals don't want these jobs. You know what I'm saying? And now with mass unemployment sweeping across the Commonwealth, Australia is looking at another 1 million job losses, and it's going to be really tough for Australia to get back. New Zealand is one of the very few countries that's kind of somewhat stabilizing. They did lose a lot of jobs. They did shut down a lot. But New Zealand was also the first country to get rid of the sickness, right? That's another thing. So there's a lot of hit and misses going on when it comes to job creation, right? So job creation is the best way to create division in wealth, right? So that's a huge issue, and that's an issue we've been combating, especially when we got rid of a majority of our blue collar jobs, to start bringing in more immigrants or migrants. It doesn't make any sense. And then when the migrant thing failed, they started competing for rich investors from China. In the early 2007, 2008, they just started competing for rich investors. The rich investors started to come along, buying up the properties, low interest rates, and then the rates got lower and lower, so the local people could afford to buy into those markets. What do you think happened? It was a huge fiasco. So I'm surprised that Jerome Powell came forward and actually broadcasted. The key to abolish inequality is to create more jobs. But what happens to those that want a job, but they keep getting told that they're overqualified? That's the scary part. When somebody desperately needs a job to get by and they can't get a job. And like I said, this regional / district manager told me straight up, the problem he had was he couldn't hire the good talent. He wasn't allowed to. He wasn't allowed to from the upper echelons. And that's a problem, guys, because then they're always going to find a way not to hire the locals, because the problem is the locals get together, the people that know the country, that understand the country, start coming together, creating unions, creating organization in the workplace, and they don't want that. They don't want organized workforce. They don't want that. And that's a big, big deal. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Job losses are across the board. We're looking at more unemployment to come. They're saying it's sitting at 11% in Australia and 10% or 12% in America or 15% now. You get numbers from everywhere. And the only way we could get those numbers are from the U numbers or the payroll numbers. So we'll just wait to the end of, we are mid-year, so we're going to get the numbers at the end of this month. We are in June, and man, is it ever gorgeous. Look at that, I got the Corvette. I put the window visor, that metallic-y thing on the window there, so it reflects so the car doesn't heat up inside. And yeah, just chilling out. The Wacky Tobacco Shop is open. It's bringing me new customers here. It's usually out-of-towners. Locals, not too much. It's mainly, my business is driven from the bigger cities around the city. Which is really good because it allows me an affordable rent, hence affordable pricing, hence faster turnover in sales. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I would like to know what you guys think or what you guys feel about what's going on. And do you think maybe that some of the there is good in the powers that be? There always is good in the powers that be. You'll always find, like the people up top, you'll always find someone or something or some that's not super psycho that actually wants to see good for the world. There always is. Are they going to start coming out and start reforming things? Or we're going to go into this whole mandatory chipped and mandatory vaccination? That's the question. Are we going to head towards that? Guys, join me tonight for Trends in the Housing Market. Live, 7 p.m. tonight, my time. Check your local times. Go to the channel and set your reminder. First thing, you go to my channel, you see reminders there for the shows. Set your reminders for Trends in the Housing Market. And we need to continuously address this housing affordability issue because it's a major deal. And it's affecting. And if the average wage earner cannot afford to get into a home, you don't have an economy. Let me know what you guys think. Comment below. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Good morning, guys, and welcome to a very special edition of Morning Coffee with Mike. I got my coffee there on the counter. It's hot. It's in one of those metal tins, so it takes a while for it to cool down. Anyways, hope you guys don't mind a little bit of noise, of power, muscle power to be exact. I kind of wanted to throw a video out there, a very important video. I don't know if you guys remember 4 years ago, I think it was in 2016, we did a Mike in the Night show, needs versus wants. We discussed what you need and what do you want. What do you need? What do you want? And that's a very important question because some people don't know either. A lot of people could confirm and 100% tell you that I know what I need, Mike, and I know what I want, Mike. Well, sometimes they think they do, right? And here's the problem. We need love, shelter. We need clothing for protection from the environment. These are things like we need. These are things we need to progress. These are things that we need from a day-to-day. These are things we need so we don't stick out like a sore thumb. But the question is, what do we truly want? What do you really want? Do you know what you want? Truly? Oh, Mike, I have $3 million and this and that and a Lamborghini and this and that in my Hollywood Hills garage and my Lamborghini and my bookshelves. No, what do you really want? What would put you over the top? What would put you in a position that would give you that utter feeling of completion in life? What do you need to complete life? What do you need? No. We know what we need. What do you want? That's the question. Oh, yeah. And I'm going to kind of fill you guys in on a few things here. Quite frankly, you'll never stop wanting things, ever, on this earth. But if there's one thing that could put you over, what would it be? So I bought this little hobby car from a friend that was in need. Financial tough times. Did I need a Corvette? Of course not. I don't need a Corvette. But do I want a Corvette? Yeah. Every boy needs his toy. This is my toy. On my block, everybody has boats, fifth wheels, RVs. I mean, you name it, it's on my street. But to what level in life do you actually state to yourself, I got what I want, I got what I need, and I'm good for 5 years. So already coming to that conclusion that we spoke about earlier, that you're always gonna want more in life. Let me rephrase that question. What could you want that could put you over for the next 5 years? What could truly be out there that you could just want that will just honestly put you over for 5 years. And you won't hear a peep out of me for 5 years if I get this one thing. You know, as human beings, we are so drawn to possessions. We are so drawn to the next best thing. We are so drawn. We've gotten so drawn to things that we've become a throwaway society, where we basically throw things away as we please when we don't want them anymore. What can we do to be happy? Because remember, bottom line is happiness. What can you change in your life to get what you want? Is what you want a realistic approach, or is it realistically obtainable? You know, I know a lot of women, career women in their 30s and mid-30s, that desperately want a man, a good man. Where have all the good men gone? Well, a lot of the good men, a small percentage of the good men, on the Western eyes, the Westerner eyes of a woman is over 6 feet tall. But unfortunately, only 3% or 4% of the world's population of men are that tall. So that's a huge issue. That takes out a good percentage of men. Women in their mid-30s, working, office women, career women, whatever you want to call them, want a family now. Do they need a family, or do they want a family? Do you need a family when you're 22 years old, or is it you want a family when you're 22 years old? A lot of people will beg to differ, right? And say, no, Mike, people at 20 don't need a family. They don't know what they want. Here comes that word again, want. A lot of people tell me that they confuse what they want for what they truly need. And that's a big misconception in today's society. A lot of people start to hinder on buying that new cell phone because they transcribe or transmute their needs and wants. And that's very dangerous, because then it puts you into a position where you may think you may need something, but it's truly a want, and you start believing in yourself and your thoughts and creating this path of happiness in yourself without even owning or having what you want, but confusing it into what you think is a need. What do you want? What do you truly want? What would put you over? What would put you over for 5 years? We're living in a this very misconceptive world nowadays. We are living in a world where we've forgotten how hard it was to get things off the ground. We've forgotten how hard it was to work for something. You know why? Because everything's financed. Everything is pretty much just given to us through finance. Oh, I really need a dishwasher for my house. You have one, it works, but you want something stainless steel, like your friend has, or no, see? Those are big wants, especially when you already have one. Do you need something if you already have one? I have a Corvette. I have a nice car. It's a C6 Corvette. Now, I didn't need this car, but I wanted this car. Now, why did I want this car? I don't know. Project car. I want to replace the lights, do things on it, LED it, like get all the LEDs for it, keep me occupied. Just keep things kosher, you know, just have fun, right? You know, and you see, does it create enjoyment driving this thing? Oh man, it sure does. But am I confusing that and telling myself I need to buy another Corvette? No. Am I confusing myself, well, I need to buy another car now to show off on my driveway, or another car that I could interchange between this one? No. It starts getting out of hand. Then you start mutating your thoughts. Do I want to own 25 cars? I mean, the average person would say, holy crap, of course I'd love to have 25 cars. But realistically, you know, start looking at the realistic factors of things. Start looking at the realism of this throwaway society we live in today. What it means. How it makes you feel as a human being. Do you feel betrayed because you're not getting all your wants in life? Do you feel betrayed that you've been led through a mountain of debt to get what you want? Do you truly need a college education to survive? Heck, the media during the beginning of the end of the Clinton administration, first and second term, when they started, when student loans became more and more federalized and they started really making it hard for you to default on them, they really pushed that narrative that you need a high level of education. No, it's a want. If you want a higher level education, that's up to you. But they took that narrative and pushed it into the need category, confusing people. So guys, I want you to take the time and tell me, what do you want? Honestly, if I could have one thing, if I could want one thing, it's never to pay taxes. I have a tax bill here that got reassessed on my company, and I gotta go pay lots of taxes. If I could want something, I'd never want to pay taxes again. I work for what I need, and I feverishly misspend on things I do want. Keep that in mind, folks. Let me know what you guys think. Lots of love. Share this video, get this out there, and we'll talk soon. Thanks for watching, guys. Yes, I'll put this on my YouTube channel. YouTubers! Mike Martin's here, Mike Martin's channel. Just surveying out a real big piece of land here. We're looking at 10 acres of land. If you see that fence way out there, there's a fence. Not that one, but there's one way out there. There it is. And there's a fence just right here, closing off the property, and it goes all the way back to right to the end of those trees, where those trees end, at the end of the trees, like at the other side of the trees, all the way up to the highway. This is a nice piece of property here. And a friend of mine, we're gonna actually do a step-by-step construction on this on the channel, another channel project. We're gonna get a road built here, and then from the road, we're gonna build a house there on that plateau, a plateau over there by the end of the tree, like close to the trees there. The road is not, yeah, man. So I know I talked about this before, but it's going to become a reality for my friend. Look, guys, I parked over there. He promised me, he's like, yo, Mike, come on, let's go look at my land. I promise it's going to be paved. So it's paved. I'm on some, it looks like JR's land over here. This house here, a huge ranch. This looks like JR's land here. But that's it, man. But the problem is, I'm telling him that, like, in Canada, this is a very expensive venture. I'm not saying he's making a mistake. Not at all. I'm not at all saying he's making a mistake. But I'm saying that it's just a very pricey venture is all. That's all I'm saying. But, guys, I wanted to kind of show this to you guys. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Beautiful land, lots of space, just endless space. And build a little I would go honestly full solar with this. I honestly, 100%. Have a little sub home, like a pool house, like a separate house, just for the solar bank batteries and the solar embankments. And I would do that. Actually, go fully solar. And I wouldn't even put the solar tiles on the roof to make the house look ugly. I'd actually put the solar tiles on the side. I'd actually just put them in on like the height of a table, and and slope them down so when it snows. And then actually face them towards when the sun rises and sets. I don't know. That's what I would do. That's just me personally. But there it is, guys, in the outback of Merritt here. It's about a 10-minute drive from my house. 15-minute maybe, and if you're like going below the speed limit. But it's beautiful up here. We're up here. We're checking it out. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I really appreciate your feedback. But we're gonna project video and kind of put together a little series. We're gonna put a nice, maybe 4 or 5 bedroom home up here. Let me know, comment below, guys. Thanks for watching, and we'll talk soon. Hey YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel, putting up something a bit different, kind of screw with the algorithm on YouTube. So I'm restoring today the headlights on the Corvette. They're pretty damaged. They're pretty rocky, chipped, and all kinds of scratches on them. And there's the before there. So I did one side for you guys, so let's go take a look at the other side, right? And this is the side here I completed. Looks brand new, man. Holy, you can see right through it. In comparison to what it was there to there, holy smokeroos. And I put a little bit of elbow grease, a little bit of work into it. And I'm going to show you guys what I used to get this done. No experience necessary. Just a little bit of elbow grease. Now there's the other side there. If you look at the car's going to look nice and flashy when it's done. So I still got this side to do. Let me show you guys what I used. So there it is, guys. It's the Meguiar's Headlight Restoration Kit. Torso de Refloca das Fas de Almuz. So there it is, guys. It was simple to use. I used the heavy duty one. There's different levels of it. I just used the heavy duty one. The yellow one. I just went to the top. Because this oxidization, this is pretty bad right here. Look at that. That's pretty bad. Sorry, I'm bending over here. So look at that. And look what it's become. So I got another year ahead of me of beautiful Corvette summer in the sun. Let me know what you guys think. Thanks for watching. Hey YouTubers, welcome to Reading Comments with Mike. Okay, so I did a video yesterday that's got barely any views, and its importance is very, very important. Canada needs more Chinese to cure its economic woes. No, I didn't make that title up. It was actually in an article that was written. And I go on, read the article. I'm going to leave a link in the description so you could read the article. And then maybe you could come jump on here and comment what is right, what is wrong. So I just went on to comment and say Chinese-dominated investor migration schemes were terminated or paused amid heavy criticism, but supporters are lobbying for their resurrection. So they're talking about reopening and letting more rich migrants come in and buy out the rest of the country, basically, and buy out basically the real estate. So in politically sheep, docile society, it's good to get property because your property is somewhat protected, I guess, or it's in good hands, so to say, and that's why they're all left empty. So here's the deal. So I got a lot of comments on here, so I want you guys to come on this video here. So Grayson brought up a point here. Your statement is too biased. Just be honest. Without foreign investment in Vancouver, it's just a living without prosperity. So, could Canada prosper without Chinese investing? That's the question he's asking there. Well, that's what he's telling me there, but that's the question I ask you guys. Could Canada survive without China? That's a really good question to ask. And there's all kinds here. Yeah, it's like a drug addiction. Canada is hooked on Chinese immigration, and it's been going on since the beginning of this administration, the Liberal Party getting into power the last time, and they got reelected, of course. So there's lots going on here, but I want to read this one from Benny Parson. He's been commenting on my channel for a long time, and he's been calling me out and debunking me and everything. So he says here, 3 hours ago, first of all, if it were not for the Chinese investment in Canada, the taxes they pay all those enjoying the welfare state would be eating grass in public parks. 40% of Canadians receive some form of welfare. The mine that the Chinese own is only made profitable by Chinese hard work. If they hired Canadians, they would work just long enough to collect UI and then end up on welfare, never to return to the workforce. In China, most investors think Canada is a good place to invest up to last year, of course. The Chinese kids that attend our inexpensive universities will play the Canadian welfare game. Facts are known. 40% of Canadians live off a form of welfare, and the Chinese know this. The Chinese laugh at the sucker taxpayer of Canada. I laugh also, and I hope they rip the system off more than they do now. The inheritance born in Canada, kids will have their inheritance ground down to a mere nothing, because the only way is to inflate the dollar and eliminate the debt out of existence. This is why 90% of my money can flash to an offshore account. My Chinese broker thinks Canada is a joke. I have made lots of money with this broker. He only thinks about money and not how it is made. He told me I had better get over being a softie. He said, your Canadian ethics will make you lose money in the new world of economics. Mike, God bless China. What would we do without them? Be like Americans? Haha, no thanks. So let me know what you guys think on Ben's here. Sorry, I'm reading it through the computer screen, so I'm reading it through the camera and the screen, so it's kind of blurry. It focuses in and out. But there it is there. You could read it for yourself. I'll leave a link in the description below, and I'll leave a link in the comments first. Yeah, maybe I'll do that, and there's a little square at the end of this window. Let me know what you guys think. People are forgetting that we sold our jobs out. Our politicians sold us out in the late 80s into the 90s, and then started selling the education thing if you want to make real money. And a lot of people that got hooked into the education thing got screwed. So there's a lot going on. Is Ben right? Is the other person, the other gentleman that commented on the first, that one that's pinned to the top, is he right? Is he right about what he's saying? That Canada would be nowhere without China. Is that true? Could we have produced our own goods in Canada? I think we could have. I think there's a lot of people in Canada that want to be productive, but they're not given the chance to. They keep playing that, oh, nobody wants to work, the Canadians don't want to work those jobs. I don't know where that came from, because that ain't true. Because I know a lot of hardworking Canadians that want to produce and that want to be part of the system, and they want to live the Canadian dream. And as long as housing is unaffordable, you'll never have an economy, a proper economy. When first-time home buyers can't get in the market, you'll never have a proper economy. Comment below, watch the video, let me know what you guys think. Lots of love. Happy Portugal Day! Guys, it's June 10th, and it is Portugal Day. A country with a ton of history that has been suppressed by the English, French, and Dutch, and the German, and God forbid anybody knew the achievements of the Portuguese. Today is Portugal Day, and man, am I proud to be a Portuguese. Being bullied in school in Ontario, being bullied in high school, being bullied by the police, being bullied by employers for being Portuguese. I still stand up, and I'm Portuguese and proud. I want to wish everybody out there a happy Portugal Day. Portugal was already colonizing and building up the whole Western world. The world used to end at Portugal. The Spanish language derives from the Portuguese language. Yes, it does. It's a derivative from the Portuguese language. Portugal was the first country to gain independence or to severance itself from the Roman Empire and its oldest borders in Europe. And without the Portuguese shippers or shipping and the shipping trade, India wouldn't have curry. The Portuguese introduced firearms to Japan. Arigato is a Portuguese word. And a lot of people don't know that Portugal has a huge, rich culture that's been suppressed by the rest of the world. People think that Portugal is a province of Spain. Interesting, eh? I want to throw this out there, guys. Wish everybody a happy Portugal Day. Share this video if you're Portuguese. Subscribe to this channel. Let them know. Let everybody know. and today's Portugal Day. And I'm going to message Elizabeth from the channel and let her know, happy Portugal Day, guys. Happy Portugal Day to everybody. Thanks for watching. YouTubers! Mike Martin's here with the Mike Martin's channel, and guys, I bought some CDs today. Yeah, I know, we're in 2020, and I picked up 4 CDs, $5 a pop at the local Walmart, and I made sure that they were original artists, because last time I bought a CD from Walmart for my van, because the kids wanted to hear some 80s music, it was all, like, karaoke, like really bad karaoke singers with huge accents, and I didn't realize that. Let me start her up here. Oh, yeah. So, the car has a CD player. It holds up to 6 CD player / changer, but there is no CDs. So what I've done is I picked up a couple of CDs. So what did I get? Bon Jovi Crossroads. Now let me tell you about Bon Jovi Crossroads. It has Living on a Prayer and one of my favorites of all time, Bad Medicine. And when you're driving this Corvette, you want to play some Bad Medicine because that's what you need. It's got Lay Your Hands on Me, Wanted Dead or Alive, I'll Be There for You. Doesn't matter. Bad Medicine. All right. Sound of the 80s Gold. Okay, so it's got a lot of stuff like Bobby Brown, My Prerogative. It's got Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse of the Heart. It's got Africa. It's got Push It by Salt and Pepper. It's got Missing You by John, I don't know who that is. Take My Breath Away by Berlin. That was really good one there. Disco Songs Forever. Disco Inferno, Car Wash, Heaven Must Be Missing an Angel. It's got I Will Survive. It's got Boogie Nights. Lots of good stuff on this. And Nirvana. Smells Like Teen Spirit, Come As You Are. So good. They didn't have any reggae. I was looking for some maybe like Bob Marley and the Wailers or something, just something, right? I didn't find anything reggae, any good reggae at all. I'm not asking them to have like reggae, like you know, like the reggae I listen to on my MP3, like dance hall reggae, like real reggae music, right? And like some good old Shaka Demus and Pliers, and what's that other one I listen to a lot? Gregory Isaacs. They wouldn't have that. So you never know. Some Walmarts might have it. Select, depending on where you're at. But I bought a CD, guys, and I'm gonna play some Bad Medicine now because that's what I need. When's the last time you bought a CD? I mean, I'm not going to change. I really don't want to change the interior of the car because it's all factory. I don't want to start changing things around and ricing it up or, I don't know, ruining it in a way. Because even though it looks better, you just start taking away from its appeal, its original appeal. The gauges are amazing on this car. Everything is just absolutely pristine. So I'm going to throw this in and play some Bad Medicine. Have you bought a CD recently? If so, what have you bought? So let me know, comment below. I'm trying to kind of smooth over the channel a bit so it's not, so Mike in the Night doesn't get so hit so hard. I'm trying to smooth things out on the channel so it doesn't, I don't know, just so I'm not really looked at, like they don't care about this channel, so that way at least it doesn't really grow, but they don't take it away, you know, they don't take it away from me. Let me know what you guys think. Bon Jovi, Bad Medicine. Comment below, and if you had to pick up a few CDs right now, 4 CDs, what would you pick up? The selection was very limited at the Walmart, and I don't blame them. No one plays CDs anymore, unless they go buy an older Corvette. But there are people that do have CD players. I do see them around still. Like, I still see people with those. I haven't seen a Ghetto Blaster in many years. I don't know if you remember those Ghetto Blasters. You used to put them on your shoulder and walk down the street, on the side street, with people barbecuing and stuff, and everyone looking at it, getting your attention, and everyone checking you guys out. That was pretty cool back in the day. It was good growing up in the 80s. Comment below, let me know. Thanks for watching. I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you watch this transmission. Guys, I am transmitting a very important transmission here today. Very important that you guys get this out or discuss this or comment below or share this, or I don't care, man. Or look up other information on this because it's very important. And this is it's happening in the United States, and it's gonna sweep across. This reform needs to be, now that there's protests in every country, English-speaking country, protests of a death that happened in another country, it's time that we now start sweeping laws. And what's the new law that they're sweeping? Well, congressional Democrats to unveil sweeping U.S. police reform proposal after Floyd's death. See? You get one psycho cop, one guy that's committing some trouble, and you got sweeping laws right across. You got problems right across. And it affects everybody. So it takes away more from the average citizen than the bad guys or the will ever get in return. So you see what I'm saying, right? All right. Let's get some water there beside me. Let's go to, there it is on the Washington Post, guys. Man, so National Post, sorry, I think it's probably, do I have it on the Washington Post? No, it's National Post, but it's still unclear exactly where things are headed, but this is how things start, guys. Remember, it goes from a discussion piece, then it gets sent in, then it gets repositioned, then a few riots, and then it gets, then look at this and look what you guys are doing, and then it gets put into law. So let me open this up here through article scan so you guys can see it too. There it is. There's the title. Congressional Democrats to unveil sweeping U.S. police reform proposal after Floyd death. So let's adjust that there. Washington, United States, Congressional Democrats on Monday plan to unveil a sweeping package, which is today, of legislation to combat police violence and racial injustice after 2 weeks protests across the nation sparked George Floyd's death in Minneapolis police custody. The proposal is expected to ban police chokeholds and racial profiling. That's good. Chokeholds, not necessary, but sometimes when you got to bring someone down, realistically, like someone that's out of control, require a nationwide use of body cameras. Okay, so they've a lot of police have protested against using body cameras, right? Subject police to civilian review boards and abolished the legal doctrine known as qualified immunity, which protects police from civil litigation, according to congressional sources. So what police need to do now, what they have to start doing, is going from the level 100, okay, level 100, going full blast, chasing somebody down, to 0, pretty much on a dime. They need to go from 100 to 0. They need to just retard their anger, retard their personal, just bring it all back. And that's what needs to be done with the police. So the sweeping reforms, let's keep going. It's time for police culture in many departments to change. Congressional Black Caucus Chairwoman Representative Karen Bass told CNN on Sunday. She added that she hoped that the wave of largely peaceful protests seen across the United States over the past 2 weeks would increase pressure on lawmakers to act. I don't think it's too much of a lawmakers to act. I think it's more in the police themselves and having a sit down and telling them, look, we understand you have personal issues coming into this job. We understand that you have a home to go to after this job, and you have also issues to go, right? Guys, we're living in an affordability level right now, where people are buying homes in America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. They're buying homes to invest in them, and they don't even live in those countries. They're buying those homes just so they could say that they have investment properties overseas. And we're talking about tens of thousands and millions of homes that are purchased. And the locals can't get in. And this is affecting everybody. It's affecting the police. It's affecting doctors that go to work every day wondering, oh my God, I can't even pay my rent and I'm a damn doctor. So this is gripping. So when I say police go home with issues, I'm not talking about family issues. I'm talking about financial problems, right? We're in a real moment in our country. The passion that people are displaying, Bass added. That is going to lay the basis for the momentum for us to bring about the change we need to do. House of Representative Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, and Senator Kamala Harris, along with Bass, are expected to discuss the bill at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. So that is happening right now as we speak. It is unclear if the proposal will receive support from the Republicans who control the U.S. Senate. Their support that Republican President Donald Trump would be needed for the measure to become law. Floyd's death in Minneapolis, where a police officer knelt on his knee for nearly 9 minutes, was the latest in a string of killings of black men and women by U.S. police, have sparked anger on American streets, fresh calls for reform. So at least, well, at first it was a white cop, and then they're starting to see that there's a lot of police imbalanceness. And it's not just the white, it's all the cops. And all the cops are stressed, right? So here we go with Politico. Politico saying the same thing. And it's just a cut and paste article. So all the other ones. Okay, here we go. Okay, so there's more here on this one here with Al Jazeera. Democrats to unveil sweeping U.S. police reform plan. Live update. So here it is. U.S. Congressional Democrats plan to unveil a sweeping package of legislation to combat police violence and racial injustice after 2 weeks of protests. Okay, so it goes right here. The Minneapolis City Council said it wants to disband the city's police department after days of protests over the killing of Floyd, who died after a city police officer knelt on his knee. We got that. U.S. President Donald Trump has ordered the withdrawal of the National Guard troops from the streets of Washington, D.C. So, sweeping changes. Whoa, nice hair. So let's go over here. And I wanted to go to the most important one. Oh, Zero Hedge. Now, Zero Hedge has a really good way of getting to the point and what they want to do. So with Zero Hedge, so sweeping policies. So I totally agree with the police going off the handle. I'm on that right there. I totally agree. What do you guys think? I totally agree because there's I guess it's having a good sit down in the police stations and basically saying if you do this or demonstrate this, go ahead. I totally agree that the police need to have recorded cameras. And I'll tell you why I agree with it. It's because they're public servants. Our tax dollars are funding police, right? For basically doing their jobs. And it actually makes sure that the police are properly doing their jobs. And it makes sure that when the police file their reports, they don't have to file a report anymore. They can start filing a digital log now. The digital log will say everything. And they don't have to be stuck behind desks doing paperwork 24/7. So Democrats unveil sweeping police reform again, ending qualified immunity. A push for abolishing police departments intensifies. Democrats led by the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi just unveiled a sweeping police reform bill that they've been talking about all weekend. The Justice for Policing Act 2020 would ban chokeholds, establish a national database to track police misconduct, and prohibit certain no-knock warrants among a long list of other reforms. So this is actually good, right? So this is actually very good. If passed, the bill would also expand Department of Justice power. Now, here's the key now. If passed, the bill would expand Department of Justice powers to investigate and prosecute police misconduct, a capability that has been undermined by the Trump administration, the document said. So they're starting to go into, which needs to be, right? Again, public servants, right? Not private. It will grant subpoena power to the department's Civil Rights Division to conduct a pattern of practice investigations and grant subpoena power to the state's attorney's offices to do the same. Before unveiling the details of the legislation, congressional Dems knelt for 8... Okay, we got that. The bill is expected to release later Monday, and the House Judiciary holds its first hearing on the issue of police reform on Wednesday. So this is very important, people, because, again, police need to find a way to go from 100 to 0. That's the key. Like, the last thing, you want police to do is, start, doing what they do at checkpoints and then having to put people in chokeholds and all that stuff. I've seen it. Like, I've seen it here in Canada.
I've seen it here in Canada many times, right? I've seen that I can't breathe scenario many times here in Canada. So this started out as something that the Democrats were going to unveil, and looking like it's going to go down a path of more disassembly, but it's going to basically, in a good way, watch the watchers. So the watchers that watch us will be watched. So the watchers are watching the watchers, so to say. And I'm for this. I believe in this. Again, public servants, right? Bounty hunters, different story. People working under different jurisdictions, different story. But when it's public servants that represent the taxpayers to serve and protect, you are looking at a completely different story, my friends. But here's the deal now. Right? So don't everybody get your socks in the bunch here, or your I don't know how the saying goes, but there's other stuff on that list, and that's the key. What's on that list, right? So far, I'm kosher with everything, chokeholds, all this other crap, right? I don't think it's this whole black versus white thing, right? I don't think it's been like that since the 60s and 70s. There's cases, yeah. Oh yeah, there's cases. Oh, yeah, there's cases. Well, there's a loony cop, right? Right? There's always going to be a loony cop out there, right? Always going to be a loony cop. Walking the beat, driving his car, in a helicopter somewhere, or on a computer. There's always going to be one. But police need to learn to go from 100 to 0 overnight. I mean, over a thousandth of a second. Need to learn to retard their anger when the situation, oh, Mike, what are you saying? People can't get angry anymore? No, but not trumping on other people's rights, civil rights, and people's, people shouldn't be in fear to go out because they're worried about the police. You know what I'm saying? Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I really appreciate, your support in this. And let me know. I think this is finally qualified immunity. Let's reform this. Let's actually bring it to the front and actually take care of the citizens, that are paying for this infrastructure. Let me know. Comment below. Lots of love, guys. And guys, don't forget to set your reminders to upcoming live shows. Thanks for watching.
Hey YouTubers, Mike Martins here, Mike Martins channel. I just had a video just come up on my YouTube feed, just kind of scrolling through, kind of bumming around. It's a nice day, it's windy, garden's coming out real nicely. I'll do an updated vid in a week or two when you start seeing a little bit more foliage. Anyways, I saw a video today of a bunch of protesters, I guess, in the United Kingdom, and took down a statue, a 17th century statue of a slave trader, or a slave trader or a slave owner that was taken down, and it was rolled down the street. And a lot of people were chanting and cheering, and they picked up the statue when it hit the end of the road, and there was like a fence, and they just all threw it over the fence. Now, this statue was erected in the mid 17th century. I would imagine, and it's not the fact that it's up there because to let people know that that this guy was a slave trader, but to create awareness, to let people know that people had slaves, to create awareness and let people know how slavery is a big part of history that shaped the globe, right? And whether you see it as it shaped the globe in a good way or bad way, economical way, whatever, it doesn't matter. The fact is when you start erasing history like that and taking down statues and rolling them down the street and throwing them in the water, yes, you get your temporary fix. Yes, you win for the moment. But then later generations don't remember what happened there. Don't remember that their town was known as a port for slave trade. Because it's important to remember these things, because history is doomed to repeat itself. And I saw that, I'm like, okay, so taking down history, taking down historical, George Washington owned slaves, but nobody's looking at the historical lens of when it happened. Right? In my culture, the Portuguese culture, we were the first to abolish slavery. Right? The first European power to abolish slavery. And I think that was in the 15th or 16th, sometime in the 16th century. But taking down a piece of history, or going down and taking down pictures of George Washington, like I've been seeing, or taking down the Ten Commandments, or taking down, people are looking at things in the fourth dimension. And what's the missing parameter in the fourth dimension? Time. Right? And that's the problem. Once you remove a bit of history, once you start taking down history, because it hurts. You walk by and you see a statue of a slave trader who ruled, I bet maybe that small town in the UK or something, or who ruled that area, and people feared him from a mile away. Well, you know what? People will no longer remember the history that went behind the way of life that was lived at the time. And again, history is doomed to repeat itself. Right? So taking down statues won't change the past. Right? Taking down statues, taking down portraits, taking down monuments, taking down historical figures will not change the past. And unfortunately, it will erase the past for the next generation or two. But then, are people going to be repeating history? Is history going to find a way to repeat itself? Right? I think we live in a modern day history, and I've been talking about it. Affordability issues for everybody. Average wage earners can't get into an average wage home. Average wage earners need to pay $1,800 a month for a one-bedroom apartment, but nobody's protesting that or talking about that. That's called modern-day slavery, right? So how does that work, right? What about all these people that are wrapped into these credit card debts because they need to eat? That's modern-day slavery. What about people signing contracts and thinking that their bank or their broker or their real estate agents on their side? What about those people that get trapped into that? They're getting trapped into modern day slavery. People that bought into the whole student loan situation, thinking that if I better my education, I can make more money. Guess what? They're not making more money. If anything, they owe more money, because you can't default on student loan debt. What does that make it? Modern day slavery. So I guess a good thing is historically wipe out the history. So then when we come into this new fresh living or new wave of slavery that we're in right now, the invisible handcuffs of debt, of debt load, then we will start realizing that slavery comes in many forms. Right? What if we erected a statue for little Timothy, who got a student loan and had spent his entire life trying to pay that student loan down, but couldn't make it in life because that student loan hindered him and hindered him into doing things in life, and he ended up becoming a manager at a fast food restaurant, and that degree that he was promised that he was going to get a job never got him a job. What if we erected a statue for him and tell people to stay away from student loans because they're modern day slavery, unless you're going to get into a job or a position that's going to, the only job nowadays you could get into that's going to make you money, and you got to be a damn good liar, is a politician. So taking down statues or removing history or erasing history isn't going to change the fact that it happened. And now that it's abolished and there's no way of seeing any remnants of what really happened, there's a good chance it's going to repeat itself. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I would really like to know what you guys think about this. You know, I've seen them rolling down the statues like, no, leave that up there so people could learn, so people understand what the people there went through and how evil the people were, and how they basically had no respect for human life. That needs to stay there so people can every day drive by and see that statue and say, what a loser. Look at that guy. He thought he had it right the whole time, but now, you know what I'm saying? And then this way now, he's probably happy. He's wherever he is, burning in hell or wherever he's at, he's looking at that. He's, oh, thank God they took that down. Thank you, SJWs, for doing that. Is it a right thing to take down monuments? Is it a right thing to permanently erase history? I don't know. I look forward to reading your comments below. I feel it's just going to repeat itself. Thanks for watching. Good morning, YouTube. Good afternoon, YouTubers. Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Thanks for joining me, guys. Just want to send a good shout out to everyone that was on Mike in the Night last night. And also, I want to refer, the reason why I'm making this video today, usually Sundays I don't make videos after I do Mike in the Night, because I kind of want to take a day break, get other things done. But I thought, you know what, it's a nice day. I'm going to take the car out for a quick boot and check things out around town, make sure everything's good. Maybe drive by the store. But anyways, the reason why I'm making this video, guys, today is because a lot of people did not get the notification when I went live with the show, even though the notification was, a lot of people set their reminders to watch the show. I know this because I got quite a few people commenting in the comment section, and then I got a lot of people emailing me today, and I even had people messaging me on other videos asking if I'm going to go live. And when they were messaging on that video, I looked at the timestamp, and that was exact time when I was live. So they were going to the channel, seeing that I'm not live. So I'm looking for another platform. I've been looking for another platform for the last 2 years. I keep losing subscribers. I think I've lost over 22,000 subscribers, and I've managed to retain 12,000. So it's about 22,000 subs I've lost. And a lot of people are like, I never unsubbed you, man. What the hell? Like, I'm being like, they're like, straight up, I never unsubbed your channel, Mike. I don't go into my subscribers and find someone I have to hate on for the day and unsubscribe to their channels, right? So it is what it is, guys. I mean, there's no fighting, or, you know, YouTube has its own agenda. Fine, it's gonna, you know, I have a community guideline warning on my channel already. I took a screenshot of it, showed it. Well, I have it. I can show it to you guys live, so you guys can see it on my page. Basically, because of some housing video I did like 3 years ago about Sydney, Australia, housing affordability issues, right? And it was nothing wrong with it. There was nothing wrong with the videos. There was no music. There was no I don't know how to say it. There was nothing. There was no video, no music, no, just me sitting outside in the rain, reading a piece of paper, reading an article. So it's kind of interesting where things are headed when it comes to censorship. And censorship is very dangerous, you know. Yes, I understand that YouTube is an independent platform, but they should have told people when they started their channels that, look, we will throttle you and we will, you know, because this is like 10 years ago, right? So they should let people know. Just like I'm letting my car know I want to drive faster, you know? But I don't know, guys. I'm you know, you put so much effort and work into it, and no one knows I'm live. You know what I'm saying? The whole time I was live, when I was live, T-Square was live, and every time I went onto YouTube just to check something, or we're looking at something on the channel, I'd always see T-Square live, right? I noticed that when I watch certain patterns of certain channels, I know those channels are going to take off. Like Uneducated Economist, he came on my show. I think he was just around 3,000 subscribers. I had him on my show. I had like 11,000 at the time, and I told him, "Oh, buddy, you're going to pass me." Every channel out there, depending on how, if they're getting heavily flagged, depending on what the situation is with the channel, they could be scot-free for a long time. You know what I'm saying? My channel one time, April of last year, not this year, April of last year, really started to take off and do really well. And then I just kept getting flagged. I just kept getting people writing, a person actually writing letters to YouTube to shut me down. It was nonstop. It was absolutely nonstop. And just like over, I don't know. Like, I don't even know what it's over still. But to tell you guys the truth, man, it is what it is, guys. You know, go to yesterday's Mike in the Night if you want, and share it. Who cares if it's good or not? Go in there and just share the damn video. I really don't care. You know, share it, get it out there. You know, it's like doing that is like going against the vaccine, going against everything. You know that they tell you that's good and bad for you. You know, telling you how to live your life or what to do. You know. I don't know, guys. It's like, yeah, a lot of channels are going to do real, like, I can tell you 10 channels that have less than 1,000 subscribers that I know, if they could find a way to keep it clear, keep it below the radar, you know. But the thing is, like, I think I'm honestly being manually throttled. They're manually throttling me, and you know, people are watching this like, Mike, nobody cares, you know, like, who cares? There's a lot of content out there we can see. We don't need you, right? Okay, I understand that, and I 100% wholeheartedly agree with that. But then what's going to happen when they start throttling everybody else? Right? What's going to happen when, you know what I'm saying, right? When more and more people start getting, I guess, put into the grinder. Like, does it take effect then? Right? They already shut down AJ's channel. AJ had a channel on YouTube for a long time, and YouTube viewership / you know, it's been going down increasingly. People are going to other platforms. People have been migrating to other platforms, migrating to other, you know, other potential platforms to watch their favorite YouTubers and stuff. And it's like BitTubers. I put up a video on BitTubers. I got 2 subscribers. Right? This was a few months ago. I got 2 subscribers on BitTubers, and my video gets 340 views. So how do you even, like, how does that even get? How do you even entertain something like that? You know what I'm saying? So, like, there's some channels when they go live, I know they're live, and I see them very, very constantly that they're live, and I'm like, yeah, I jump in and say, Mike Martin's here, right? A couple of channels that I see that go live and stuff, and then I get notification, and I see them always on my timeline, on the YouTube, like under my area, you know what I'm saying? So if channels, you know, could keep themselves clean, keep their noses clean, and kind of go by the status quo in a way where you're kind of having to rework things and censor yourself, then there is a potential / possibility that you can do okay on, you know, you could do what you can grow a channel. But the thing is, they're going after all the politics. Anyone talking politics is like a big no-no, and that's kind of upsetting, because politics is a big discussion piece, right, for people that care about their country or care about their futures, right? Politics is the all in all, right? It's the way our world's set up. You know, we're set up for this political jargon. We're set up to watch politics fail by the hip, right? And if politics was real, you wouldn't have this problem with in Catalonia, you know, where people want to vote out. Catalonia is a state in Spain that has its own language and flag, and they want out. Catalonia wants out of Spain, but they're getting shafted. They want to vote. The vote's like 98% in favor, and the mayor of that town and all the city councilors are being charged with high treason and going against the country, even though they want to form their own country. So there's just too much. There's just too much. You know, it's never what the people want anymore. It's what's better for the bigger picture. What's better for what's better for the people at the time, right? So, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I understand this is just the way things have to be now. I understand that people are gonna have to live with what things are, you know, and have to basically day to day this crap and make through with their lives as best as possible, you know, and just do what we gotta do, right, to get the message out there. Yeah, a lot of people. I got so many messages from people like I didn't even know it. So there were people messaging while I was live, and I see the timestamp asking me if I'm going to go live. And I'm not even hardcore. I'm not even going nuts on my channel. We're just talking. A couple of callers call in with different angles. We had Layla call in from Syria. We had Steven Lieberman call in from it was Vancouver. Like, we have all kinds of cool callers yesterday, you know? And it's almost like something's happening, right? But I don't want to discourage people from getting their voice heard or get out there too, right? Yes, there are other platforms, right? But I don't want to discourage people. I just went for my cruise, guys. I don't want people to feel discouraged that it's not even worth it anymore when it is, right? I hope Supreme Cannon does a channel. The Raven said he was going to do a channel. And I said, okay, do it. I'll promote you. You know, all the good channels. A lot of good channels out there. You know what? Promote all these good channels, you know? And make something of it, right? Sorry, I'm just grabbing this sun visor thingy. It's pretty sunny today, so I got this from my old car, my Chrysler 300. All right, guys. With this, let me know what you guys think. Comment below. What do you guys think, man? There's here's a link to the end of for last night's show. If you guys want to watch it, go ahead. If you want to go against the status quo, share the video, man. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the studios here at One Stop Shop Cards and Games, and I got Nerd here with me, and he is practicing for Canadian Idol upcoming in August, and so you're practicing. What song are you thinking of singing on there?
I don't know. Maybe some R&B songs. That one. That's really easy to do. You know. I just want to give them a taste of what for the audition, and work my way up. I mean, you don't get a chance to choose what song you're going to sing on Canadian Idol, and I want to give them something that is easy, simple, and brings out the most potential of my voice.
What was the one you were just singing here in the studio? It sounded pretty good.
Wycliffe Jean, featuring Akon and Lil Wayne. Sweet Girl. Sorry about that. I was checking on PSP there.
Can you give us a little clip on how it sounds? Can you sing some of it here for us? No, can you sing it like how you were singing it earlier? Just 20 seconds.
Whoa, tonight the bill, grind for the bill. Whoa, to be a secret, some time for the bill. They gotta pay the bill. I wake up, Akon. We see on the bill. Whoa. High school supervisor, around the gym. Just to get a peek again, she was gym. High school supervisor, around the gym. Just to get a peek again, she was gym. but yes she was. Because where we at today, bad day, Sunday, today, tell you what to do is where my money at. Tuesday, Thursday, don't do that, don't do is where my money at. So all you wanna know is where my money is. She lost. Because where I didn't tell you, you could have told me. Cash rules everything around me. The dollar bill, yeah, dollar bill, yeah, dollar bill, yeah, dollar bill, yeah. Tell you, you told me. Cash rules everything around me. The dollar bill, yeah, dollar bill, yeah, dollar bill, yeah, dollar bill, yeah.
Excellent. That was an excellent rendition there of who is it by? Because we don't want to give credit to who's the singer here. Wyclef.
Hey YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Actually throwing a good video out there for you guys. Positive video. I picked up a Corvette, and there's a story behind this Corvette. And buying a car like this now, especially through this economic downturn we are going through, the car is in absolute mint condition. The motor is like brand new. Like you could eat off the motor. That's the condition of the motor. There's a story behind this car, and it's about helping a friend. I had a friend call me up a few weeks ago who really needed financial help. Really did. And he hit me up. He knew that I was in the market to buy one of these for years. Now, I was going to buy one of these cars when I got the space in my new house, right? Eventually. And I've already had Corvettes. I had a 72 when I was young that I bought. The car was falling apart. 74 was a bit of better shape, but needed paint. And if you guys go back to my really older videos, it's probably there, my silver one. That was a 96. That was a 40-year anniversary. So, yeah, buddy hits me up and is like, "Look, Mike, I'm hitting some pretty hard financial times. But I know he had a Porsche. I know he has a lot of cars, right? And he owns the vehicles. He actually owns the vehicles. So it's not like he's got payments he's making on them. They're not, So I said to him, like, "Do you still have that fiery red Corvette?" He's like, "Yeah, I do, Mike, but it needs brakes." So the brakes aren't 100% on them, but it works perfectly. They're wearing down to the bars here. So it needs brakes. The mileage is decent, right? About 120,000 kilometers on it. So I said to him, I said, "Okay, let me come up and take a look at it." I went up to take a look at the car, and I was pretty shocked to find out the dire straits he was in, the financial shock he was in. Working as a computer technician engineer for years, and a lot of his work was outsourced to other countries, and he's been having to work lower wages, and he thought he was living the dream, right? And then it got to a point where it started catching up to him. So I just wanted to throw this out there. I'm going to be making videos while I'm driving. I don't want people to think, "What the hell are you driving," right? So here it is. I picked it up. I gave him book value for the car, which was fair. He was very happy. He was very happy when I said that. He's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll give you book value for it. That's fine." You know what I'm saying? Automobiles depreciate in value. I know that. But now that I got the space at the house, lots of space at the house. Remember, guys, I'm not bragging because I have a house. I'm bragging because I left the city 4 years ago to move to a small town like this, right? Where I can open my business and flourish and not have to worry about all these extra overpayments, right? So the roof comes off it and it goes in the trunk if I want to take the roof off and put it in there, or I can leave the roof at home if I want. It's not a big deal. And I've taken it out of town a few times already just to give it a good leg stretch. Insured it for the summer. I'm gonna cut the insurance in the winter. And it just the position that people get into financially sometimes, it's just pretty hard. people go over. Sorry, my alarm is on a remote control. People go over their limits. People go over, over time, right? So he bought that car 10 years ago because it was a good time, and now things are getting worse. And now things are getting to a point where it's gonna have to start selling off to survive, right? Well, I said, you know what? I'll give it a good home. I'll give it some tender love and care. I'll take care of it. I'll wash it. And I even told him that if he wants to buy it back in the future for the same price I bought it for, I have no problems. I have no problems. So I told him that. I kind of threw that out there for him, telling him that I could give it back to him at that price. So if he wants to buy it back in the future. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below.
Vampire.
What's up, Vampire? We'll talk soon, guys. Thanks for watching.
Mr. Pelliot.
Have you been able to get a list of all the projects the government has so far funded under its infrastructure program since it took office in 2015?
Donde me colocaba pedía el día de descanso ya. Y me dice, hago yo.
We asked that question many, many times. We never were able to get a full list. And I think the issue is that there is no centralized record holding at Infrastructure Canada because the various programs are delivered by multiple departments and there doesn't seem to exist a list. We've asked.
Ha entrado usted y ya está pidiendo el día de descanso.
¿Sí?
And Jason can attest to, Jason was part of these discussions. We've asked more than once and we never got a complete list of projects under the Invest in Canada plans or infrastructure programs.
And how much money have they spent on this program so far?
So far it's tens of billions, certainly.
And they don't know where it went.
Lo que me mandaba el cocinero. Limpiar la lechuga, hacer aliño, limpiar pescado. Y lo que me pasó con el cocinero que me echaron.
If they know, they're not telling us all of the details of each dollar where it went.
Well, you don't have a list of projects that adds up to the total, right?
Go ahead.
We currently do not have a list of projects. At the behest of interested members of the House, we did follow up with Infrastructure Canada and the government in January with an updated information request, and we are in active and ongoing negotiations with Infrastructure Canada and multiple departments and agencies to try to compile a list.
Compile a list.
I would say that it has taken potentially a little bit longer than we anticipated.
So if I go to the grocery store and spend a small fortune on groceries, my wife says, what the hell did you spend $500 on? She'd expect to see a receipt with item by item on it, wouldn't you, honey? She's back there. But you're telling me when the government of Canada spends tens of billions of dollars on infrastructure, it can't give us an item by item list? It doesn't have one ready?
Tú sabes que cuando coge un restaurante nuevo, todo limpieza, para mañana inaugurarlo.
Claro.
We can't comment on his marital situation.
Anyway, listen, but back, can you comment on the government's list of projects? I mean, they spent tens of billions of dollars, they claim, on infrastructure, but you're telling me you've asked for a list of the projects, and so far no such list has been forthcoming. True statement, false statement?
Vamos a decir risita. Esto no se puede fregar sin en la peleta. Y además, digo, me duele ya la columna vertebral.
True statement, no
Thank you.
complete list has been forthcoming. We've got only a partial list.
Right. And so how many billions of dollars are missing from the list?
Do you know? I don't know.
It's about half of the program.
So the program has been tens of billions of dollars, and about half of the money is unaccounted for, or at least not on a list.
We do not What we're driving towards in the office is a single comprehensive spreadsheet with a list of all of the projects that have been spent, that have been received money under since 2016, and hopefully that list will exist soon.
It should be a pretty simple list to have. Like these, when you build stuff, you know, it's out in public view. People will see the construction happening at each of these sites. It can't be that hard for an official to just note down each one of these multi-million-dollar projects and show that they add up to the total amount spent.
Y Risita coge las 20 paelleras, las amarra y las entierra en el agua. Y acuérdate, a donde las echa, que mañana tienes que ir a por ellas. Y cuando salgo, era el lado de la noche, había bajado la marea.
How is it even possible that they're spending tens of billions of dollars on infrastructure and they don't have a list to tell us where all the money went?
At this point, you're looking at me, but I would actually kick the question down to the table to my good, earnest colleagues from the Office of the Auditor General.
Well, this should be one interesting report. I hope that. Have you been able to get a full list of all the projects yet?
So I can't say that I've been involved in that, so I don't know what the answer to that question is.
Okay.
Metí entre las piedras de Chipiona, del faro. Y cuando entro en el restaurante me ve.
Can your office get back to our committee on it?
I would only say that normally the office would report in the final report the information that we gather during our audit.
Chairman, I hope that we find this money.
I can't answer that question, but I do expect there probably be a question in the House on this, Pierre.
YouTubers, Mike Martin's here.
Mike Martin's channel, yeah?
Oh yeah, I have a fan. He's been watching the channel. Messages me sometimes from time to time to see how I'm doing. From
Jamaica.
Okay. He's been stuck in Canada. He was signing a record deal. I'm going to show you guys his channel. Leave a link to his channel for you guys to subscribe. He's been stuck here since December. He came to sign a deal. And he's got some really good music. And I've already been playing his music now in my store. I even have it added to my list. So
J.A.D. Mills.
So what happened? You're stuck in you're getting some business done.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I'm gonna rent a car, or I'm gonna get up to Merritt to see this.
Yeah, see this guy, because I watching his channel for a very long time. Yeah. And I like his stuff, right?
Yeah. And I was so excited when somebody came in. It's like, yo, what's up? I'm like, Bambaras, man. It's like, yeah. So I did.
Man, see you where.
I spent some time. I've spent some time in Jamaica myself. In Port Royal. In a couple
Port Royal, yeah.
It's Port Royal.
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
Port
man.
Royal.
Yeah. Jamaica see a different thing.
Port Royal.
Yeah,
How do you say Port Royal?
Yeah, man, Port Royal, that is Jamaican style.
Okay, but
yeah.
I say Port Royal.
Okay, we have two different.
It sounds more fancy when you say Royale.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I'm gonna give you guys a link to his actual. He's got some pretty good music out there, and he's just got picked up by a record company. Yeah. And if you guys like what he's got,
yeah,
go ahead and message him if you want to use some of his music. I'm actually going to work with him to I was supposed to be making a low budget film this year, and I want some music. He's got some good music. Yeah. And I'm gonna maybe work with him to get permission to use some of his tunes in the flick, to try and get him out there. So here he is, man, in the flesh, visiting Merritt. Yeah. What do you think of this town?
Oh man, it's so awesome! I like it.
It's a small town.
It's a small town, but it's very good. I like it. Yeah, I like it.
The people here are nice and friendly and having you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Yes, I appreciate you, Mike. Yeah, man.
Anyways,
like the stuff you do, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Yes.
Well, I'll keep you guys updated. Here's a link below in the description to his channel. Check it out. I promise you'll enjoy it. Thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah, peace out.
YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Thanks for joining me, guys. Guys, I got a housing/breakup email that was sent to me. I just got off Skype with the gentleman. He sent me an email, and then he contacted me on Skype early this morning, and I told him I'll call him back. I called him back. He seemed very... I heard the urgency in his voice, so I called him back. So I'm here at the shop. I don't open for another 40 minutes, so I'm going to read this for you guys, and I kind of want to throw this out there. Share this because it's kind of an interesting, twisted, kind of an Alfred Hitchcock twist theme to this housing/divorce story. Okay, here is something you could share on your channel, Mike. My wife left me 3 years into our 5-year mortgage. I love it how my wife left me 3 years into our 5-year mortgage. We've been together for 7. She said I could keep the house, telling me it's like a favor to me. Like, keep the house, it's yours. Okay, but listen. She used the home, as you've been saying on your channel, as a friggin' ATM machine. My home is down 11% from the start of this year thanks to, I'm going to rephrase that to say COVID, and a wasting economy. I'm in a total of 1.66 million. I'm estimating my assessed value of 1.4 million, with a bank account sitting at $94. So, he owes 1.66 and his assessed value is 1.4. So he obviously owes a lot more than what he. So, but this is him assessing it, right? I'm saying this in a good way. If you're watching this, I'm saying this. This is what you're assessing it at. Your total is at 1.4 to 1.66. It's not that bad of a. If you could walk away like that, it's going to be a lot tougher. But let me read. That's cars, small boat, home, and a bunch of junk bought on home equity. My ex-wife would have to trade in a car every year for Pete's sake. So she, trade in a car every year. I guess they do a lease or something like that. And that costs a lot of money. It adds up. Purchases tens of $1,000s in clothing. I can't walk away from this mess. Okay? She said. He says, I can't walk away from this mess. Sorry, I'm just the way the email, I just cut and paste. I can't walk away from this mess, he says. Then there's a abbreviation here. She walked away and is moving back to her family in Estonia. Hold on. She is staying with a friend until flights become mainstream. Hold on. Here's the twist. She signed a prenup and she's off the hook with everything. I protected myself from being scammed, and in the end, I'm getting roasted. I appreciate all your work and really wished I stayed on the sidelines. Money is the Antichrist, Mike. It takes you over and consumes you. So, yeah, I wanted to read that to you guys. I really wanted to throw that out there, and I even wrote on my hand to call him when I get to the shop, like, just not to forget, because I just got a gazillion things going on right now. And yeah, so he's in, so he's in, from what he estimates, 1.66 million. And what piqued his occurrence from the Skype conversation I had with him was
that if he breaks his mortgage now 3 years into a 5-year term, it's going to cost him a bit of money. He basically responded to me in an email to the video I did that's on my channel about a lady has to pay $30,000 in fines to break her mortgage because she can't afford her home. Holy crap, guys. So basically the average business smart guy would probably say, look, let's sign a prenup to what we owned, to everything we owned before marriage is ours, and then after what we bought together get divided or whatever, right? Or whatever the case may be. Wow, I'm thrown for an entire curveball. I am like, a lot of smart businessmen do that, but then expenditures, people start spending and then racking it up, and then it gets to a point where it's completely useless and they walk away. Wow. So he says, I can't walk away from this mess. She walked away and is moving back to her family in Estonia. She is staying with a friend until flights come back mainstream. She signed a prenup and she's off the hook with everything. I protected myself from being scammed, and in the end I'm getting roasted. Wow. And what, 7 years? Been together for 7 years. So I wanted to share this. He adamantly asked me to share this on this channel, to get this out there. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I would like to know. Please comment below. Share this video. Create awareness of what's happening out there with this whole COVID thing. It's causing more damage than what is really happening in them realistically. I'm not going to say too much. Comment below. Let me know. Thanks for watching.
Mr. Poilievre.
The total liabilities of the Government of Canada.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support Canadians through this time with support not only for businesses but for individuals to get through and get a bridge to a better time.
Poilievre.
Just the dollar value.
Y me llama el cocinero. Risita, ¿qué? Ve por la paellera. Venga, que las 2 de la tarde ya están aquí.
The Honourable Minister.
And that's a continuing commitment, Mr. Speaker.
Poilievre.
I know we shouldn't ask the Minister about numbers. He's just the Finance Minister after all. But what is the equity of the Government of Canada's on the Government of Canada's balance sheet?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would advise a member of Carleton to memorize those Auditor General figures for his next foray into the House of Commons.
The Honourable Mr. Poilievre.
So the Minister has claimed that our balance sheet is strong. There are 3 components to a balance sheet: the assets, the liabilities, and the equity. And the Minister doesn't know any of the 3. He doesn't actually know anything about our balance sheet. That's reassuring. Now, according to the Auditor General, the negative net worth of our Government of Canada will be as much as $1 trillion by the end of this fiscal year. Can the Minister, if he's familiar with any of these numbers, tell us, is it possible his government will hit $1 trillion of debt this year?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Canadians that our approach will be to continue to make investments on their behalf, and that is available to us because of our strong fiscal position, but we will continue to take that approach, which we think is the appropriate approach.
Poilievre.
$1 trillion, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we will continue to focus on the importance of supporting Canadians.
Mr. Poilievre.
What is the size of our current national debt?
The Honourable Minister.
And Mr. Speaker, I think that what will happen as we do that is we will allow ourselves to have a stronger economy at the end because of these investments.
Besides the national debt?
The Honourable Minister.
And we have always seen, Mr. Speaker, that these investments, they're not only supporting Canadians, they're supporting businesses so that we do have a strong economy and a strong fiscal position coming out of this position.
Mr. Polyev.
Does the finance minister know the size of our national debt?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue to focus our efforts as we believe we should focus them on supporting Canadians through this time.
Mr. Polyev.
Does the finance minister know what $1 trillion is?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to make investments that we believe are prudent in the face of this economic challenge, supporting Canadians as we know we need to.
Mr. Polyev.
What is the total dollar value of all the public and private debt in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that by supporting Canadians,
Good morning, good evening, good night. Mike Martin's here with the Mike Martin's channel. Thanks for joining me, guys. I received an email from just outside of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Somebody asked me, Mike, is there a chance, or could there be a chance, that the civil unrest that's happening right now in the United States of America, or the riots, or the taking down of infrastructure, so to say, that's how I want to put it, would it spread globally? Can it spread globally? Right? So I kind of want to talk about that a little bit today because I got an article here. Let's switch over to article scan here real quick. Right here. 18,000 National Guard troops deployed across the United States. Trump slams lowlifes and losers for riots chaos. So here's a summary. President Trump threatens to deploy military. At least 9 dead, 4,000 arrested. Riots rage in 140 cities as riots rage for the 7th day. National Guard deployed in 29 states, 40 cities to impose strict curfews. Now, let's take a step back to this article here to 140 cities. And I'm begging my friends in America to listen to this because you guys truly, I lived in Dade County, Miami-Dade County, and Broward County in Fort Lauderdale. And even in the Florida Keys for a few months. You guys have it so good in the United States. In comparison to other English-speaking countries, you guys have it the best, by far. And people in the States are like, oh, property tax rate. No. No. I live in Canada. And the cost of living is horrendous. The price of food is triple, quadruple what you guys pay. The price of housing is anywhere from 8, sometimes 3 to 8 times higher than what you guys pay. Oh, but people make more money in Canada. No. We get taxed to death, and the cost of living is just, people are 60, 70% of their income goes towards paying for a shelter. And most of the times it's just to cover their rent. Where you guys have there's 140 cities rioting. So there's got to be population in those cities. 140 cities. If you took Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the United Kingdom all together, we're lucky if we get 28 major cities. Like major, maybe 20. America is so well infrastructurally sound. America is so well built. America has so much potential. You guys got to remember the size of the country you're in. It's big. It's hard to govern. But they do their best, right? Now, I'm not trying to side with the banks. I'm not a fan of the banking system at all. I'm always in favor for the government to do best. Whoever. Just do your best. Don't cross the people. Don't screw over the mass population, right? Because governments should be afraid of their population, not the governments be afraid. People should not be afraid of the governments. Governments should be afraid of their people. I think it was Andrew Jackson. I can't remember who said that, but somebody said that, right? So you guys have it really good. And when I'm watching these riots or kind of flipping through, social media and seeing what's happening, you guys have it so good. You guys have it so good. The average home, the city that I left, the one city in my area here that I live in, that I have to leave 200 miles away, the average cost of a home to get started with me and my family starts at about $830,000. That's just an hour out of my city. And I'm like, I can't spend $830,000 on a home. I can't eat cardboard every day. I need to raise a family. Right? You guys are so lucky down in the States. I just want to throw this out there too to let you guys know. The light at the end of the tunnel is that you guys have options to move and do what you want. You guys have the options to basically start over if you have to. Right? For us, we don't have much of a choice. One of our last cities, Quebec, Montreal, northeast of Ontario, guess what? Bidding wars are happening there today. And today is the 2nd of June, 2020. We're losing our last cities to an economic takeover. Yes, the United States of America has experienced an economic takeover. Yes, they have. I know they have. California has been economically taken over. So has Oregon. And so has Washington State and New York State. Either by wealthy investors that come in, buy up in certain pockets of the areas, then the locals need to relocate. And then I read the article yesterday for you guys in Salt Lake City, Utah, where I'll get the article out for you guys here real quick so you guys can see. You want to watch this where the mass exodus is happening in the United States. So I'll get back to my original question here in 1 second. So here it is, article scan. There it is. Americans fleeing expensive cities. You want to watch that one because it actually shows the zones of pain with money laundering, foreign investing, money being parked in the States, forcing Americans to Arizona, Salt Lake City, Utah, Nevada, all those other places. So, okay. Now, my question to you guys is, the question to me that was asked is, could this go global? Canada, the only thing I see happening in Canada is when people start running out of food. People are already experiencing housing difficulties because they're already behind on their rents. If the government in Canada could properly proportionalize its money and not badly, misspending and stuff, very bad misspending over the last years. If they could figure out ways to reopen this economy and get things back on its feet, I think more people will get sick and die from depression and all kinds of weird stuff outside of the whole fact of what's happening, right? I think, in my opinion, right? Okay, so what else do we got going on here? What had happened? Okay, Canada, we can't afford to lose what little infrastructure we have when it comes to our cities. We lose that, and we lose, let's say, our transit or something. We're screwed. We don't have we don't have other cities. We don't have Springfield and Brookfield and Jonestown and all kinds of places to move to. We don't have that, right? Texas has more major cities. Canada, I don't see it. Canada is the land of the docile. I don't see them. I see them protesting. Right, we had the Raven on Mike in the Night. He was protesting in Ottawa. They were discussing. They were, chanting and getting their voices heard and getting their word out there. Fine, yes, that will happen. But what's happening in the States? Will it happen in Canada? I don't see it happening in my lifetime. I really don't. And because of our population dwindling of Canadians, I don't think we'll ever see it happen. Right? Okay, now let's go to Mexico. Mexico, yes. But Mexico shuts things down real quick and they implement the military without any executive orders. Mexico, I could see it happening, but is there cost for it right now in Mexico? No. Mexicans are sitting back and watching the show in America as things unfold. So, no, Mexico, it will not spill into Mexico, right? So the two bordering countries will not be basically affected by this ongoing mass hysteria, civil unrest, right? I'm saying not to destroy the infrastructure. I'm saying to go out, chant, go out, protest, go out, assemble, get signatures, do whatever, sell t-shirts, you know what I'm saying? don't go out and destroy the property. Infrastructure is very expensive to build. Infrastructure is very hard and very expensive to reconstruct and put back together. Yes, it creates jobs, but it creates public service jobs. You want private sector jobs, not public. Anyways, okay, now let's move over to Central America. Central America has its upheavals and stuff, but a lot of towns and cities have their own built-in militias. Even in parts of southern Mexico, in Ixtapa, like some of the border cities in southern Mexico, have their own militias that patrol and don't have police. And they have friends and family protecting their towns. So that's a little bit different. Central America, same thing. Colombia, do we see civil unrest? Could we see riots sparking out? There's always riots. There's been the Contras there. There's been all kinds of problems with a lot of the freedom fighters and guerrillas. They've been at war for years. Seeing another... yes. I could see it happen in Colombia. Venezuela, there's always unrest in Venezuela. Brazil, yes, you could see the big numbers coming out in Brazil because of the cost of living is just phenomenal, and the cost of operating is just phenomenal, getting out of hand, and Brazil selling off a lot of their electrical and power plants to China. I could see that happening. Europe's always rioting. You got the Gilets jaunes in the Yellow Vest movement in France. You got all kinds. So you do have a lot of a civil unrest and civil disobedience, or whatever you want to call it, happening in parts of the world. Australia, never. Again, Australia, they shouldn't, because they're very limited to what infrastructure they have in cities wise. I don't see it happen in Australia. I do see the Australians kind of like, again, petitioning outside and yelling and screaming and trying to get their governments to work with them. Yes, I could see that. Will they pull an Iceland scenario? Which country will pull an Iceland scenario? What am I talking for an Iceland scenario? Like 10, 11 years ago. Has it been 10 years now? It's been 9 to 10 years, I think, where Iceland's basically banking system, banking cartel, banking, everything in the banking sector basically got arrested by its citizens. The citizens took back the country, got itself off of got itself off all that crap. And Iceland citizens were branded as the big T words, terror, yeah. And they weren't allowed to fly British Airlines because of their taking back of their country. Look it up, it's actually true. What happened? Iceland got fed up because the UK was trying to push on some of its debt onto Iceland to pay off. And Iceland said, screw that, we're not playing English debt. So they just basically took their country back, and now Iceland right now is very prosperous because they got rid of the banking system. How do we solve this, guys? Well, we need to get rid of the fake economy they're building, and right now they're radicalizing the economy by printing money and buying out the fake economy and creating a fake economy and pushing down right now the real economy and the real players in the economy, the profitable companies in the economies that are profitable, and really hire people are the ones that are getting pushed down and paying for this. So what do they got to do? A lot. We don't want them to. We obviously want capitalism. We want free trade, but we want it fair, right? People want it fair. That's what people want. People want. It's a capitalist country. We come in and open billions of dollars worth of corporations and hire who we think is not going to cause a problem. And then they keep throwing that narrative, Canadians or Americans don't want to do these jobs. We'll do a whole show of how many resumes and applications they throw in the garbage from Canadians, Americans that do want to do those jobs, but they don't get hired because then they start forming a union and organizing. So, how do we fix this thing? Well, there's many ways to fix this thing, and it's by unifying and being together and structurally building something that's going to actually create a prosperous future for all of us, guys. Right? I think the banking system is one of the biggest threats, and the reserves, the Feds, all that stuff. They need the people and the people. We, the people need to come to some sort of compromisation of the sellout of their futures. The people need to be allowed to say, should we sell, like Canada sold one of its biggest gold mines to China the other day. We already sold off one of our biggest coal mines to China with no Canadian hires. Do Canadians have a right to say, look, you can't sell us off to China? We can't do this anymore, right? So do the Canadians have a voice, right? In Canada, we don't have much of a choice. But in the United States, you guys still have that. You guys still have something that's very transparent and put together by the Founding Fathers, and it's the Constitution, right? You have your Declaration of Independence, you have your Constitution, you have your Bill of Rights. You guys have all kinds going for you. And I would strongly, start really moving a grassroots party around. Start actually, everyone's already coming off the mainstream media. I know the social media has been blocking everybody, but there's got to be a way. If there's a will, there's a way, right? Be positive, love each other, and it's true, love each other. That's the key. If Buddy here loves me, he ain't gonna stab me. If Buddy here loves me, he ain't gonna shoot me. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it works, guys. The power of love. It's a lot more powerful than you could ever fathom. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I wanted to send this announcement out there. I'm with you guys. Will it expand globally? You'll have some bushfires here and there, but it won't be as crazy as it is in the United States. I pray for the folks there in the United States that they could find some sort of sense of peace, right? And remember, when it comes to look what happened to us 100 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, it was their war. It was their conflict, not ours. What happened 100 years ago in Portugal or 200 years ago in my country of Portugal, it was their problem, not mine. My problem lies here with you guys, fixing this problem, because what happened, right? It was their problem. It shouldn't be all our problem, because we should, again, love each other and be at one with each other. Thanks for watching, guys. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Share this video. Get it out there. Let me know if you're from Australia, if you're from New Zealand, the United Kingdom, if you're from Canada, United States. Do you see this spreading? And if so, how do you see it spreading in your country? Is it worth the destruction of infrastructure? Are our voices getting heard? Are the demands being fulfilled? Lots of love. God bless. Thanks for watching. Hey YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Guys, thanks for joining me and being here with me at the Canadian Tire parking lot here. Automotive/home and garden store. Free plug for Canadian Tire. Anyways, guys, I'm here because I want to throw something out there. There's a really good article on Zero Hedge discussing the lack of American currency in Hong Kong. And everyone's converting their Hong Kong dollars into American currency, which is the thing to do usually. It happened in Argentina many times. It's happened many times in other countries where people or citizens are looking for a hedge against their depleting currency or evaporating currency, so to say, in Vancouver and Hong Kong. I get those mixed up all the time. You can see why. But anyways, Hong Kong, their currency it's not that it's weakening or anything, it's evaporating. And there's a huge issue because there's a huge takeover, and it's been happening for a while. It's going to happen for a while. Now, what happened was the law that they're passing in, this law that mainland China has been passing into Hong Kong has already been passed in Macau, Portuguese China. And that was passed many years ago. That law was passed about 10, maybe 9 years ago. Okay? So there was not a single rock thrown in Macau. There was not a single... So this gives me to say, looking at a conspiracy angle on things, maybe this is something to rile up the... I don't know. But to be honest with you, I don't think nothing came of it when they passed the law in Macau 10 years ago. I think Portugal stepped up and said, hey, maybe this is not a good idea to do it so early. I think they did that, actually. The Portuguese stepped in and said, hey, you know what? But it was fine. It was like, no, just then 10 years later, the law that was passed in Macau, nothing really came to it. But what if that was a testing ground, Macau? Then kind of move it into Hong Kong and say, look, we did it in Macau, nothing happened. And then they start putting the pressure and putting the pressure on. So anyways, let's go back to what's happening. So I got an email this morning from somebody that lives in Hong Kong, has been living in Hong Kong now for about 11 years, and he told me, hey, Mike, I've been watching you. I got to call in sometime. We're having a major issue here in Hong Kong, and a lot of people can't get money. So lo and behold, there's an article on Zero Hedge about it, and there's a couple of articles floating around social media. There you go. It's all over the place. Now,
the dollar's evaporating. American dollars are evaporating. So he went to 4 different local currency exchange dealers, and all 4 of them said they should get a restock by Wednesday or Thursday of this week. Today's Monday morning. So people want to get their cash in flash, right? Now, let's go over to what's happening in the real estate market, okay? In the real estate market, there is a huge issue because there's an oversupply on the market right now in Hong Kong. So a lot of Hong Kongese trying to sell their properties off or trying to get their properties on the market and get rid of it and move to Taiwan, Australia, Canada. A couple of countries are kind of bidding for wealthy investors. We know the Commonwealth is obviously going to be in there like a dirty suit. They're going to try their best to get in there as much as possible. But I kind of wanted to throw that out there. You're going to start seeing now, a lot of people in the comments are going to go, they should just be buying gold and silver right now to hedge against their inflation or their evaporating currency. Well, here's the deal with that. All the gold and silver dealers, 99% of them are closed. They're out of stock. There was one in a major mall there in Hong Kong. There was one bullion and silver and currency exchange. One of the biggest ones in Hong Kong is in like a big mall, and one of the biggest malls they have. Sorry, and he's been closed now. He's been closed since last week. So that's what Buddy was telling me. Is like it's hard to get your currency out of an evaporating currency. See, Hong Kong isn't going into hyperinflation mode. Hong Kong isn't going into instability, currency crisis mode where they're seeing stagnation or any of that. No, Hong Kong is seeing an evaporation of their currency. Their currency is becoming, they're losing faith in their currency, right? Because they're losing faith in their government, right? Then you start to see a runoff on people not taking their currency out, but converting their currency into another currency. So usually in the United States, when you have a runoff on the banking system, is when people lose faith in the governments. But hold on, and their banking system, okay, but they don't convert their money from American money to, let's say, Chilean peso. They keep it in American funds. So here it is, guys. I just wanted to throw this out there. I kind of wanted to touch base with you guys and kind of see where you guys feel about this. You're seeing it happen all the time. Currency does not need to go into hyperinflation mode, so to say, or go into crisis mode for it to be converted into another currency or into a precious metal. So you're seeing this they're calling it a hostile takeover. They're calling it they're just saying basically that I guess they're, I don't know, man. I don't know if the mainstream media, I don't trust the mainstream media. I don't know if they're trying to push that out there, that narrative, because I know Canada flipped the script. They flipped the script and they went from pro-China communism to what are you doing to Hong Kong? Because now with China's capital flow is going to be 0 by August 2020. People will be allowed to take out what they're going to need to spend on vacation. Yeah, that car. Anyways, let me know what you guys think. Comment below. Look forward to reading your comments. Guys, don't forget to set your reminders for Trends in the Housing Market, where we talk basically economic trends in the housing market all over the Commonwealth and how it's affecting. We'll be touching on Hong Kong and what's happening with their property markets down there too, or out there too. Thanks for watching, guys. Big hug. You're fired. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel, just at the shop today. What a gorgeous day we're having. And what's happening? Well, if you haven't heard yet, Trump basically cut ties with the World Health Organization. Yes, Donald Trump. Donald Trump has cut ties. Donald Trump no longer wants nothing to do with the WHO. In my opinion, now this is my opinion, we'll be talking about this on Mike in the Night on our live broadcast with Collins and let people weigh in and call and see what they think. And this is our lizard mixture for the title of this week's video. Always something happens on the weekend, before the weekend, or before the week's over, that either rattles the stock markets or makes things go topsy-turvy from some tweet or some announcement that's basically every week derailing things. Before, it used to be every couple of months something would get derailed. Now, every other day something is derailing the markets, or derailing our fake progression to go forward, our fake progression, our fake economy. Anyways, guys, so here's the deal. In my opinion, the World Health Organization is basically China, and I think Bill Gates and all those other people. I think that's the WHO is China, and it's backed by China. China is one of the #1 supporters, and I think Donald Trump couldn't care less about the money he's saving not giving it to the WHO, but I think he cares more about information and what they're being told. And if America feels that it's being misled, yes, we're in information wars. We're in huge information wars right now. Who knows what knows who knows the what, and who could do what to what. So we are in severe information wars territory right now, and it's going to get a lot worse. Information wars, we're in an economic takeover, and economically we ain't doing good too. No one's doing good right now, and it's been an economic war. It's wars on every front, and America, they're standing up, and I believe in what Donald Trump did today. So I think it's the right move right now. The playing pieces are all laid out, and what happens next is the main question. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Don't forget to set your reminders for Mike in the Night this Saturday on the channel. And we'll be talking about this lizard mixture, war on all sides. Comment below, let me know. Thanks for watching. You're fired. You're fired, WHO.
I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night wherever you're watching this transmission. It is I, Mike Martins. Thanks for joining me, guys. All right, guys, if you guys remember what happened late last year in 2019 with what happened in China versus Hong Kong, yeah, it's pretty bad. China tried to throw in an extradition law, if you guys remember that, the massive extradition law that sent people, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people to the streets in protest that they don't want to be part of this. They don't want a hand in this. They don't care what China wants to do. They just want to be, they want two systems, one country. And unfortunately, obviously, China now stepped in towards the end of early 2019 until towards the end when the sickness broke out, if you guys remember that, if you haven't been under a rock. And now that things are being lifted, or things are starting to slowly lift, what's been happening is now China is trying to send in these new sweeping new security laws that they're trying to throw in there. And now these new security laws, basically, it's just going to become a movement towards more, how do you say, crazy views, or a movement towards more, let me tell you what you should be eating in the morning, and let me tell you what your government hopes you do and hopes you do for the day, or what you should accomplish as being a good citizen of the People's Party. And that's a big issue, guys. And this is a big issue that basically Hong Kong has been dealing with, and they were going to come to it eventually. This was going to eventually happen because of the clause they had in place, right? Now, let's say democracy, let's say, hey, it's the 21st century, let's let the people of Hong Kong vote on protecting their borders, deporting like a lot of illegals that are in there from, how do you say, Chinese infiltrators that are in Hong Kong, right? Moving this around and stuff and getting things going, right? So, okay. So let's say Hong Kong said, okay, go ahead and vote. We'll have a transparent biometric election like they had in Venezuela, one of the best transparent barometric elections in the history of the world. And let it be observed by one country or two countries from each continent. Well, if you're Australia, then I don't know how that worked. But you basically get someone from all over, get observers that cannot be bought out in secret to observe the elections. And they would vote. I think it would be a 99.9%, 99.5, let's say 99.5% vote in favor of Hong Kong being an independent or a two systems, one nation. A lot of people will vote for that and keep this autonomous region as is. But unfortunately, sad to say, that won't happen because democracy does work if it's implemented right. So don't forget that, guys. If it's implemented right, it will work. So let's go to NewsScan here so we can get this. I'm going to put it up on NewsScan so I don't get flagged here. Let me just lower the volume here. So this is what's happening right now in Hong Kong. And demonstrators are out back and about. No one's really wearing any masks. There's some people wearing masks, but a lot of people are free. And yeah, there's a lot of people wearing and some of them not. And a lot of people taking it to the streets and deploying forces. This is a very, very bad tactic on the world stage. China does not look good on the world stage right now as we speak, especially with this whole COVID and the sickness that's been going around. Now China looks pretty bad, and now even mainstream media, this media you're watching right now is actually being censored because it's talking about China. But if we can't allow Hong Kong to make its own decisions, because you could arguably say it's different from the rest of China. It wants to be it wants its own, like Catalonia. You see, if they allow Catalonia to become its own country, even though 99.9% of the people want it, instead of jailing their governments in Catalonia and putting in jail all of the basically all of the people involved, not in the movement of separatists, but people in power, as in government officials that are there, that haven't done enough to stop the protests. Because on a world stage, it makes democracy look like it's fake, and it is. And until they start taking things to a next level, we're not going to see democracy anytime soon. So this is what's happening now. They're breaking things again. They're smashing things. They've millions, and if not hundreds of millions of dollars in damages to banks. And I think they're going to start pulling their money out of the banks again. There's a rumor that I heard that everybody will start pulling their cash out of the banks so they can start insolving the banks, and that's a runoff on the banking system. Okay. So let's get to article scan here, please, people. Let's move over to article scan and see this beautiful article here from our friends at BNN Bloomberg. They have really good stuff up here. Always check these guys out and see what they got going on. So there it is. Where's the title here? Hong Kong police overwhelm protesters now crying independence. So, in the first major test of Hong Kong's protest movement in 2020, it became clear that demonstrators face a more formidable challenge in reigniting the street power to the humbled China last year, and Beijing moves could inspire a shift towards more radical views. Yeah, I called it weird movements or weird thoughts. Radical views is a good way to put it. On Wednesday, protesters enraged by Beijing's move to impose a sweeping new security laws on Hong Kong planned to gather at the city's legislative council, which was debating a separate law that would criminalize insulting China's national anthem. Yeah. So people were insulting China's national anthem or saying things about China's national anthem. Hey, you know what? It happens. You know what? You come to Canada, you're in the stadium here in Canada, and the national anthem plays. A lot of people don't stand for it, right? A lot of people just sit down and boo it down, or just don't want, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of people do not stand, not a lot. I'm saying there's a small percentage of people that don't stand for national anthems. What a lot of people do is take their picture and put it on social media till your social media page gets flagged down. So it's anything that's in pro-democracy or pro-independence, anything that's hey, let's work something out, like even like a libertarian system, a conservative system, let's pay for what we use and, build our wealth and stuff like, I'm not going to get into that, but yeah. Yet, patriotic. People don't want to be patriotic. That's great. And then a lot of them put those photos up of people not standing to national anthems or booing the national anthem. And no, it's not the adversary team either. Okay, it's not the adversary team booing the national anthem or booing the other team, because the adversary team or the people you're playing against fans won't do that. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, yet they ended up getting nowhere close, and the hearing processed as normal. A far cry for about a year ago when the mass people managed to thwart a bill that would allow extradition to China. So if you guys remember that, or if you were sleeping under a rock, yeah. Overall, the demonstrations were relatively muted. Heavily fortified securities cordons around the legislator prompt pockets of protesters to spread around town, where they were quickly swarmed by riot police, who at one point fired pepper spray projectiles. Officers made around 300 arrests throughout the day. Arrests for what? You gonna arrest somebody for a wow? And they sought to preempt protesters from gathering in large groups. Instead of battling radicals with Molotov cocktails, police were pictured detaining young students. So there it is. They're taking down the young students, of course, because the young students, especially in China, know what they face. I've had a lot of Chinese callers call on the show on Trends in the Housing Market and Mike in the Night, and they're telling me, yes, Mike, we don't want this to move here. We don't want, you know what I'm saying? The show of force clearly had an impact, with the small number of protesters who came out saying they worried about an increase in chance of arrests. At the same time, the anger of Beijing's recent movements and frustration with Hong Kong's government's failure to push a greater democracy resulted in more overt calls over Hong Kong independence, a red line for Beijing that protesters had studiously avoided throughout the unrest last year. So only one way out. Only way out. At rallies on Wednesday, protesters chanted Hong Kong independence. The only way out. Exactly the kind of a sentiment that Communist Party officials warned about while justifying the needs to pass a new national security law encompassing secession as well as subversion and foreign interference. The Hong Kong police's latest strategy is to engage earlier to stop people from gathering in the first place. To avoid repeating the situation from last year of July, said the 24-year-old social worker who gave her surname as Lee. As she protested in the city's Central Causeway Bay Shipping District, I think we are a bit lost over what the next action can be. But I am here to fight for the independence of Hong Kong, even though I know the chance is low. I will try my very best till the end. So people are going to basically move towards obviously not wanting to look. Catalonia doesn't want this. Look at this. Let's take a look at Catalonia protests. Look at this. Let's just look at images here. Millions. I'm not making this up. Millions of protesters in Catalonia. Catalonia is in the southeast part of Spain, and it wants full independence. They have their own flag. They have their own language. They have their own way of life. They have their own, and this has been going on for years. These protests are being hidden now. Independence for Catalonia. And I watch the Spanish news from Spain. I speak Spanish and Portuguese, so I watch the Spanish news from Spain all the time. And there's been looting, there's been rioting, there's been unsettling, and they want independence. The people want out. The people want out of Spain. And what's happened? Well, they've arrested a lot of the people that organized this movement, calling it a war crime, or creating war of crime, or being labeled as terrorists, and all they want is an independent society so they can keep the wealth within their own people. Maybe even leave the European Union and the central banking system and be really fully independent and not have to worry about the big government in Spain spending all the money or misspending or misallocation of funds, and then look what happens, right? So there it is. Taiwan promises support for Hong Kong people as China tightens grip. President Ta Ing-wen pledges necessary assistance after a resurgence in protests against newly proposed security legislation for Beijing. On this channel, I believe that Taiwan is an independent country, sovereign, own currency, own flag, own people, own dialect, own everything. Of way of life, just kind of like Catalonia is, right? But Taiwan, I've been to Taiwan 2 times. So maybe 3. Is it 3 times? I can't even remember. I gotta check my passport stamps. But anyways, no, I've been to Taiwan. I enjoy it. I love it. I love the people. Very friendly people. It's just a different look on the whole. A different, nice. I don't know. It's just I liked being there. I liked spending my time in Taiwan. My wife lived there for I think 7 or 8 years, right, working there. So that's it. Taiwan will provide the people of Hong Kong with necessary assistance. That's good, right? President Tsai Ing-wen has said after resurgence in protests in the Chinese ruled territory against newly proposed national security legislation from Beijing. So the Canadian government has stepped in and said there's about 300,000. There's actually close to 800,000, I think, Canadians living in. I'm thinking that's what I thought before. That's what I was told many times. Living in Hong Kong, and I think the government. Why would the Canadian government step in and jump on the side of Hong Kong all of a sudden and betraying the Chinese communists that they've been side by side with since pretty much day one, bringing in foreign investing, bringing in a lot of foreign investing, and basically selling off all the country's resources, and not just Canada, and Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, half of Africa. You know what I'm saying? So what's happened? Well, Canada, I think, is competing for more wealthy tourists because the housing market is on the skids right now. And then Australia is also too. So they're going to try and get whatever wealth they can off the shores of Hong Kong. Capital flows before things permanently shut down, right? Because capital flows from mainland China in August are going to become almost impossible to take money out anymore. I mean, they're going to allow people to but use several $100s a day for travel now. They can no longer buy. They're going to shut it down, so no longer foreign assets will be bought up. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where things are headed. But to be very frank with you guys, it ain't good. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens with Hong Kong. It's going to be a huge, huge dilemma. Huge, huge, huge dilemma. And you're seeing things in reverse. Like there's a lot of Canadians now living in Europe that have, like, a lot of Canada's seeing this unique movement of European immigration. I'm a European immigrant from Portugal. So we're seeing a European immigration reversal now where everyone's moving back to Europe. Like, not everyone, but there's huge numbers and they're not reporting it. Right? Huge numbers of people moving back to Europe, buying a property for a fairly priced area. If you're from Italy, you could go buy a property for like 20,000 US, a nice, decent property to raise your family in, right? So people are starting to look at that now and say, I'm going to go back to the old country because building the West isn't really working out as I thought, or it did work out for the older generations, but it ain't working out now. So you're going to see huge demographic shifts in patterns of people, right? You will see Canada and Australia and New Zealand become very predominantly Chinese. It'll get so Chinese that it will be to the point where it will become a second, and then eventually in about 100 years will become a first language. I'm not saying that to be like anything about anything. That's just how it is. Like Brazil speaks Portuguese because when the Portuguese went, while Spain was still trying to figure out what to do, and England was at war with France, the Portuguese went out in the late 1400s and built all these countries and embedded their language. And that's usually what happens. When someone brings their money over, they start, I guess, investing in the country, in the infrastructure. They bring their language and culture. It starts to transform the places you live in. And that's just how it is, right? But let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Please share this video. Please go against the algorithm, guys, and share this video for me, please. And we'll talk soon. Don't forget, guys, to set your reminders here. If you can, guys, please. Article scan, please. Go here. Set your reminders for Mike in the Night and trends in the housing market. Thanks for watching, guys. Big hug and lots of support. Thank you. To all our friends down in Hong Kong, lots of support. Thank you. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Guys, thanks for joining me. Thanks for being part of the channel. And thanks for sticking around all this time. This channel has gone through a lot of speed bumps, a lot of flagness and shutdowns, and for what? For just talking. Anyways, guys, I want to talk about the last Mike of the Nights. There was a huge fight in the comment section. People picking on people, and people getting flagged, and people getting timed out and stuff. Guys, look, There's something special about this channel that no other channel has, and why you guys keep coming back and checking out and hanging out and being part of it. There's a reason why. It's because we know each other. We all know each other. Majority of the people, this is a small channel. I got 12,000 subscribers. This channel ain't going anywhere anytime soon, and I can promise you that. It's going to be a small group. It's not going anywhere anytime soon because there's apparently, from someone that spoke to me from the company, a former worker that left the company last year, has been in touch with me over the years, has told me that what's happened is he watches the channel religiously, and he told me basically there's different levels. You're being like farmed where you're at the bottom, and if YouTube starts to slow down with uploads or slow down with potential stuff, like they might end up looking at your channel again. Because I've been strike down, I've gotten 2 strikes once, and then I got 1 strike once, and majority of the stuff that got taken down was discussing the housing market in Australia. Believe it or not, they've taken down over 400 Australian housing market videos, which was really weird, really bizarro, but they left my channel up. Why? We don't know the algorithm. We don't know what they're thinking. We don't know what the heck they want. So the channel's gone through a lot. The channel won't be going anywhere. Picture this channel, our channel. Picture it as a little Cessna airplane, 1 engine, flying from Colombia into Miami, below the radar, quiet. Nobody cares about us. Nobody even wants to waste the time to find us. Nobody even, that's who this channel is. This is what we're about here, right? The channel ain't going anywhere, so it's gonna sit like this for a long time, from what I've been told. So because of it's a couple of buttons need to be pushed, and then things change. Unfortunately, they can't give a award out for the YouTube channel or YouTube creator with the most videos out there, because I'd win. I have 4,300 videos, and I've gotten over 800 and some odd videos taken down. So it's kind of tough to give that award out, unless they just ban my channel altogether, so they give the award to someone else. Anyways, we know each other. We call in. We understand each other. We are personal with each other. Do you understand? It's personal. So moderators need to be like, hold on, it's personal. Yeah, this guy is being whatever, but he knows me, right? There's not a lot of people out there that know me in that way that this guy does, right? Even though they're picking on somebody, or even though when someone flags somebody or times them out, they know them. Our channel, we get a lot of fake accounts get made. We got, oh my god, almost 1,100 accounts that have been that actually have been flagged by me or others, but I've permanently banned them from the channel. And that actually, we took screenshots. We had to take all the screenshots of all that, in the back end of YouTube. There's this little thing where it shows you all the banned channels. I had to take screenshots of that and actually send that to the police, because there's just an absorbent amount of hate, and it doesn't reflect on the videos, which is really weird. It's 2 to 5, 8 thumbs down, which is really weird. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't add up the amount of, I'm not going to get into that. I don't care. So anyways, I wanted to throw this out there, guys. I wanted to kind of send the message. We know each other, okay? We're here together. We are at one with each other. You know what I'm saying? We are, we're friends. We're compadres. We're carnals. We're here. And I wanted to put that message out there because, you know how happy it makes me feel when I hear that somebody in the channel, like Lord Humongous, had a chat with Steve, or the Raven spoke to Layla. You know what I mean, right? How people just talk to each other and they meet here at this meeting ground. Our freedom to assemble. So we're gonna try and keep it as clean as possible, guys, in the comments, so that we can continue having this union and discussion and bringing up. Everyone's welcome to call in. Everyone's part of the channel. Is the channel going to become famous? No. But the good thing is, some of the topics and ideas and angles that we bring up on the channel get picked up by bigger channels. Heck, okay, they look like the heroes. That's fine. It's been happening my whole entire YouTube career.
other channels kind of taking the whole, taking it away and taking it to a bigger platform, at least the message gets out somehow, some way, and the story manages to get out, right? Which is what we're about here, right? Getting the message out, getting us, I guess, known or understood or part of a bigger, you know, a good positive plan, right? You know, we talk ourselves through everything. We talk it through. We talk everything through, and we understand each other, you know, and that's the most important part. Anyways, guys. So, anyways, my mom's coming from the grocery store. It's one person at a time. So we are going to we'll talk on Saturday, guys, on Mike and the Night. Wednesday's trends in the housing market. Let me know what you guys are up to. If you want to join us and come on live and talk about this housing dilemma that's been holding us back for so many years, let me know. Comment below. Thanks for watching, guys, and thanks for understanding, everybody. We're here together, and we're here to make a difference. Thanks, guys. YouTubers, Mike Martin's here.
With the Mike Martin's channel.
And who is with me? You'll never believe who is visiting me in Merritt. Who are you?
It's Rex Cohan.
If you guys remember, Rex Cohan has called into the show many times. And I heard, you actually told me through the phone that your family watches this show too.
Yeah, a lot of my family members now watch the show. They especially like Mike in the Night.
Yeah.
They just like everyone, you know, talking, sharing ideas, opinions. You know, we all learn from that show.
Yeah.
Especially what's going on in the, you know, you read the newspapers today, they don't really give you the real gist of what's happening.
Well, I think, in my opinion, and I've said this on my show, the newspapers publish something or say something because they got caught.
Yeah.
Or the public got caught, or something got caught, or the government gets caught, so the news needs to kind of say what, you know. And if they don't get caught, the news won't.
Yeah.
They won't say nothing.
And plus, you know, the newspapers, like, who's a reporter for the newspaper?
Yeah.
A reporter's one person, and he's trying to preach to us.
Mm-hmm.
Here on shows like yours, you got 5-10 people calling in,
Mm-hmm.
you got 200 guests chatting,
Mm-hmm.
and everyone's sharing their opinion,
Mm-hmm.
and we're able to get a much more informed decision on current events.
Yeah.
Rather reading a newspaper from, like, you know, let's say an article from Bloomberg or Reuters or something.
Because they have their agendas to sell too.
Yeah, they got their agendas,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just pulled in on BMW here. What do you think, Mike?
It's nice, man. It's a nice bike, man. It's nice. It's big. It's about an 800 pounder, right?
850, a little bit over maybe, just a bit, yeah. If you tip it over, should give a demo what happens. You gotta.
No, don't give us a demo on tipping it over.
You can't really pick up the bike up here, right? You gotta come down over here. You gotta grab this. You gotta grab this. Do a reverse squat up. That's the only way you can get the bike back on.
If you drop it.
Yeah. Good sound system. You know, it's a good cruiser. Like, you can take it here to Arizona. You can take it here to Alaska. Go right through the prairies.
Yeah, you know, I was on my mountain bike. Well, this is my cruiser, my town cruiser here in Merritt. And I call her Old Miss. And I was riding her. It's Old Miss, see? Mississippi tags on it. So I'm riding her, coming this way. And then somebody is riding this way, and that's you. And it's saying, Mike! And I'm like, what? Who the hell is it? Then you turn around, you catch up to me, and it's like, yo, it's me, Rex Cohan. So you're passing through Merritt. Do you like Merritt?
Yep, I love it. Look at the trees, the sky, you know.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's very, I don't know. It's
easy to breathe here. You know, there's some places I went in the world, I get off the airport, get off the plane at the airport, and it's like there's a mask on my face. Like, it's so hard to breathe.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Some places in the world, like some Asian cities, where there's high pollution, here it's easy to breathe.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. So it's good to see you. It's good that you came by, and see if you can call into the show tonight. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll be staying around here.
I know I see you in the comments sometimes too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was happy to see Supreme Cannon.
Supreme Cannon shout-outs.
Supreme Cannon, I was happy to see a photo of you on Mike in the Night.
Yeah, but the photo of me and him outside my store.
Yeah, I like that photo.
And then also
I'm a big fan of Supreme Cannons.
Yes, and then there's what's his name, the Raven.
Yeah, Raven's a good guy. Who's that other one? With starts with M. Another one of your guests.
There's a lot of guests.
Yeah, oh, you got
Layla.
Layla. Yeah.
Layla. There's, who else?
You got really a good, diverse group of people.
Yeah, and it keeps growing. And it keeps growing. Mike in the night tonight.
Mike in the night, everybody.
All right, thanks for watching, guys. Have a good night. Fighting position, left side. Fighting position, Tinga. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Come on, girl. 1, 2. Good girl. 1, 2. 1, 2. Good girl. Straighten your arm out. 1. Yeah. 2. Yeah. Step back. Step back. Go. 1, 2. Kick. Roundhouse. Yeah. 1, 2. Roundhouse. 1, 2. Good girl. 1. Stop the bag. Stop the bag. It's moving too much. Antonio, hold the bag for Tinga. Hold the bag. Okay, go ahead, Tinga. Right here. 1, 2. 1, 2. No roundhouse. 1, 2. 1, 2. Lots of strength. Strengthening the arm. Come on. Fighting positions. That's it. Go. 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 Front kick. Front kick. Front kick, Tinga. Remember for the front kick? Yeah. Front kick. Good. Front kick. Yeah.
The bagger's coming.
Yep.
Wait. It's coming to punch you.
Good girl.
Good job. 1, 2.
Yeah, good girl.
What's this, Daddy?
Yeah, do the bag, Antonio. Tinga, hold the bag for Anton. Hold the bag. Go ahead, Antonio. Yeah, good boy. Nice and easy. Focus. Focus. You're not focused. Front kick. Roundhouse. Yep. Roundhouse. Okay, now 1, 2.
1, 2.
Yep. Fighting position, left side. Yep. Okay, you want. Okay, go. 1, 2. Jab. Jab. Yep. Yep. Jab. 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 Lunge punch. Roundhouse. Roundhouse. 1, 2. 1, 2. Nope. Yeah, good boy. Front kick. That's a side kick, buddy, but that's okay. That's a front kick. Good day. Wake up. Wake up. Are you tired?
No, I'm trying to get me some more.
Oh, Antonio. Okay, guys, we're going to practice some katas, okay?
I do push-ups.
You want to do some push-ups for us? Good job. Okay, fair enough. There it is there. So they had these big protests. They like. So here it is. Urgent immigration roundups. Immediate response required. Please phone or fax or email Minister of Immigration today. In a move that broke major headlines last week, and I can't find a stupid damn article anywhere. It's gone. Ever since the Liberal government of this last election bailed out $600 million to the dinosaur mainstream bullcrap media, guess what happened? All those articles disappeared. Is it they're trying to erase Canada's past, like this never happened? So this is what's troubling me. Like, Canada really wants to put itself out there for equality, really wants to put itself out there for not being a racist country, being open and stuff. Well, I don't understand. Like, this stuff that happened in 2006, 7, and 8, 2005, 6, 7, and 8, 40,000 people deported from Canada, people living in Canada 20, 30 years, people that own their homes free and clear, people that have had kids born and raised here and they're in their 20s get fully deported. It doesn't make any sense. The one article that I used to read to you guys back in the day where it was a roundup, a purging of Portuguese families, the articles are all gone. They're gone. I can't find them for the life of me. So now here it goes. Canadian Border Services Agency closed Dufferin Mall in Toronto last Saturday and demanded shoppers to produce status papers as buses waited outside to detain and deport those who could not produce papers. This is a racist attack targeted primarily to Portuguese and is a part of mass deportation in Toronto carried by the Canadian Border Services agents.
Citizenship of Immigrants Canada. Over the past few weeks, deportees were flown out of 2 airplanes in the past 2 weeks. Last Monday, agents of CBSA harassed passerbys in downtown in a primarily Portuguese Latin American Toronto neighborhood, demanding status documents. A report in the Toronto Star reports that as many as 100 Portuguese households in Toronto area will be receiving deportation orders this coming weeks. So this is when they started warming up. This is before they started kicking a ton of people. And we're talking about people that have been in Canada for many years, right? An urgent response is needed to stop the mass roundups in Toronto, as well as to challenge the day-to-day enforcement deportation Canada across the country. So now this is what happened. The high school I went to, what they did was they called all the students down to the gymnasium that spoke Portuguese and waited for their parents to come in with documentation so they could deport them out of the country. Now hold your horses, conservatives that are out there. Hold your horses. Oh, well, they were breaking the law. They were illegal. They were this. They were that. They should have gone. Good for them. The country's doing its job. Okay, I'm with you on that. 100%. My problem with this is, why is Canada working so hard to pretend it's never done this kind of crap? They penalize other presidents in the United States and other countries for doing this kind of crap. But it's almost like Canada, it never done. They're making it seem like they're very selective. When Canada's borders are open and we are open to the world, come on in. They're extremely selective in which countries are allowed in. Okay, so I had like a friend who came for a funeral from Portugal. She had to take care of the final wishes of her, I think it was her uncle, because she was one of the only survivors of like that family line. So she came in, and it was unexpected. She came in, she took care of business and this and that. She ended up having a baby while she was visiting and arranging these things, right? And so, guys, don't worry. Birth tourism does not count for Portuguese. So if Portuguese come here and have a child by chance or by accident, you're still out. You got to get out of the country. You don't get nothing if you're Portuguese. So people are worried about birth tourism, this and that. No, there's a lot of countries, if you come here and have a kid, you're out. They don't give a crap. So she had a child, and like the immigration was there like the next day saying, you have to get out of here. You can't stay in Canada. She's like, I just had a child. Give me like 3 days when I get out of the hospital. I'll go on a plane and leave your country. I'll leave your country. Don't you worry about it. So this is what I'm talking about. Why is Canada playing this squeaky clean image and saying it's open to everybody, but when a select country or somebody of a specific nationality wants to come and work construction or do something, they're not welcome here. They're shown the door. It doesn't make any sense. And that's what I'm trying to get. Is it just because they hate the Portuguese? Because when I went to like I still remember this. My grandma, my dad, my uncle, my aunt, they were all sitting on the balcony outside. And I went for a job interview. And I was walking back, and I went to my house. Oh, my parents, the door's locked, so they're probably at my grandma's. My grandma was like 4 doors down. So I walked down. They were outside on the balcony. I said, hi, how you doing? And then we were talking, and then they're like, oh, you went for that job interview today, working in cleaning or something, right? I'm like, yeah. And they asked me, did they ask you if you're Portuguese? I'm like, no, they didn't ask me. And they're like, oh, okay. Just, if they ask you, just say maybe, you were born here, your parents don't speak it, type of thing. Just avoid the whole subject altogether. And they were training me at like when I was 16, 15 years old, training me to make sure you don't tell people who you are or your culture, who your culture really is. And that's why I'm so Portuguese today. I got flags in my store, flags in my old store. I have everything Portuguese. I speak Portuguese. My kids are learning Portuguese because I had to hide who I was. And then even when I went to high school, when I was in high school, put your hand up if you speak Portuguese. Go to the back of the class. We don't want to deal with you. That was the whole thing. That I'm not making this up. I honestly wish I was making this up. So, okay, so let's move on. Article scan, please. So here it is again. Recent wave of high-profile mass deportations in Toronto, Portuguese community, as well reports checks of raids that occurred at Dufferin Mall. So imagine going to a mall. We're shutting down the mall full of people. You can't leave this mall until you produce paperwork or you're getting on a bus and you're going to Portugal. Apparently 2 people that couldn't have ID or something were actually sent to Portugal and they're not Portuguese. Yeah, there was 2 people that were sent back that don't even speak Portuguese. So they arrived in Portugal. They're like, what the hell am I doing in Portugal? Like, okay, can I go back to Canada? I didn't have ID on me that day. You know, it's like, oh yeah, they have really had it in for us. You know, it's like when I got pulled over by the police. Are you Portuguese? Yeah, so. Okay, just wait here or get out of the car and search my car or something. All right, let's move on. So this is an article that was put up January 17, 2020. Toronto woman stunned by deportation after 18 years in Canada, just given days to leave. Is another YouTube video. So here it is, guys. People of Portuguese descent, for some reason, they're very disliked in Canada. Very disliked. Very hated. Right? So I hate when they go around, yeah, Canada, this free spirit, free this, such a free country. Guys, you don't even know it. You don't even know the half of it. So this woman's being deported. So I was watching this video and she was being interviewed, I think by another Portuguese. I think it's a Portuguese journalist. And I know this area is a Portuguese area. It's by Dundas Street in downtown Toronto. And she's being deported. And one thing that kind of there is, she's studying Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu here. And here with her friends. So one thing that I'm not understanding is could it be that Portuguese are of Roman Catholicism? The first thing you see around this girl here, around her neck, is like if I find that image of her, she's wearing a cross. Here it is, right here. She's wearing a cross. Could it be that Portuguese are heavily Roman? I'm Roman Catholic, right? My kids are Roman Catholic. Could it be that they want to eliminate that in Canada and kind of backseat it? Could it be that the Portuguese are severely hard workers when it comes to construction, building, cement work, like working in the sewers, doing all kinds of not menial but really technical. My dad, injured himself badly working in the construction scene, and he worked hard to put a roof over my head, and worked hard to put me through school, and took care of me even up to till today. He's taking care of me, even though he passed away last year. So I'm just trying to figure out. I just want to know, you know what I'm saying? So this one I covered already on the channel from 2019. Man's family facing to a deportation to a country they never lived in. So this guy was being deported back to Portugal, but he was born there, and then he was raised in Venezuela. And there's a very big area outside of Caracas where it's a very heavy Portuguese speaking from Portugal community from the Azores that went just outside 20, 30 minutes out of Caracas. So after this whole Venezuela thing took off, this is 2019, right? Towards the year there. You remember, guys, what happened in Venezuela. So they had to leave. So they came to Canada. And the second they realized, oh, you're Portuguese? Oh, you got to go back to Portugal. It's like, I left there when I was 1. I think he left there when he was 2 and went to Venezuela. See, I lived all my life in Venezuela. Yeah, my parents are Portuguese. So he says, I have nowhere to go in Portugal. So it doesn't make, I'm just trying to figure this out is all I'm asking. And then I can't, this one, they want me to pay for it. Foreign laborers shown the door. Right? So, but we're not talking about 3 people. Thousands of people, tens of thousands. So the conservatives in Canada could be happy, could say, hey, at least it looks like our immigration are doing their job. They're deporting the illegals. Even though they have children that have been living here for 20 years, they're illegal. They need to get out of here. They need to get out of Canada. But the problem is Canada's only, and for the last basically since this time when this started kicking off, all they were doing is competing for wealthy investors to bring their money here. Anybody else that came to start a life is basically get the hell out of here. So could it be the religion aspect of things? They kind of frown upon religion here in Canada. Or it was too heavily religious, so they want to kind of ease up on it. 2, could it be just a personal vendetta against the Portuguese that the governments were conspiring against? Right? Or could it be because there's immigrants from illegal immigrants from every single country in Canada. But why the Portuguese? Why did I have to go through such a really tough time? And then when I moved to this town here, I had this guy basically telling me to go back to my country, harassing me for opening a business similar to his. Could it be he hates Portuguese too? He flips me the bird, tells me off every day, tells my wife off, and I go to the police and the police tell me that he's forming an opinion. He's threatened me many times. He's threatened me on camera at PharmaSafe, on the PharmaSafe camera. And he's giving me the finger and calling me over, telling me, let's go, man, let's go. And could it be like there's like some sort of race hate towards like you get what I'm saying? Since the day I opened my business, this guy's been hounding me. You can watch the Merit Harassment series on YouTube here on this channel. Watch the Merit Harassment series. Watch the harassment and I go to the police. I get an illegal cease and desist sent to me from him. Illegal cease and desist that wasn't by the courts, stating it was by the courts, and saying, I hate your face, close your business, and get the hell out of my town. So I go to the police, and they say, is there another town maybe you should move to? You know, like leave here? Or the last time I went to the police, they say, we have real police work to do. We don't have time to deal with you. So when is the line drawn? Is it because, this guy is a Portuguese, we don't care. We're not spending any police resources or any time on this guy. He's garbage. If they could tell me that up front, then I know where I stand when it comes to being told off every time I leave my door. It's a small town, right? So here it is. Now, here's the problem. You see, the problem is my dad, my family, we were split. Half of us lived in Portugal and half of us lived, and you'll never guess what country this is. So I got the audio down so I don't get flagged. You'll never guess what country this is. Well, it's got a Catholic church there, so it kind of gives it away. But you'll never guess what country this is. Let me just get this to fit in here. Oh, you'll never guess. I think there's less than 0.001% of the planet could guess what country this is. It's a big city. It's probably the size of New York. It's huge. Land-wise. Lots of infrastructure, streets, bridges. I can see the lights of the stadium down the road. Mercedes taxis right here. Mercedes taxis right there. I bet you'll never guess what country that is. Limousines on the right there. Condominiums everywhere. Do you know what country this is? This is in Mozambique. This is Portuguese Africa. This is Portuguese Africa. You see, unlike the French, the Dutch, and the Germans and all these countries, the Portuguese were actually in Africa for 500 years. And they built this country. They built a thriving economy with oil, natural gas, massive exports to Brazil, massive exports. Portugal controlled the petroleum, everything, majority of it that went in through Europe at one point. But guess what? Just like Libya, Iraq, the country became destabilized. The Portuguese were not allowed to have this. The Portuguese were not allowed to live there. Today, Mozambique still speaks Portuguese to this day because the Portuguese were there 500 years. They actually opened schools, universities, colleges. They actually spent money, unlike the French and Dutch and Germans went there to rape Africa. The Portuguese actually built it. There was no segregation, and people lived with each other. The better person got the job all the time, and that's how it was. This is Portuguese Africa. Now, let me tell you why I'm showing you this. Because we were supposed to live there. We were supposed to live here. We were supposed to live our lives, and we were supposed to be not bothered. But then because Portugal refused to join the World Bank, guess what? Everything, the Portuguese Empire fell. They destabilized everything in the 70s and destroyed our way of life. Everybody lived in harmony there. There was no there was no segregation, and it really hurts when your family, your descendants build a future for their next generation, and then guess what? Everything gets taken away. Everything gets taken away. So we didn't have to come to Canada to be shown the door and be kicked out. We didn't have to. We had our own countries we could have lived in. We had our own countries. My aunt is still there. Cousins are still there. They've been there for many years now. They have little hotels and stuff, and they have businesses and restaurants and stuff. But it was destabilized. They purposely started political wars. And basically, the Dutch, the French, the English are like, oh no, the Portuguese can't have that. Same thing with Angola. Oh, no, Portuguese can't have that. All the British, all the European countries were kicked out of Africa. But there was a referendum vote. 97% voted for Portugal to stay because they knew when Portugal left, it was going to turn into a big, massive 20-side civil war. And the Germans, French, Dutch would go in and rape the countries. So we didn't have to come to Canada. We had our countries, but they were destabilized. So I got a message here, an email from a girl named D. I don't know, my background's acting weird. Hold on a sec here. I got a message from a girl named D who said basically, okay, I got a message from a girl named D here who says, scared to come on your show. Her dad was picked up at work and put on a plane, then deported from Canada in 3 hours. He couldn't change his work clothing, and I mentioned that many times. And family was rounded up a few days later, then deported on different flights. So what was the motive? Why were they so dangerous to keep Portuguese people in Canada? What was the deal with it, right? I never understood that. If our countries weren't destabilized, Africa, it'd be different if I was living in Mozambique. Angola, the war in Angola in Portuguese Africa was so big in Angola as another country that Cuba was in that war. Cuba was in that war for like 13 years to take the capital of Luanda. Or Nova Lisboa, New Lisbon. That's what it was called. That's how bad it was. That's how bad things were. So what's the deal? What is going on? Destabilize our countries, then we got nowhere to go. In Africa, man, it would have been super lucrative. I'd have a nice little car driving around in Mozambique. Maybe being an oil broker, maybe being a natural gas broker. But no, we're not supposed to have that. My forefathers and my family that's built these countries. My dad worked hard building a lot of buildings. My dad worked on the Air Canada Centre, like where the Maple Leafs play. My dad worked his butt off. And it's like, they don't want us here. You know what I'm saying? Even in my own town, it's like, it's the same thing. It's like, I didn't even do nothing to these people. Stop destabilizing our countries. We don't have to come here. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know, man. I really look forward to reading your comments on this one because this is something that has been really bothering me for many years. You know, birth tourism only works for certain cultures. Certain refugee status only works for certain cultures. There's everything in the book for every country on the planet except Portugal. Why? And why were the French, the Dutch, the people that basically won and lost World War II, why did they run in to destabilize the Portuguese Empire so fast when it could have helped build a good, stronger world today? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense from any angle you see it. You know, yeah, the conservatives are going to comment and say, yeah, Mike, that's good. They're doing their job. Deport them. I don't care what culture they are. Okay, fair enough. But then why the Portuguese? I never shut down a whole mall. This is not going to go away. This ain't. They could take down all the articles they want. This is not going anywhere. I want to know. Somebody tell me what's going on here. Share this video if you want to go against everything that's been being thrown at you lately and the mainstream media deleting. Oh, we got to keep our integrity and this, that, and that's what garbage. Anyways, guys, I had to make this video. I just had to get this off my chest. Let me know what you guys think on below. I love you guys. Thanks for watching. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Guys, thanks for joining me. And I got a very serious and straight up question for you guys. How much longer will it take until China buys up what's left or the rest of Canada? We see it in our real estate where our middle class is completely dissolved. Working poor is completely going out the window. And people could barely afford, they're $200 away. The average Canadian is $200 away from being homeless or insolvent. So what's happening? Well, lots is happening. And I got a new article that just was posted 5 hours ago that I want to share with you guys. Chinese company makes agreement to buy Nunavut gold mine. Okay, that was posted 5 hours ago. Yesterday's story. And I'm not in shock with this. And the amount of land they're purchasing, all that there, all their mines, basically along that strip, it isn't good. And it isn't good. Why? Because I'm afraid of this. No Canadian hires for 4 years at Chinese-owned BC mine. Basically, we covered this on the channel too. Basically, what happened was the Chinese came in and bought one of our biggest coal mines. There's no doubt that China needs the fuel. It's a big dragon. It's the big red dragon. And to fuel that many, cities and stuff in China, they need coal. But instead of the Canadians putting their foot down saying, well, you're going to buy our coal at this price, they just sell them off the mines. They just sell the mines right off. Instead of actually negotiating a deal or asking what they were willing to pay, we could actually get a better logistics thing going. They're still going to have to ship the coal from Canada to China, regardless. So I don't know why Canadian governments aren't stepping in to protect Canadian sovereignty, right? So, and then it goes into this. Let's go into this. China's money threatened Canada's sovereignty. It's an older article, but they're buying outdoor recreational places like our legendary ski resort was purchased. And then we sold all these towers out. And there's more. I mean, this article goes very deep. See, right here. But Canadians remain largely uninformed or sanguine. Many are following the lead of Trudeau, who's bodily and badly pursuing more intimate ties with China's imperious elite. And you guys know I brought up the article. Canada wants more Chinese. Canada competing for wealthy Chinese. And move over Toronto and Vancouver, why rich Chinese are buying up Montreal real estate over the Canadian cities. Again, this is actually very recent. It's from February of this year. And we've already lost affordability, to stay affordable, to reach affordability levels in Vancouver and surrounding 100 miles, and Toronto 150 miles surrounding. Most Canadians, middle class, are completely out of reach from those sectors. Completely. Now we're going to lose Quebec and Montreal. Montreal, and we're screwed. Well, Canada basically it's not like in America where they have houses are like 160, 200 grand for a good starter home. In Texas, in Georgia, you can pick up a good starter home for under 100,000 to start off a family. In Canada, we're not getting that opportunity to do so. We're being told it's expensive and the cost of living is too high. And you know what? I don't disagree with that one bit. It is too expensive and the cost of living is way too high. And starting families should be number one on Canada's list instead of competing for wealthy Chinese investors. And that's the scary part. And I don't know what's happening with Canada. Here it is, guys. Let me bring up the article. This is a very dangerous article. This is not a joke. But Canadians are becoming more and more misinformed. Canada wants more Chinese students and tourists. Okay? They deported tens of thousands of Portuguese
in 2006, 7, and 8, but then now they're bringing in 500,000 Chinese per year. The biggest market, and they spend a lot of money. But it's not just Canada that's doing this. It's Australia, New Zealand. I've been talking about this for years on my channel. Years. My first channel got shut down in just after 2010 for talking about this. Everyone said, oh, the housing market's going to crash in 2010 after the 2010 Olympics in BC because it was way too high. It didn't go nowhere. It kept going up for the next 10 years. So let me know what you guys think in the comments below, to be honest with you. Is Canada selling out? Oh, no. We know Canada's selling itself out. But how much longer till Canada gets to a point where, like, the problem is, luckily I have a European citizenship, like from Portugal. Luckily, I could get the hell out of here, right? But where is the average Canadian proper going to go? You can't move to the States. You just can't get up and leave anywhere. I don't see any countries opening their arms. Come on, Canadians. We know your guys are house broke and cost of living, and you could work at a Denny's and you could own a house and live a decent life. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to live in the stress ball of a situation that most people are. Here you go. I'll leave you guys with this last one. Canada will be in a recession without money laundering. So basically, this is an article, and I want to inform you guys, share this video. Here it is, guys. See, where is it? 200 billion laundered. Most of it's through Canadian real estate per province, but a lot of it isn't. This excludes reinvestment, typical in layering and integration process of money laundering. So layering is different, where you open a business and front it and layer the money through and pay your taxes. This excludes that kind of money laundering, right? And that also excludes a couple of other little big issues with layering money. But yeah, this is not good for the Canadian proper. The average Canadian that's worked and built the infrastructure. The problem is a lot of people are asking me, they're sending me articles and links. Canada's not checking people flying in from China, or Canada's never closed flights in from China during this big sickness. They can't, because Canada is become an autonomous region of China. Do you understand? That's how it works. We're becoming an autonomous region, and they're buying us out with their money. And the Canadian that built the infrastructure is no longer welcome here. They deported thousands, tens of thousands of Portuguese families in 2006, 7, and 8. Thousands, plane loads. They went into my high school with clipboards, calling down all the students and waiting in the gymnasium if they didn't have proof that they're allowed to be in Canada, even though they were born and raised in Canada. Right? And their parents are living in Portugal 10, 20 years, or they all got deported. Tens of thousands, not 200-300 people. Tens of thousands of Portuguese were deported. Don't bother looking it up on the news, because a lot of these articles have been taken down. Where's the integrity go with news and journalism? Let me know what you guys think about this. What the heck is going on? How much longer before Canada loses its identity? It's tough to kind of focus on what it is to be Canadian, but now, what's happening now? Are we going to have to learn a new language soon? Comment below. I look forward to your comments, and share this video, please. I appreciate that. Thanks for watching. I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be watching this transmission. It is I, Mike Martins. Guys, I know I've asked you guys to share videos before. I know I've asked you guys to maybe get this word out, or maybe get this message out that I'm trying to put out there. Guys, you really need to share this. I'm not asking you. I'm actually begging you. I'm begging you to share this video on any form of social media platform. This is actually a big deal. Remember all the stimulus checks and all this bail-ins people are getting, and help from government entities, or wherever you are in the Commonwealth, if you're in the United States, if you're in Australia, New Zealand, Canada. Well, you know how they've been targeting our food for years, and the price of food just keeps going up and stuff like that? Well, there's something else they're targeting, and it's going to hurt. And it's going to hurt, because I got a few articles here that are not even a week old, and I'm compiling them together and connecting the dots, and you're not going to believe what I found here. Now, let me go to article scan here, so you guys won't believe it. Okay, Ontario should target its electricity subsidies and let bills go up for consumers who can afford it. What does that even mean? What does that mean?
Do you know what that means? Oh, you make a little bit more money? Well, you're going to be paying more for electricity. Why? Electricity should be dirt cheap. Electricity is one of the cheapest forms of energy to produce and to distribute. Like the average house burns in realistically, a couple of cents an hour in electricity. People should be getting $8, $9, $10 electricity bills every month, not $400, $500 electricity bills. Now, they're saying, now this is in the Financial Post. Now listen, this is coming to a Commonwealth near you. Ontario should target its electricity subsidies and let bills go up for consumers who could afford it. So they're going to find out how much you make on your tax returns, and then they're just going to start cranking up your bill. So by phasing out untargeted, broad-based electricity subsidies, Ontario could free up almost $5 billion of budget room. So again, they're blaming it on the sickness. Has devastated many families and businesses during this unprecedented emergency. Ontario needs to take a hard look at its spending priorities and marshal its resources to help families and businesses hurt by... This is not helping by charging other people more. Do you understand what's going to happen? People are going to pick up and leave the country. I'm not paying for somebody else's electricity bill. Electricity bill should be $8 to $15 a month. This week, Ontario Energy Association released a report titled Help Those Who Need Help that puts Ontario's much-discussed electricity system into context. So what happens is they federalize the electrical system, okay? Once it's federalized, they charge what they feel like, a distribution fee, a this fee, a this. You should see what I pay for gas here. People are saying, Mike, natural gas should be dirt cheap. You should be running your home on natural gas. Are you crazy? Read my gas bill. I've made videos about my gas bills online. I've read my gas bills to you guys, the physical bill, and showed you guys what I pay for gas. Few Ontarians likely realize that their provincial government is now spending about $6 billion annually to subsidize electricity rates at a time when the province is being called to support the people and businesses with major new spending to address the fallout of the sickness. It is striking to consider about $800 million of $6 billion goes to people who have low incomes or rural or remote regions. This escalation in subsidy spending began in 2017 when the government or Premier Kathleen responded to the voter agitation over rising electricity bills by introducing huge subsidies. Ontario is subsidizing electricity even though the sickness rates were among the lowest in the world, about 12.8 cents per kilowatt an hour. By comparison, rates are as high as 35 cents per kilowatt per hour in Germany, 24 cents in the United Kingdom, and 15 cents in the United States. And all those... No, it's not. Because when I lived in Florida, okay, I had a pretty spacious, big place, lights on 24/7 and the AC cranked, and I was paying $11 to $16 a month for electricity. Okay? Not Canadian as the Ontario figures. As a percent of household income, Ontario rates are historic lows and close to the lowest in the world. On average, Ontario electricity bill represents 1.2% of household income. Okay. Then why am I paying $400 or $500 bills every month here? I'm in BC. Well, watch out. Ontario should target its electricity subsidies and let bills go up for consumers who could afford it. That is a massive shock to the system. So people already can't afford electricity. Why? Because their house broke. Why? Because everything they pay goes to shelter. Now watch this. This is from the New York Times. Okay, article scan, adjust. Article scan, adjust, replace. Article scan, adjust, up. Here we go. So here it is. Your energy bill is probably climbing. Here's why. Welcome to the Climate Forward newsletter. Join us on Friday, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. So here it is. You're doing your share to beat the virus, staying home, and non-essential worker, venturing out only to shop or get a little exercise. As a result, the lights are on all day. Maybe you and your spouse are working on the computer. Perhaps the kids are attending classes that way too. You're cooking at a lot more and streaming more movies on TV. Now, here's the deal. This is how they get us. Oh, but look how much you're using. Look, you're using more than them. Electricity bills go up. And guess what? They don't come back down when everything gets corrected. So here it is. All of this adds up to more energy use, quite a bit more, as wrote today, citing researchers of the Columbia University who measured electricity consumption in hundreds of New York City apartments. They found that on weekdays, energy was up by 7% overall and nearly 25% from 9 to 5 p.m. Again, the infrastructure for electrical grids are up. The infrastructure is crumbling. I don't agree with it, but they're going to find a way to raise your power. They already got us with food. And how they got us with food was so brilliant. I made a video 5 years ago about this, and then I followed it up 2 years ago, and I followed it up last year. It's phenomenal how they got us with food. Let me tell you the food story. So the price of food's going up. And everyone's like, wow, the price of meat, the price of milk, eggs, everything's just going up. What the heck is going on? Well, I'll tell you what the heck is going on. The price of oil was going up. I don't know if you guys remember 5.5 years ago when oil hit $120 a barrel. And they were blaming on the price of oil. Why? Because the price of transporting your food, the price of producing your food, the logistics behind everything. Oil's going up. Well, the price of food should go up, right? Remember when a year after, 4 years ago, when the price of 4.5 years ago, where the price of oil crashed to $20 a barrel? Do you remember that? Did the price of food go down? No, it stayed high. So tying electricity and tying food to all this stuff and creating a reason to increase your electricity bill. Back to article scan. This is disgusting. Ontario should target its electricity subsidies and let bills go up for consumers who could afford it. Do you know what that means in a nutshell? They talk about how cheap it is here. Why? Because we have state-run media. But they have to. They have to kind of bring this out. Do you know why? Because later on down the road, they're going to say, we told you guys. It's in an article on the back page. That's why I'm telling you, you need to share this. So here it is. This is from the Manila Times, from a poor country, from the Philippines. City folk protest power bill hike. So here he goes. Orlando Pal City, power consumers and citizens, I guess that says, in the city on Monday filed a complaint before the Energy Regulator Commission, ERC, against the power distributor, electricity distribution, after this electricity bill jumps 3 times the normal billing from March to May this year. There you go. They're going to have to find ways to subsidize. They're going to obviously federalize the electrical grids, and then once they are no longer privatized, they could do whatever. Here he goes. JPS customers will see an increase in lights and bills this month, and that's coming out of a poor country. Lump sum on electrical bills as soon as July. Oh my God. Oh my God. Most people who pay electricity bills will get a one-time credit as early as July. The provincial government on Thursday outlined. So they're actually creating these lump sums. Deferred payments allowed. This is dangerous. So if you own your home, they'll allow you to do deferred payments on your electricity if you can't afford it. So we've gotten to a point where we could no longer afford our housing because we got completely bought out by foreign investors and $200 billion. So Canada, I mean, you got to thank the investors in a way where Canada will be in a recession. Let me actually spell this right for you guys. Wow, did they take it down? Wow, did they take down the article? I covered it. Yeah, I heard it. So Canada would be in a recession without money laundering. So we sold ourselves out to, I don't know how many hundreds of billions of dollars of money laundered through our real estate. And I had a discussion with someone the other day saying, Mike, you know, a lot of people immigrate to Canada and bring money here and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's different. That's people starting a family. That's people buying land and a home and creating a business and making their way of life. We're talking about people that own 300 properties in Canada and have never stepped foot in Canada in their lifetimes, and they leave all their properties empty. When you have $200 billion in laundered, that's from 2011 to 2015, but the federal government had to shut down the money laundering investigation because it seems to be a little bit racist. So they got to stop that. Don't worry about you Canadians. Don't worry about you Australians and New Zealanders that got completely bought out of your own countries. You don't worry about that. You know, your government will protect you. So this is what's happening, guys. They're coming for your power now. People are house broke and now they have to subsidize power. Is it because of COVID, or is it people have been house broke for a long time? They're coming for your power, people. You heard it here first. I need you to share this video. Guys, don't forget to get on the YouTube channel, and don't forget, please, if you can, to go ahead and set your reminders for Mike in the Night. We're going to have call-ins. Trends in the housing market tomorrow. Set your reminder here on the channel for the new financial future. Then Mike in the Night, consumer spending rebound. I don't think so. That ain't going to happen. But the markets are acting like nothing ever happened. So what's happening? And then trends in the housing market here. Just set your reminders for all these different shows coming up. Be part of the channel. Call into the show live. And spread the word. Tell us what you think. Guys, share this video. They're coming for your power. Thanks for watching. And let me know what you guys think in the comments below. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. I think it's a great time to make a video for you guys. So, sitting here, I'm getting the gas at the gas station. And being part or living in a small town, you tend to, say hi to everybody, nod, or, kind of acknowledge other people. Bye. Just like that guy. I've seen that guy around. We say hi to each other all the time. It's just a thing we do. I don't know. Do I know him? No. Could I know him? Perhaps. Maybe one day. But my question to you guys is, what is the deal with out-of-towners coming to town? I'm getting gas, and there's a lot. I'm by the major highway that goes to the city of Vancouver. It's got to pronounce like a Swedish Vancouver, like it's like the greatest thing that ever happened to mankind, humanity. I left the city of Vancouver because Vancouver wasn't working out for me, I say. I wasn't gonna pay $2 million for a tear-down house. You see that junk house over there? We would look at them. You see that junk house? It's for sale. Oh, how much is that house? $2 million. So I got out of there real quick in a heartbeat. But one thing I picked up when I lived there, I lived in Miami Beach. I've lived in Mexico for 2 years. I have lived around. I speak Portuguese, Spanish, and English. Read and write. I've been on Spanish news, radio, news talk about gold, silver, whatever. I've been on Portuguese talk, radio, and news talk in Portuguese Africa, not Brazil, in Angola and Mozambique. Talk radio and TV show there. And I'm famous there because of my documentaries. I'll be like I could say like I'm like a Michael Moore of Portuguese documentaries when it comes to making them in Portuguese. Anyways, what's going on? Well, I noticed something down there when I live in Vancouver. The Vancouver glare. If someone look at you, you stop at a red light, you stop your car at a red light, the guy beside to your left, you look over, just someone beside me, they look at you like, and for other people, that's just giving the middle finger. That's a way of giving someone the middle finger, right? So okay, no problem. So I come up here and I put myself some gas in the car. I'm pouring the gas in, with the nozzle. There's a lady across. I didn't notice her, but I'm putting my gas in, and then she comes to throw something in the garbage. She looks over at me, and I accidentally nodded my head and said, good afternoon. She completely ignored me, and I didn't even stand there. I did not even, I wasn't even, yeah, it's just somebody there that, she looked at me, and I wasn't even there. And I'm like, oh, she's passing through. She's on her way to Vancouver. And I waited. I watched the car leave because the exit's right there for the highway. She jumps on to go to Vancouver. Thank God I got out of that hellhole. Thank God I got it. Do you guys live in a city like Sydney, Melbourne, where it was taken over by wealthy investors, and then all of the people that were left behind, not all, but a majority of them are look at you like you burnt their house down. I have people look at me. I'm not kidding. I hand to God. People look at me like I burnt their house to the ground. Holy, what do you do? Do I apologize for being in your presence? So anyways, at the gas station still, hold up.
This is before I left, before all the cars left. We were kind of there at the same time, right? The car to the right of me was a lady. I'm pouring my gas. There's some noise, something falls, I look over. And then she, you know, you ever get that look from a woman where, oh, this guy wants me? It's like, you look back and say, what? What? Like, that was one thing, too, when I was living in the big cities. Like, every woman, for some reason, would look at every guy and saying, oh, that guy wants me. Everybody wants me. It's like, nobody wants you, girl. Nobody cares. Nobody wants you. I can guarantee you. It's like, oh, I have to avoid looking at guys because then they're going to come on to me. And then, like, really? It's called a small town. So I got used to saying hi to everybody and you know, being part of the community of such. And look at this downtown. It's completely empty. And being there for each other. Oh, Lucas. Yeah, buddy. So, yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. That's one thing I don't miss anything about the city. Oh, Mike, you don't miss this? No, it's raining there. It's cloudy. Here it's like 20, 25, and it's sunny. It's been like this since March. It's been great weather since March. So here I am, through my downtown little core, driving. It's empty. And man, I love this small town. I love living here. I have my own stalker. Watched the Merit Harassment series about this guy in town who basically served me a cease and desist and created so many fake accounts for me to shut my business down because it's similar to his. And he's even went to the city council to get me shut down. I'm not making this up. You can't make this up. But do I love it? I love it. I love it. But it's a good thing, you know, it's a good thing. It's you know, being part of a small town, you won't be welcomed by most, but you'll be loved by some. It's better than being in a city where everybody hates you and you don't even know your own damn neighbors. So, like, you know, if I was talking to someone in the 1980s saying, in the future, neighbors won't be sitting on the doorsteps like they do, you know, with the steps going up to the house. People won't be sitting outside having a Kool-Aid, talking and drinking a lemonade and talking about what's happening in the news or, you know, talking about family and stuff. No, because everybody would be locked up in their homes with COVID. Huh. Anyways, guys, I kind of wanted to throw that out there. I don't miss being in a big city because of that. Big cities have turned into empty shells. Look at Dublin. Dublin, 3 years ago, started seeing this rare phenomena of bidding wars. People in Dublin, 120,000 euros gets you a decent home to raise a family. People in Dublin were seeing bidding wars. What the hell is going on? People in cell phones bidding for other people overseas, and they're just buying properties up. And then now look at Dublin. Dublin needs to quadruple some of their taxes because the people that lived in Dublin no longer live there anymore because they got mass exoduses out. You know, people are sending me links to Australia and Sydney. Oh, mass exodus in Sydney is going crazy. I've been talking about this for just 2010. Because I saw the affordability crisis and I saw what it was doing to the Canadian proper. I saw what it was doing to families. I saw what it was doing to the Australian proper, the New Zealand proper. I've been watching it with a radar. And that's why I left the big city. I'm sick and tired of pulling up next to a car and getting looked at like I don't belong there. Like I have to apologize for being in someone's presence. I walk into an elevator and they automatically look at me. If it's a girl, she automatically looks at me like I'm trying to get her. Like she's looking at like, get away, I don't want to talk, like avoid this guy or turn my back on him. I don't want this to make any contact with this guy. I don't care. I don't think a lot of guys out there really care. You know what I'm saying? I don't think a lot of guys want a headache. So, and guys, and also girls, no, I'm just talking in from my experience, right? It's like, yeah, I was single in Vancouver for so many years. Why? Because girls don't date short guys. I'm only 5'7" on a good day. Right? 5'7", you're not, you don't cut it. Vancouver material. Yeah. Anyways, guys,
that's it for the video, guys. I'm in my house. It's my street. I'm in my house, I say. Let me know what you guys think. Comment below. Have you left the city? What do you miss the most? What don't you miss the most about leaving your big city? Comment below. Lots of love, my friends. Don't forget to set your reminders for trends in the housing market and Mike in the Night live show. Come on the show and talk to us. YouTubers! Mike Martin's here with the Mike Martin's channel. Guys, don't forget to join me tonight. Tomorrow night's Mike in the Night. It's Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. It is a gorgeous day today. It's just absolutely phenomenally. It's just so crisp and nice. I love it. I love it when it's not hot and it's not cold. It's just there. Anyways, guys, I wanted to throw a quick vid out there. Someone has been using my email and my information to apply for stuff online. Now, what's happened is I've been, since not this Mike in the Night past, but the last Mike in the Night past, I've been receiving anywhere from a couple of hundred emails per day. And what it is, it's people writing back or auto responses. Hi, thanks for taking the time to read our article, or thanks for taking the time for applying for more information about our products, or thank you for I have one from German automotive thing, and then I got Chrysler Kansas City, I got Sydney coffee machine making company. I got all kinds of emails as replies saying, hi Mike, thank you for taking the time. So they're filling out what's happening is someone's going and filling out my information, like for information packets. Someone joined me with the Joe Biden campaign. Someone joined me with some Oprah thing, being part of a newsletter. Someone joined, and what's happening is they're sending this message saying, "Hi, I'm Mike Martins," and all this crap about the sickness that's going around, stuff about Donald Trump, and saying that I'm the best and all this stuff, and then a link to my YouTube channel and a link to this and all that, and I've gotten a couple of thousand of them already in the last 2 weeks. And what I've done was I've already working with the police in different countries. So I've sent them, I forwarded, they wanted the emails forwarded. So in a couple, and you know, of all countries, one guy in Budapest, Hungary, I don't know what he does, but he wrote back to me saying, stop sending this shit to me. Like, he was really mad at me. So stop sending this stuff. Nobody cares about your channel and this and this and that. Then I wrote back, sorry, I didn't send that to you. Someone, unfortunately, has been using my email basically to provoke people, is what it is, right? Or maybe contact YouTube. So I already contacted YouTube. I sent them like 100 screenshots, and I sent them, I forwarded I even had a contact there where I actually forwarded them the emails of what's happening. So they're spamming, it's invasion of privacy. They're spamming my email, and they've also signed me up for dating websites, gay dating websites. So they've put my information on there with my address on it. So we've got screenshots of everything. We have, like, so they're looking into it very seriously. So there's a couple of countries, like 7 countries now. I've emailed, I wrote the people back that have responded, though. I get an auto response. Some of it's in German, some of it's in French, some of it is in Russian, some of it is in, most of it's in English, though, right? So some in Portuguese, some in Spanish. So anyone that writes, so I've been saving those, but then I've been forwarding a lot of them to the police. Like, I've been forwarding a ton of these to the police in different countries. So now what they're looking at is there's one guy that's gonna say, we're gonna get this, we're gonna get this guy, we don't care, we're gonna get this guy, this is garbage. So, you know, I appreciate that. Like, I appreciate, you know, people, you know, coming. If anybody wants the emails, go ahead and send me an email, or go ahead and message me on Facebook or on Instagram or wherever. Go ahead and message me. I'll forward you like maybe 5 or 10 of the emails and you guys could see if you could track them or see where they're coming from or find out, because some of them have like all this information from when they reply to one of those websites. It actually tracks where it's coming from. Maybe somebody could help me out, you know, like other people. So if you guys want the emails, I'll forward them right to you, and you could read what the reply email says. Hi, I'm Mike Martins, and this and that. I don't know why people are doing this. This is illegal. The police in New Zealand told me that this is very illegal. This is invasion of privacy. They're taking it very serious. The police in Australia are taking it very seriously. The police in Budapest, Hungary, are taking it very seriously, of all countries. And then we got, you know, other places that are taking it very seriously. Like Canada doesn't really care, but eventually it'll lead back there. And then the authorities, I told the authorities, what if it comes back to Canada? What happens if it comes back to Canada? Like what? Because the Canadian, we'll make sure the Canadian authorities take care of it, because this is invasion of private. This is garbage. This is junk. They shouldn't be doing that, you know. So I don't know why someone's doing that. Someone's doing that, or someone's being paid or commissioned to do it, because there's just too many of them. Thousands and thousands and thousands of them. But I've made some new friends, you know, people that replied that say, oh, I don't know why you're spamming no one believes what you say. I looked at your channel, blah, blah, blah. It's garbage. So I wrote back and say, hi, I'm very sorry, but I did not send you that email. Do you own a website or something that gives out info? They're like, yeah, I do. I'm like, well, somebody's been using all my information. You can contact your local police and let them know that you know, just let them know if they get enough calls from so many people, they're going to have to do something about this. So if you guys want the emails, I have no problem sending you guys the directly forwarding from where I got the source I got them from, and people could, like, if there's computer whizzes out there that want to help out, I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Find out who's been doing this to me and why they're doing this, like what their agenda is, why they're, you know, why they would take like the amount of hours out of their day. Like I'm talking about, that's why I'm thinking somebody's getting paid to do this. There's no way someone's going to take, for the last 2 weeks, 8 to 10 hours a day, pre-filling out all this stuff and spamming and going to each website, finding the websites first that you're allowed to sign up for. Like I got one from Hong Kong Honda or Hong Kong something showroom. Yeah, we will contact you to book a showing for a new Honda Civic or something. Like they have to go to these websites and find out if they accept support, return support, or could sign up. Like I'm signed up to the Hillary Clinton one. I've been signed up to civil rights stuff, right? Where they're signing me up to all this stuff that I don't know nothing about. But the problem is they're spamming them, right? They're spamming them with, hi, I'm Mike Martins, and this and that, and I am this and that, and I know this, and I could forward it to you. You guys could read it. I forward you the message from the original, and you guys could see it with your own eyes, and then we'll get this out there. Hopefully, the police are, there's a lot of countries. Canada, they really don't care too much. They're saying that their answer to everything is they're forming an opinion. So that's their answer. So it's kind of, I mean, I guess it's in Canada, I guess it's not a problem, but in other countries they're seeing this as a problem. So I really hope the police could do something about this. I really hope. It's been going on for 2 weeks now, and I just want everyone just respect each other's privacy. Like, I mean, everybody already knows where I live. I've been doxxed, I don't know, like 7 times on this channel. So I've been doxxed many times already. So I'm just trying to figure out who is, you know, and getting all these threatening phone calls before and stuff. I have them all recorded and stuff. So yeah, hopefully we could get down to the nitty gritty of this, because why is somebody doing this? Like, why would they go out of their way? Like, I'm talking like every day they wake up in the morning, turn on their computers, go on, sit there, have a bag of chips, get ready, start warming things up, maybe have a coffee, and then sit down, and then from when they start basically to when it ends. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's really interesting, very interesting. I don't know if someone's bored because they're on lockdown, right? My lawyer was laughing. He goes, you know what? What we could do is if we find out who it is, we'll find out. It'll take time, but we'll find it out. We'll find out who it is. What we'll do is we'll find out if they're getting like you know that money for staying home. We'll find out, and we'll just go after the government, saying, "Oh, you're paying this guy to do this to this guy full time. These are all these 10,000 emails here. So what are you paying people for, to do this to other people? Because we could just find a way. Because we'll find a loophole somewhere, and go from there, right? So, anyways, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I really want to know what you guys think about this. I really want to know what you guys feel about this. Like, I mean, I know they're forming an opinion. It's like the dirty. Guys, here's a link to the Merit Harassment series. Check it out, guys. Where I got harassed here in my own town for opening a business similar to someone else's. And it's been, ever since, it's been back and forth. Like, not back and forth. It's like a one-sided thing coming at me all the time. And I just make a video in response because the police say they're forming an opinion. I'm forming my opinion. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Thanks for watching. Do you have time to do this to somebody? I guess if you're in lockdown, anyone could have time to do whatever they want, right? Anyways, hit me up, message me, let me know if you guys want me to forward you some of the emails so you guys could check them out and read them and then see if you could figure it out. Police is looking at it, so hopefully we can get something out of this. Thanks for watching, guys. Let me go to article scan here for you guys for a sec so you guys can see this. Facebook has taken down all my posts on my Mike Martin's channel. And this isn't some Mickey Mouse Facebook page with 1,000 or 3,000 followers. It has 116,000 followers on this. And 525 are my friends. So 116,337 minus 525. They've taken down all my posts. I have no posts. I've refreshed it a few times. I've checked it on my phone. It might come back later. I don't know why. Maybe it could be that anti-liberal stuff I was like kind of joking about, you know, kind of creating awareness for people. But yeah. So this is not your typical rinky-dink fan page with, they don't even allow me on Facebook to create this as a public figure. It used to be a public figure, then Facebook transitioned it into a company. So my public figure page with almost 120,000 followers now is a company. They won't allow me to be a public figure. So anyways, there's people with 3,000 followers on their page and they've been, how do you say, authorized by Facebook. They've been identified. They have the little check mark. I can't get that. They won't give me that. They say I'm not credible. They actually emailed me, says, sorry, you're just not a credible person. And that's nice that you have 116,337 people that follow you, but doesn't make you a credible person. Anyone could go to a page and like it. So the people with 3,000 likes all of a sudden are credible and they're verified. Yeah. YouTubers, Mike Martin's here with the Mike Martin's channel. Hi! My son loves when I make a video. We're just out on a back road out in the country. Well, we live in the country, but we went 10 minutes, 20-minute drive outside of our house just to explore and kind of find these little side roads and see where they go. So we found this one. We found a little bit of water here. And we just set up a little picnic area there. And here we are. A cul-de-sac here. Quiet. All you hear is the animals, the birds, the beautiful scenery, and just an absolutely gorgeous day we're having today. First week of May. We're going into the second week of May, and yeah, you know, we're cleaning up our junk and packing up, ready to go. There's Antonio. Say hi, Antonio.
Hi.
Hi, Rose.
Hello.
Where'd you get that top from?
It's from you, from Mother's Day gift.
Mother's Day gift, yes. So that's it. We pack up the van. We picked up some KFC drive-through. We, you know, keeping it simple. And keeping it simple is not that hard, guys. It's just pull off a side of the street, and you find all kinds of these places like this where you could just
You know, you could build a little shack or a fort out there, like one of those forts that people used to, like kids used to build back in the day. Clubhouses, we used to call them. Used to build those all the time. So there it is, guys. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Lots going on. You just got to find it. You got to go out. But the peace and quiet is just absolutely unfathomable. We get a view like this from our backyard, but it's good to get out and feel it, you know. I'm sick of lockdown. I'm sick of this news that they're feeding us, you know, and trying to, you know, I'm just trying. I fell off the cliff with that news. I'm not dealing with it. It's not worth it because we don't know what the end game is. I'm just enjoying my time. My family's enjoying their time. And we're keeping life as simple as possible. Let me know. Comment below how you guys are coping with this being in lockdown. And now they're threatening now a second wave to come soon, right? And then again, that takes you back to square one, wondering, oh, are they telling this because they know it's going to come, or are they telling this because they're going to scare us some more, right? So anyways, guys, don't forget to set your reminders for Mike in the Night and trends in the housing market. We've been having a lot of viewership. Go back and watch some of the older episodes. Lots of good entertainment if you're on lockdown. And we'll stay in touch. Comment below. Thanks for watching. Hey YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. The garden's coming along very nicely. It is first week of May. And we're starting to get some stuff in the ground. The corn didn't do too well last night, so I'm going to wait another week. I'm going to replant the corn, the sweet corn. I kind of misjudged. You got to look up at the mountain, and if there's no snow on that mountain, you're good to plant, but there was no snow. But I guess last night got pretty cool. I think it got to 10 centigrade, like 50s last night, so everything else looks like it's going to be okay. I planted here my my peas. And then once the peas start to sprout, I'm going to put a piece of wood here and a piece of wood there and run a string across to start tying them up as they grow up. That's the way I usually do it. And then I put a second string above, third string, and just add like a, kind of like this, but with string all the way down. So we're going to put a greenhouse here, get rid of this old shed, because we got our new shed here. So we're going to throw that in the garbage. We're going to put a good base there, like we did here. And we're going to put a nice greenhouse there so we can move all the portable stuff into the greenhouse when it gets cooler. When November, December starts to hit, we start moving everything into the greenhouse. Greenhouse, I'm looking at maybe 18 by 16 feet. Probably like from where that peach tree is, just a bit in front, all the way to the back there. So give it a lot of space, a nice open with sunroofs, like those kind of roofs that open up to let air in and stuff, and I want to put drippers to auto water things, you know, while everything's in there. And that's what I want to do. There's huge uncertainties. You know, we went shopping today. There was no lemon. There was no this. There was no that. There was no onion. There was like nothing. So this way, we could produce. We could can. We could bottle. We could do all kinds, and we don't have to worry about vegetables and fruits and stuff. Our strawberry patch is right here. I actually reused this. This used to be the lighting thing in my kitchen. It was the ugliest thing in mankind history. So we pulled this off the ceiling. This used to have lighting in it. So I said, you know what? Instead of scrapping this, let's just put this here. And it's good. It's solid wood. And no problems here. But tomatoes. So yeah, I'm going to have to unfortunately replant my corn. I feel pretty bad about that corn. I feel really bad. That's a huge fail for me. Too early. But again, I'm gauging it like they're asking me to. Basically, they're telling me that whenever there's no snow on that mountain there, then you're good. But I don't see... Do you see snow up there? I don't see snow up there. It is very hot, though. It is very hot outside today right now. It's like 20 centigrade, but the sun's making it feel like it's a lot more. Let me know what you guys think. What are you doing for gardening? The trees, somebody messaged me about the trees. Here's the apple tree. It's already starting to... So this is a good sign that the roots are taking. And let's check the peach tree here. The peach tree Come on, give me some sign here. Give me a sign. Oh, it's nice and soft. So I guess when it's nice and soft like this, it gives you that feeling that... oh, right here. Here we go. Here we go. Right there, guys. Right there. Let it zoom in. Come on, baby. Zoom in. Right there. So you know you got a good sign there. The one I'm concerned about is the cherry tree. So I'll keep you guys on the hook with that. Let me know what you guys think. Comment below. Garden time. Mixed a lot of dirt. We're good to go. Florida's there. Hi, Florida. And Antonio. Comment below. Let me know. Thanks for watching.
I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be watching this transmission. In case you guys haven't noticed, I'm in the basement. And what am I doing in the basement? Well, there's a reason why I'm in the basement. It's because I have been labeled, or we have been labeled. Who has been labeled as a basement dweller? Well, what's going on, guys? Well, let's check it out, guys. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and be part of the show. We got a nice, small, tight-knit community, and we work hard. We work hard. A lot of people come on the show and make it what it is, and I really appreciate all the support that I get from everyone calling in and making the show what it is. An absolute success. Anyways, guys, let's move on to here. Listen to this. YouTube's chief product officer has insulted his own users as basement dwellers who deserve to be regulated by the algorithm in favor of authoritative mainstream sources. Let's go to article scan here in case you don't believe what I'm telling you. So this was written by Paul Joseph Watson, who is heavily censored on YouTube. And Neil Mohan made the remarks during an interview with Protocol's editor-at-large, David Pierce, after he was asked if YouTube had to switch approach to monitoring content given the ever-changing advice of health authorities in relation to COVID. So again, they're going to obviously jump into COVID with this. So let me get to my highlighted notes here. Mohan then made it clear how non-mainstream channels are algorithmically shadow banned, removing or reducing views of the videos where that same level of authority hasn't been established. So there it is. They're giving it all, but we know this already. But last month, YouTube CEO Susan recently said that information which challenged the World Health Organization would be removed, despite the fact that the WHO was directly complicit in helping China cover up the severity of the COVID in its early stages, and despite the fact the organization gave harmful advice in ordering countries not to close their borders earlier on. We said this on the show. We brought it up many times on the show. They should have closed the borders in December. And we've been covering it on the show since then. And since March, we stopped covering it because there's too much going on. And, you know, we do talk about it on Mike in the Night. And for China, I mean, doing that kind of stuff, here you go, guys. Don't blink. Right there. For China, right there. So, okay. So they're using COVID for everything. Everything. Okay, first YouTube went ahead and changed its basically creators, original creators, the people that actually built the platform and put it where it is today, basically are being punished. But when did this all start? I'll tell you when this started. It started the day Hillary Clinton lost the election. When Hill Dog lost the election, everybody on social media was punished. Everybody was punished. Look at the facts. Look at the graphs. Look at everything. Since Hill Dog lost the election, and I wonder how democratic things really are democratically when the person that wins won and the losers don't unite and become one country and work together as a country, instead being divided. Wasn't it Abraham Lincoln said in one of his speeches that A house can't stand long divided. A house divided can't stand on a foundation, right? Or a house divided can't stand on its own. All right. Back to article scan, please. Thank you. Here it is. YouTube's chief product officer insults his own users as basement-dwelling idiots. So there it is there. YouTube's chief officer has insulted his own users as basement dwellers. Well, I'm in my basement. So what the hell is a basement dweller? So we got Urban Dictionary here. Top definition for basement dweller. This is the number one that comes up. So here it is with the most votes. Okay. A male over the age of 18, usually with no formal education. That's me. I'm over 18 and I have no education. I can't even read. Who continues to live at home with his parents. I don't know. My mom lives with me. I don't live with my mom. Because I'm old school. I take care of family, right? Because nowadays in society that's frowned upon, right? And has no ambition to move out or contribute to society. His will to live is sucked by his daily marijuana regiment. Marijuana regiment. He can be found working a second shift at your local gas station, lives in a perpetual state of getting his poop together. So there it is. So Jonas picked up some girls from Amco and brought him back to his dad's house. They thought he was such a basement dweller. So that's what a basement dweller, for its top definition from Urban Dictionary, comes up. Somebody who has a marijuana regiment. So we've been talking about this. This is old news, but I want to talk about this because, you know, I put a lot of effort into this. You know what I'm saying? I've lost more subscribers than I've ever gained in my life. I think I have 12,000 subscribers, but I've lost... I have 4,300 videos, and I get a lot of views, but I keep losing a ton of subscribers. A ton. Which is fine. But you know what? It's like skimming the fat, but it's not fair when people get unsubscribed. That's the part that why don't they just open it up, let people open it up, let it be an even playing field, right? But no, the dinosaur mainstream media. So we got CNBC reporting on it. YouTube actually steers people away from radical videos, researchers say. The researchers said that YouTube's recommendation algorithm appears to be designed to benefit the mainstream media over independent YouTube creators. There is clearly plenty of content on YouTube that one might view as radicalizing or inflammatory. However, the responsibility of that content is with the content creator and the consumers themselves, the study said. YouTube, like all social media platforms, has been grappling with the matter of content moderation in recent years. Recent years since Hill Dog lost the election. I repeat, ever since Hill Dog lost the election in 2017, 2016 for 2017, 18, 19, 20 elections this year. 2017 elections has basically, everyone's been punished. So let's go to radical. Okay. Radical adjective. Radical means supporting change. Someone that, hey, you know, so here it is highlighted. Believing or expressing the belief that there should be a great or extreme social or political change. Well, change is good, isn't it? If anything, we've been going backwards the last 4 years. The feeling among the grassroots of the party is that the leaders are not radical enough. That's an example. This is a desperate situation which requires a truly radical solution. And that's where we got to where we are today, by radically thinking out of the box, right? By radically positioning ourselves with and asking rational questions, and a controlled argument with one another, a debate. But that's almost impossible because you're called a racist. And how YouTube is rigged against independent video creators. Now, it's creators like these big guys, can we shoot for 500,000 likes? These big guys, that were in it for a long time. We're talking from before it was bought out by Alphabet, right? So here it is here. I highlighted something here. Stefan also noticed YouTube seemed to be featuring a lot of videos from mainstream news sources like CNN. For some reason, I keep getting CNN on my news stream, not under popular, what they deem as popular, it's just in my thing. I keep saying, don't recommend this channel. And the Associated Press. So he filtered his data set so it only focused on news channels. Here, the disparity between mainstream media channels and independent channels was even more stark. About 95% of all news videos are trending from a traditional medium. Philip DeFranco, an independent YouTube star who often presents his take on the news, needed 1.4 million views to make it into trending. Pay attention. The AP, Associated Press, YouTube channel only required 10,000 for it to be trending. 10,000. For many YouTubers, Stefan's findings is simply provided more confirmation that their long-standing belief that YouTube has turned its back on independent creators. And that's what's happening, guys. But you know what? I've lost more subscribers than what I have. I've checked algorithmically. I know it doesn't make sense. You're saying, well, Mike, you have like 12,000 subscribers. I've lost 15,000 in the process of gaining that 12,000. So I'm at a negative aggregate. If that makes any sense. I have 4,300 videos. Have I been silenced? Heck yeah. I'm pretty sure, with my call-in shows, the call-in shows that we have as a group, this channel is more of a community. We work together. Where people send me links for articles to read. People could reach me. I'm a YouTuber that could be reached. You could go to my store, 1925 Colchina Avenue in Merritt, British Columbia, and I can meet you anytime at my shop, at my business. I'm a YouTuber that could be easily emailed, easily found on Instagram, easily met up with in person. I have nothing to hide, and I have nothing to you know what I'm saying? So I kind of wanted to throw that out there. Do I take offense to this? Of course not. It's an opinion. But when I want to throw an opinion on this guy, or I want to say something about this guy, if I want to throw an opinion out there, what I think, I am concluded, or I am told, or I am branded as a basement dweller. A racist basement dweller. Anyways, guys, here, don't forget, subscribe to the channel. If you get unsubscribed, go ahead and come back and subscribe again. Don't forget us here at the Mike Martins channel. Don't forget to set your reminders tomorrow for trends in the housing market and Mike in the Night testing out theories on Saturday night on Mike in the Night with Collins. Let me know what you guys think. Thanks for watching. Share this video. Get it out there. It'll be stomped down just like every other little brush fire that tries to get out there and spread the news or spread the word or create awareness or wake up the people. My mission for the longest time has been waking up people of the affordability crisis that we are seeing in the Commonwealth. Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, Canada, and Western United States, and New York State and Massachusetts have been in a severe affordability level because we've been selling out our properties to the highest bidders. And we just cannot compete with all the hundreds of billions of laundered dollars through the Commonwealth because it's open for business and allowing all kinds of money being parked in the Commonwealth. And I've been preaching and I've been addressing this affordability issue now for 10 years. I want to thank everyone that sent me emails in the last couple of weeks since January, since this sickness broke out. I've received a ton of emails from people from all over the Commonwealth that said, thanks, Mike. Even if I bought 3 years ago, I would have had to use my home's equity because I couldn't afford to live and now with this sickness, I couldn't even be able to sell the home if I fell on hard times. Thank you, Mike, from all over. I get like 3 to 5 emails a day from Ireland, from Sydney, Australia, from Auckland, New Zealand. I got one from Christchurch today, saying, Mike, I was gonna buy, and now, you know, the lockdown here isn't that severe in New Zealand, but it made me think that we're human, we're fragile, and I could, you know, easily start missing payments if my work isn't as secure. He's been home for like 3 weeks or something, 4 weeks on lockdown, right? So thank you, everybody, for your kind words, emails, and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And, you know, I'm trying my best to, you know, kind of spread the word out there, you know. Let me know, comment below. Thanks for watching. God bless. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. This is our dog, Florida. Yeah. She's an American Eskimo. This is Daddy's best friend. I've had her now for 8 years now.
Because she's turning almost old.
Yeah, she's becoming a big girl, right, Antonio?
Yeah, I'm turning almost big.
So we gave her a haircut the other day because she really needed a haircut. And the kids love her. And she's such a good girl. Yeah. There she is there. Hi, Florida. She had a big hair. She had big hair, so we trimmed her hair down for the summer. She's got 2 coats. We trimmed her nails down, and she's just a beautiful girl. She's always been by my side. Yeah, Florida, come here, baby. Come on. Go. Yeah, she likes to play this catch game where I catch her. Oh, where'd you go? There you were. Santa. So she takes commands in Portuguese. Santa, it's okay. Santa, ta mama. Oh, she wants to play. Throw a stick, Antonio. She'll catch it.
Okay.
But I don't think he's got a stick.
Santa. Good boy.
It's a girl.
Good girl. Good girl. I say good boy and say good girl.
So that's our American Eskimo. I have videos of her on the channel if you guys want to go back.
Daddy like Florida. Lucky. And this us like Antonio.
There she goes. She heard a dog.
This like Antonio like it.
I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be watching this transmission. It's your boy, it's your man, Mike Martins. Guys, thanks for being part of the channel, subscribing, and sharing our videos. Okay, guys, there's lots going on. Don't forget to, if you can, set your reminders here for Mike in the Night and Trends in the Housing Market, where we go live and take on open calls, depending on what topic we're talking about. Be part of it, and a lot of back shows here if you want to see. And to see if it's a channel you'd call into to discuss or be part of discussion. All right, guys, this is something I really, really don't want to bring up, but it's all over the place. I don't even know which articles to put up for it because there's so many articles out there from so many different publications. So I got this one here from The Hill and everything. So we'll go over some of the articles here. Here it is, guys. Chinese ministry warns Xi of armed confrontation with U.S., says report. Now, you know how things start resonating and things start happening and then they start happening and they start rolling and just keeping on building up like a huge snowball. It starts like this. It starts with basic conversation and basic language. Then they go back 3 months from now and say, we told you this was going to happen. I really hope this does not happen. The There's already enough people. There's already enough conflict. 2020 has been the worst year on record. The worst on record. Since, I guess, 1918. You know what I'm saying? So a report from China's top intelligence ministry presented to President Xi Jinping warned of growing anti-Chinese sentiment around the world and raised a possibility of a military conflict with the U.S. This is what Reuters reported on Monday, that the analysis, which was supposedly presented to Xi earlier last month, concluded that anti-Chinese sentiment resulting from the ongoing COVID pandemic was at its highest since the Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989. The report was created by the Chinese Institute of Contemporary International Relations, a think tank affiliated with the Ministry of the State Security. The worst-case scenario outlined by a report apparently indicated that the possibility of direct military conflict between the United States and China as a result of the growing dispute over Beijing's early response to its COVID outbreak. The Trump administration has accused China of covering up official information about the virus, including altering death tolls and total infection counts. So now, let's take a full 180 on this. If this happened in America, let's say this happened in America, would America be 100% transparent at first? Do you think America would want to rattle cages or scare the public? Right? We have to see that in on a full 180 scale too. America needs to step back and say, you know, if it was us, I don't know what we tell our people. I don't know how long we could keep it a secret. Because nowadays, news needs to go out, mainstream media needs to go out there and apologize for getting caught. So basically, something happens, somebody catches on to it, it goes crazy on social media, then the mainstream media needs to kind of do its job and kind of report on it, because they're basically apologizing for getting caught. So, U.S. uses COVID to challenge Chinese Communist Party's grip on power. So basically saying, hey, you got you have your citizens in check. What's going on? And Trump's administration portraying crisis as an example of danger Beijing's leadership poses to China and the world. Again, the escalating row between Washington and Beijing over the blame for the COVID pandemic is fast becoming a battle over the Chinese Communist Party's legitimacy, raising the stakes in an already fraught relationship. And chastising Beijing for its failure to continue to contain the outbreak. How can they get, like, it was probably already out months before they realized something was wrong. You know, like, the only way they can know something's wrong is when all these people around them start falling like flies, and then they ring the alarm. Like, so hard, especially people traveling, you know what I'm saying? Senior Trump administration officials have gone out of their way to portray the crisis as a deadly illustration of the threat of the Communist Party rule poses the Chinese people and the world beyond. China warns of a possible conflict with U.S. over COVID backlash. Again, there's already enough troubles right now. It's been the worst year on years on record. We don't need possible armed. We don't even need to bring it up. You see, when it doesn't get brought up in discussion, guess what? It doesn't happen later on. You ever notice when you learn a new word? You ever happen to you where you learn a new word and you've never heard it before, and then later on that day you hear someone else saying that new word that you learned, and I'm like, whoa. And then 2 days later, you're hearing that new word again. I'm like, holy, I just learned this new word a day ago, or 3 days ago, and people are saying it left, right, and center. Where have I been? Well, that's what it feels like, and you don't want this to be coming up. Exclusive internal Chinese report warns Beijing faces Tiananmen-like global backlash over virus again. The report presented early last month by the Ministry of State Security of the top Beijing leaders included President Xi Jinping, concluded the global anti-China sentiment is at its highest since 1989. Again, it's starting to kind of create waves all over social media. Here we go with the Daily Mail. China's supersonic stealth bomber could be ready later this year, making a third country alongside the U.S. and Russia capable of launching nukes from land, sea, and air. There's so much more things they could be researching. To be honest with you, there's a lot more important things that could be researched that could help. Stealth bomber Xi'an H-20 has been in development for a number of years. Beijing is considering rolling it out this year amid escalating global tensions. It would complete China's nuclear triad and double its strike range. And we all know that China has been extending its reach in the South China Sea. There it is, the new supersonic stealth bomber. Could be ready later this year. So we're going to start to see a new arms race. I have a feeling we're going to start spending more on the military-industrial complex. They're going to start passing executive orders that we need more money in the military. China accuses of the U.S. of launching unprecedented propaganda warfare and even blames Trump for impending global efforts to fight COVID after the president accused Beijing of a cover-up. So again, but it's not like China is in the clear themselves, because they've launched tons of propaganda, brainwashing a lot of their citizens and misleading a lot of their citizens, and who's in the clear here? You know what I'm saying? Would China use nuclear weapons first in a war with the United States? So, okay, here we go. Admiral Charles A. Richard, the head of the U.S. Strategic Command, recently told the Senate Armed Service Committee he could drive a truck through the holes in China. No first use policy. But when okay, so it's saying, okay, here's the China's first no use policy on paper. Okay, the hole is so big on this report, you could drive a truck through it. That's how many holes there are in the no use policy, no use first policy. Asked him why he said that. Commander Richard backtracked, described China's policy as very opaque, and said his assessment was based on very little information. There you go, right there in the first paragraph. You got what you need to know about that right there. Let's move on. The U.S. risks losing the drone war arms race. Again, another arms race. They're just going to have to get more spending in there. They're going to have to rally up the people, la gente, all the people to get basically riled up on this. And man, who knows what this is going to lead to. And U.S. military calls for another... Oh, here it is. Sorry, I should have read this first. U.S. military calls for another $20 billion to counter China. Far from easing international This is for what, from yesterday? Oh, okay, it's from a few weeks ago. Okay, I'm thinking, what is this? It's like the year is flying by. Far from easing international geopolitical tensions, the outbreak of COVID has plunged capitalism into a deep crisis and exacerbated pre-existing rivalries beneath nominal international cooperation. The preparations for war continue apace. So I know that there's been a couple of military parades here and there, a couple of a hypothetical scenario in the China Sea. It is generally known that the modern world has a great interest in the East Asia region, where some of the greatest superpowers in terms of economy, strength, population, and military capabilities are focused. For instance, Japan is a technological and economic giant, and at the same time, it is close ally with the United States. Since the end of World War II, it may not be a nuclear power, but no analyst can seriously underestimate the ability of the country's self-defense forces. Across the China Sea lies the greatest power of Asia, the People's Republic of China. Oh yeah, they have a huge... I think they have the most manpower I think China has the most. I know North Korea has a lot of manpower too, like a lot of people in uniform, right? It can be seen as equal to the unique superpower of the international system. The United States, economically and commercially powerful, it keeps a nuclear arsenal and armed forces that are constantly evolving technologically, although they are not as powerful as the U.S. respectively. So, what is happening? What is happening, guys? Like, this is something. This could. You know, I'm just putting this out there. This could be a big problem. Okay? And I'm not for big problems like this. This is like a big deal that I don't want to see getting out of hand. You know, okay, propaganda here, slander here, you know, just talk each other down. That's great. They're doing it to each other. They're at war with each other. One leader and one leader. That's great. But don't put people out there to fight their wars. You know, I understand armies are good for personal defense, defending your country, defending your way of life, defending your borders, defending your people, defending. That's what our tax dollars are supposed to be, the representation of a military, to protect one's country, right? A foreign intervention, it starts getting tricky, and then it gets very political and geopolitical, and there's a lot of countries that the United States is in that they shouldn't be in, period. And it's costing taxpayers, and it's just, I'm not going to get into that right now. But then, you know, you got China, that's more of an economic, you know, creating that road and that sea trade routes and stuff, and doing more of an economic takeover, financial takeover, not a military one. Then you got, you know, the European Union that's falling apart. You got Australia that's getting completely bought out economically. So where, man, this is a massive 4D, 5D chessboard with all kinds of levels. We don't know if we're in checkmate. We don't know if level 4 could be in checkmate. Well, level 2 could be winning, and then level 1 of the chessboard looks like it's a complete write-off, and we don't know if we're tricking or treating. And we just want. I don't mind these two leaders bashing each other's, antlers, and just, you know, constantly picking at each other. I don't care, you know. I get a ton of people picking on me here on the channel. I don't care, you know. Keep the war between me and you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's you know, for what China did, yeah, sure, China screwed up, but China, I don't know. Did China know what it was dealing with? No. 100% they didn't, right? At first, I'm saying. At first. Were they late in reporting to the people? Yes. But what if this happened? Let's say, in the EU? Would they get this much backlash? What if this happened in America? Like I said earlier, would America get that much backlash if they took the same steps that China did? Which I think America probably would have. Who knows? What do I know, right? But all I want is, I don't want this thing. I don't want 2020 to be the year I survived 2020. I know I said this as a joke. On Teespring, I'm going to make I Survived 2020 t-shirts. But I'm going to wait for the year to end before I design this shirt, because I don't want to jinx anybody. And I'm going to put a list of all the crap that's happened already to us this year. I think we need to start really looking at each other eye to eye, and instead of down the barrel of a gun, you know, when things don't go right, conversational wise, I think we need to, we need voices. We need to pick a good voice, make it very clear, you know, so we could, I don't know. I'm just worried, and I hope there could be some sort of, I hope nothing happens from this. I hope this video just gets forgotten and nothing happens and everybody moves on with life, right? So, let me know what you guys think. I'm not trying to fearmonger or get everybody scared that the world's going to end in 2 hours. This is here. This is what we're seeing. And I'm not liking connecting the dots on this one. I really hope, you're going to see I think you're going to see it fizzle out in a way where they're just going to bankrupt each other by an arms race. And they're just going to bankrupt each country, and the people suffer. And the people have to pick up the pieces and figure something out later. I was never one for war. I was never pro-war. So let me know in the comments what you guys think. Maybe, am I blowing this out of proportion? Maybe just talking for nothing. I hope so. I hope I hope this is all fake. And there's nothing to worry about. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Move along. Thanks for watching, guys. Comment below. Lots of love. And we'll stay in touch. Bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you be watching this transmission. It is I, Mike Martins, broadcasting from Merritt, British Columbia. Man, do I have a story and a half that I bring forward to you guys. This news that I bring is actually, I don't even know how to adjust it or how to process it through my mind. It's just, I'm baffled. Now, I saw it appear on social media. Then I kind of didn't think much about it. Then I kind of saw it floating around in other places. Then the Counterfeit News Network picked it up. And then I'm like, okay, this is the real deal. And this is coming to a city near you, because whatever happens in China basically happens in the rest of the world with its weird draconian measures that it's infiltrating into the Commonwealth. So what is happening here? So guys, let's get over to new scan here. Guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, be part of the channel. Go ahead and share a video if you'd like, be part of the channel, share a video if you can. And here it goes, guys. You're probably not going to believe this, so let's go to article reading here. Here it goes. So this is from the Business Insider, and I still can't believe this. Even though this is from a few days ago, I still can't believe what I'm reading. Here it goes. China appears to be upping surveillance in the country amid COVID, even putting cameras into people's homes. They already have cameras everywhere in China. So basically, they should rewrite this title by saying, China is putting cameras in people's homes. That's the way to rewrite this, because there's enough cameras all over China that could track you going from your apartment, leaving outside, going to an underground parking, in the elevator, out of the elevator, in the underground parking, getting into your car, take a face recognition while you drive out, the whole 9 yards, and track your car on camera for anywhere you go in China. So it's going in people's homes. Now people are thinking, oh, Mike, it's China. You know, they're not going to bring that here. Oh, yes, they're going to bring it here. They bought out our infrastructure. They bought out our middle class. We sold out our jobs to them. And now they're coming and it's going to happen. Oh, well, Mike, you don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I do, because the social credit score now is appearing. The social credit score that's in China is now appearing in Australia. Give it time. Australia, I know, is the petri dish when it comes to the Commonwealth. When it comes to kind of, in perspective, the testing ground or the proving grounds, right? Okay, so let's go here. China appears to be expanding its use of surveillance cameras in order to enforce quarantine amid COVID. I don't believe that. I don't believe it's because of that. I do not. Because are the cameras going to be taken down after COVID goes away? I don't think so. I think they're going to put one in the bathroom too. While the country hasn't made an official announcement of the surveillance measure, there have been posts on social media and some residents confirmed their experiences with CNN. People recounted seeing cameras trained at their front doors. Wow. Wow. So there's cameras pointed at the front doors, but for some, the cameras were installed inside their homes. Wow. It's made me feel like I was truly a prisoner in my own home, one resident told CNN after a camera was installed pointing directly at her front door. So this is happening, guys. So this gets introduced into discussion. This is how dangerous. This is so dangerous, you guys have no idea. I'll explain to you why this is dangerous. This is very dangerous because first, it gets approved into discussion. Once it's become discussed, and once it becomes a thing, then it gets reintroduced. And then a year down or 2 years down the road, it's like, what? We told you guys we're going to do this. We've been talking about this for years now. Where were you? Well, here it is, guys. China appears to be expanding its surveillance. We got that. China hasn't made it. Okay, we got that. 8 Chinese cities also make out the top 10 most surveilled cities in the world, according to research from Compritech in Chongqing, China, most heavily surveilled city. There are 2.6 million cameras. Holy crap. Compared to the city's roughly 30.5 million person population. So if you take 2.6, so you divide 30.5 million into 2.6, that's how many cameras you have per person per camera. So it'd be what? That would work out to, that wouldn't be 10. So there would be 2.6 million cameras, 30, 10 people per camera. So for every 10 people, there's a camera. That's very dangerous. That's why. What for? What are they going to know? The color of my underwear? What are they going to do with it? Irish expat Ian returned to Beijing to mandatory quarantine with his family after visiting southern China. The next morning, Lahifi told CNN that he saw a camera being installed right outside of his home with no warning. Wow, having a camera outside your door is an incredible erosion of privacy. Lahifi told CNN it just seems to be a massive data grab, and I don't know how much of it is actually legal. Well, in China, everything's legal. You know that. So, oh, there it is right there. So, like, this is a pretty big deal. I think people don't understand. Everything gets put into place, into measure, and then before you know it, in 10 years, it'll be the norm. In Canada, they'll gladly sign up for this. Canada, Australia, those countries, and New Zealand. I don't know about, well, the UK's got tens of thousands of cameras. Canada's in the process right now to buy several million cameras too, with temperature and thermal imaging. I don't know if it's got thermal, but I know it's got temperature sensors on them and stuff, from what I've been hearing from other sources. So people don't want to abandon it's like an erosion of, like that guy said. But, I mean, you live in China, what do you expect? But then, what if 20 years from now, somebody off some island off the coast of God knows where says, oh, there's cameras all over Canada filming people, and now they're putting them in their homes. And the person on that island would say, well, we live in Canada, so what do you expect? What if it becomes the norm? What if the language becomes normal to say that this is normal in Canada? What do you expect living in Canada? It's going to get there, guys. China is installing surveillance cameras outside people's front doors. Now, this is from CNN, and I think they broke this story. Oh, that it's inside the in the apartments too. Look at this camera article, please. Look, it's in the apartments in the hallways. So there's the by 2021, China is expected to have 6 times more surveillance cameras than the U.S. Holy smokes. So China's going to have 567 million surveillance cameras. They're way ahead of the U.S. In 2015, China had 210 million surveillance cameras. America only had 47 million. Most of that is in malls, department stores, and stuff like that. And then you got, in 2018, China has 349 million cameras. And by that's why they need the 5G to roll out. You need 5G to roll out to run this stuff, man. China also has 8 of the world's 10 most surveilled cities based on, we got that already, evolution of tactics. So here is how it's evolving. So you have Atlanta here, then Beijing, and it goes, China has 8 of the world's 10 most surveilled cities. So of the 10 most surveilled cities, you have Atlanta in 16th. You got 40 Beijing. You got Guangzhou in 53. Oh, this is cameras. Okay, this is 200 CCT cameras per 1,000 people. Okay, so it's Atlanta at the bottom, then Beijing, then Guangzhou, then Wuhan, then London is in the middle there, then Jinan, then Tianjin, then Shanghai, then Shenzhen, and then Chongqing. 16 is at the top there per 1,000 people. So there it is, cameras inside homes. So they're installing cameras in people's homes. Like, really? But I don't understand. And I brought this up many times on the show when I've talked to people, had people on the show. Human beings have a decent, first 18 years, you're training, you're learning, you're basically learning how to ride a horse when you're a teenager going into your 20s. You don't start to really experience life till you're in your 20s, and then by the time you're in your 50s, you start to slow down, and in your 60s, you slow down more. We do not have a life expectancy of 200-300 years. What's the point of tracking someone for 30-40 years and then they pass on? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's a waste of energy, a waste of time, a waste of they could be using this computing technology to run better things, or I don't know, guys. I don't know. So here it is. This one has it right. China is installing surveillance cameras inside people's homes. That's the article. That one makes perfect sense because they already have cameras outside, right? So here it is. In order to make sure people are exposed to, again, it just basically goes to the other article I read. It just seems to be a massive data grab. I don't know how much of it is actually legal. So again, if you want 1984, you want to feel a 1984 draconian measures to come in and take your rights and freedoms, well, it's happening. And it will happen. And it will continue to move forward. Because Canada is so in love with China to be like, oh, you see, China's doing it and it's working out and stuff. No. Is America doing it? No. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. Also, guys, don't forget to go to the channel. And don't forget to set your reminders here for trends in the housing market and Mike in the Night here. Go to the channel. We got live call-ins all the show long. We get call-ins all the whole show discussing what's happening, when it's happening, and where it's happening, how you're being affected for what's happening. Don't be shy. Come on the show. Add me on Skype. Be part of the channel. And it'll be good to get some feedback from your folks and let me know, so we can kind of talk. That's what we do here. We talk. We like to talk. We like to bring on guests. We like to have regulars. We even make mugs for our guests and t-shirts. So don't forget to check us out on Teespring. We're also on Teespring, and we got all kinds of good stuff going on. Cameras coming into people's homes. Well, they're doing it in China. That's going to be the excuse in Australia and in Canada and New Zealand and the UK. Oh, they're doing it in China, so it's okay. And 20 years from now, somebody on some weird island off the coast of God knows where will be saying, what do you think? You live in Canada. They'll be looking at it like that. And it's like, yeah, it's going to be massaged. It's going to be put into the language. It's going to be brought forward. And it's going to be retracted, brought forward, retracted until it becomes a thing. Mike Martin's here from Merritt, BC, broadcasting. Let me know what you guys think. I look forward to reading your comments below. This is the real deal, and this is how it starts. Thanks for watching. God bless. And don't forget to share a video or subscribe to the channel. YouTubers, Mike Martin's here with the Mike Martin's channel. What a gorgeous, beautiful Sunday we're having here. Guys, I want to send a special thank you for everyone that came on Mike in the Night last night. All the callers that called in, all the people that are part of the show. Thanks, guys. It really means a lot to me. And, yeah, it's getting a lot of views right now. It's just over 2,000 views, posted 9 hours ago. And that's good for a small channel like mine. Let me know what you guys think, if there's any improvements that need to be made on the show, if you'd like to see, like, certain topics or anything, please. We are always, us, a community, we're always open with open lines to discuss people's, what's happening around us and how it's happening. And how it's changing everybody's lives on an hourly basis now. It went from a yearly basis to a monthly basis to an hourly basis. And we need to keep each other informed, talk ourselves through this. Mike Martin's here, the voice of the Commonwealth. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Enjoy your beautiful day. Enjoy the family. Enjoy life. Love each other. Be there for each other. And we'll see each other on the flip side. Don't forget to set your reminder for trends in the housing market and Mike in the Night for next week. Lots of love, guys. And you guys, take care. Thanks for watching. YouTubers, Mike Martin's here with the Mike Martin's channel. Hey guys, I'm open, and I've been really busy actually, but only allowing one person in at a time. And it works. People respect each other. They wait down there. They wait till the next person comes out. I created the social distancing here at the shop, and everything seems to be going okay. A couple of people messaged me earlier saying, wow, Mike, you're going to reopen. Are you sure you want to do it? You know what? I mean, I got my private bathroom there with a shower if I need it, a change area. I have everything back here. Then I have my area here separate. I got this taped off. It's more than 6 feet.
everyone's been really nice and polite, and everyone's been happy that I've reopened. And there it is. I've reopened the shop. It's been kind of stale in here, so I'm going to leave the door open because I was waiting it to wind down weather-wise, so weather would get better. So the weather's been like absolutely phenomenal the last 2 weeks. So I said, you know what? I'm going to open on Fridays, but I'm going to keep the social distancing open, and I'm going to keep this the way it's at. And it's been extremely busy today, believe it or not. I posted one post on Facebook, and I had a lineup of people nicely lined up outside, believe it or not. I didn't put any lines, but everyone was like two sidewalk spaces apart. So there it is, guys. The store is reopened. I'm here on Fridays if you want to come and visit. I'm here at 1925 Quilchina in Merritt, British Columbia. And yeah, the town's kind of picking up. It's actually super hot out today. And town's picking up and everybody's out and about. So thanks, guys, for your concerns about... I did a morning coffee with Mike, and a lot of people expressed their concern about me reopening and stuff. But this is it, guys. Here it is. Here's the machine. It's away from everybody. Hand sanitizer. My morning coffee. And everything here. So the store is good to go. I'm going to read an article for you guys in a bit. And that's that. Come down and visit me anytime, guys. If you want to chat or shoot the breeze, I'm always here. And thanks for your concern, guys. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. And we'll talk soon. Bye. YouTubers! Mike Martin's here with the Mike Martin's channel. Thanks for joining me. Guys, I went to go buy a couple of bags of sea soil and a couple of fruit trees today. We are on lockdown, and we don't know where things are going to go with food distribution. So today I picked up a peach tree. Okay. Nice and big. Apple tree. Nice and big. And an apricot tree. Nice. We got the biggest ones they had of each kind. So that this way we could just go ahead, plant it, and hopefully in a month or two, 3 months, we'll get some response. So I got the organic sea soil because we got a little bit of clay in our soil here. Not in our garden, but in the grass area, we have a little bit of clay. So this is going to be good. We're setting this up. So here she is, guys. This is my baby apricot. These are casino apricots. I've had them before. They're really, really sweet and tasty. And here we have the big apple tree. Probably, if it grows big enough and strong enough, build a small tree house for the kids. The kids want a tree house. They were watching a movie the other day and they're like, we want a tree house. There it is. I got more dirt coming. Don't panic, guys. And here we go. There's the Red Globe peaches. Red Globe peaches. There she is. It's a beautiful tree. I love... These trees are really nice, and then when they start to bloom, they're very beautiful. And the peaches are nice and sweet. As for the garden, I tilled it a few more times. And put the manure in. Everything's ready to go. Kind of excited about this, so... We'll see what happens. We took out a few more things that were in there that we found. Nothing major like before. We found bags and bags of crap and roots and just junk that was in there. So tilled in the manure, steer, and the sheep manure. And man, the sheep manure smelled really bad. Here's our strawberry patch. Ready to go. And yeah, backyard's coming along real nice. Okay, here we go. I'm digging it deep, guys. I'm going to go like 3, maybe 4 feet. Nice and deep. I want to go super deep here so I could get the depth of that whole pot there. So let the roots breathe a bit. Put a little bit of this sea soil in. So I might go a little bit wider here just to get more of that sea soil in there. Topsoil. And organic compost, sorry. And you're going to use that grass to patch up that little area there. I think I got her now. It's going to be perfect. That's going to fit perfectly in there, and I'm going to load it with that. Let's see how it goes. So there you go, guys. We got the dirt put up. We're going to raise the dirt a bit more. Just in the center there, just to give it a little bit more stability with the wind. But the tree is up. There's our apricots. Or apricot? What is this? Yeah, casino apricots. So this is going to be nice to eat in the summer.
Okay, guys, here it is. The hole's getting bigger, and this tree is big. It's got a huge pot, so I gotta be careful taking her out. But I gotta dig this thing pretty deep, and I gotta go pretty wide with this. Like I did the other one, I want a nice circumference of dirt around it, so it's not getting choked by the grass, right? So, all right, we're getting the apple tree thrown in. Kids are witnessing this. Kids are learning. Dirt's ready to go. I like to pour a whole bag of this stuff at the bottom, and then I like to flatten it with my foot. You know, it's got a lot of nutrients in it. It is sea soil, so hopefully it will do well. And here we have our last tree, the peach tree. This one we're dedicating to my dad. It was his favorite fruit. There it is, the peach tree. Coming along really nice. The other one's okay. We've got this one in pretty deep. This one's got a really wide base here. So she's in real good here. And she's already starting to bloom, believe it or not. That's why I bought it. I already knew that it wasn't a dud. And then here, the apricot one, I knew it wasn't a dud because it's already starting party here. So she's starting to rock and roll right there. So alrighty, here we go. We got the trees planted. We got 1, 2, and 3. They're good to go. What do you think, Antonio? Which one's your tree? This is your tree. Apple tree, Noah? Masana? Yeah, buddy. There you go. There's your apple tree. Yeah. We'll build a tree house on it when it gets really big. And here, peach tree. That's Grandpa's, right? Yeah. He loves peaches. Even though he's allergic to them, he loves peaches.
Yeah. Because he's in heaven now.
Yeah, he's in heaven, buddy.
Did you like it before?
Yeah.
This is what it's like.
I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night wherever you may be watching this transmission. It is I, Mike Martins. Welcome to a new segment, new video. Guys, I want to throw this one out there because it's kind of important. And I've been talking about it on the channel for a long time. Guys, stop following post-dicting channels and look at predicting channels. I've been predicting a lot of things that have been gonna happen from years ago, and they're happening. A lot of channels go out and say, look, oil crashed, I told you so. How many people actually put up a video before it actually crashed and said oil down 15.50% in the Australian markets a day before, and oil will go negative come Monday? And this was on the Sunday I posted this, and I knew that oil was going to go into negative territory, and I positioned my money where my mouth was. So stop looking at post-diction channels. Look at predictions before things even happen. So here it is, guys. So today we're going to talk about the war on the middle class that's happening and that's attacking the working poor. And here it is, guys. Let's go back to the channel again and go to videos a year, 8 months, 2 years old. Banks are now referring people to food banks. So people, for them not to default on their mortgage payments because the bank needs their money, they are sending homeowners to food banks. And this is 8 months ago here. Food bank notice increase of working poor. I call it working poor. They call it middle class. I call it working poor because you're just working for the sake of paying for rent to keep the landlord's mortgages paid so the banks don't default. Food bank usage in Scotland record high. That was from 6 months ago. Alberta, Sydney, Auckland, London, and Los Angeles. From binge to bust, Commonwealth cities line up for food banks. So there it is. 2,000 people come, about 2,000 new people come every month. This is 6 months ago. So here it is. Oil drop, food price hikes. It's kind of strange. This is 2 weeks ago. This is before the crash. It's kind of strange how things you always find work against you. How the price of oil goes down, but the price of food goes up. But for the longest time, the price of oil kept going up. Do you know why, guys? The price of oil kept going up, and then the price of food kept going up, but they kept blaming logistics. They kept saying the cost to export food is up, the cost to produce food is up, the cost of transporting food is up, the cost of everything is up, so food must go up. We believed that for years, until we realized that we're not going to run out of oil in the next 10 years. We'll have oil for the next 1,000 years. And I feel sorry for the scientists that dismissed the status quo, saying we're not going to run out of oil in 10 years. It's a natural phenomenon the Earth produces. But hey, guess what? We had it here on the channel. Countries are starting to hoard food, threatening global trade 4 weeks ago. So here it is, guys. Subscribe, be part of the channel. Look, Mike in the Night, 9 months ago, a live show I did with Collins. Mike in the Night, middle class can't afford food. And there it is. I get people calling in. Another magnitude 6 earthquake. So let's see who we get calling to this show. Oh, we got people calling in. For the best waves, you're hanging out on your board, waiting, passing on.
Sooner or later, you've got to pull the cord and say, you know what, I'm going to go somewhere else, and I'm going to try something different.
Yeah. So check it out, guys. Mike in the Night. Don't forget to subscribe. Look at this. Food Bank. There's more here. New Zealand poverty crisis. Toronto wins. Poverty capital of Canada 6 months ago. Trends in the housing market. More poverty. California housing out of reach for most. That's 2 years ago, and it doesn't even have 8 views on it. So there's a lot of videos I'm doing. There's the Raven there with his hairpiece. Can the middle class be wiped out in 2018? This is from 2017. I posted this. So I was predicting way too far behind. I'm behind. I thought the middle class would be wiped out by 2018. I was wrong. It's 2020 right now with COVID. So this is what's happening. Look, New Zealand housing severe. Guys, share the channel, subscribe. I do a lot. Canadian insolvency is up. I do a lot of work, so get this out there, guys. And right now we're going to discuss the stark photos showing miles long row of cars outside a Florida food bank as demand surges for 600% and more than 500,000 residents file for unemployment. So this is it, guys. We're seeing the war on the middle class, aka working poor, is being taken out at the seams. And let's take a look here. Let me maybe zoom this out a bit. So go to article cam here so you can see it better. Yeah, it's a little bit better there. Let me stretch it out here for you guys. There you go. Let me bring it back here. Let me just bring it back here real quick. There you go. There it is, guys. Feeding South Florida, a nonprofit distributed food to needy Floridian motorists on Monday. A long line of vehicles was seen waiting at distribution center in Sunrise, just outside of Fort Lauderdale. I know where that is. That's west off 95. No, east off 95. Yeah, I-95. Food banks have reported a 600% spike in demand for produce amid COVID pandemic. Recent figures showed that more than 500,000 Floridians filed for unemployment benefits. So this is getting out of hand. And take a gander at that, would you? That's all people waiting. And look at that. A Camaro, a Honda, Mini Cooper, Mercedes. Wow, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. An aerial view from the drone shows the vehicle lineup to receive food provided by the food bank Feeding South Florida in Sunrise, Florida. Wow. Look at the mile. It goes on for miles. Feeding South Florida has seen a 600% increase in those asking for food aid as possible, some of who have lost jobs need to make ends meet during the COVID pandemic. Groceries being given away, including milk, chicken, apples, tomatoes, and cantaloupe, as well as Easter eggs. Floridians lined up to receive produce ranging from milk, chicken, apples, tomatoes, cantaloupes, and eggs. That's because COVID. Now they're blaming COVID. Now let's go back here. Okay, I'm not COVID, real or fake. I'm not on here for that. I'm not on here for this show for that. I'm actually wanting to talk about the war against the middle class, right? So what happened? Well, It's very simple. We go back here. They create fake natural gas shortages in the winter so they could keep our prices up. Middle class can't afford food. So this has been happening for a long time now. Unfreaking believable apartment rental crisis. Half of Greater Vancouver cannot afford a one-bedroom rental. And rent prices in BC are expected to reach $2,600 in 2020, and that's where they're at right now. And TOP, Canadian provinces with insolvencies. So it's happening all over. Gold and silver breaking away. And when was that? That was 4 months ago. U.S. online sales spike. Holiday boost. Casino whistleblower in Australia sheds light about money laundering. So on foreign investing, foreign money coming in and laundering through casinos. So it is a war against the middle class. The middle class, average wage earners are completely bought out of their own markets. Average wage earners have a really tough time making ends meet. Their total debt service ratio does not add up. So you're getting this. You're getting this. And you're getting banks refer people to food banks so they don't mess up on their mortgage payment, right? So that means farmers who rely on their business to buy their crops have an excess of perishable food and nothing to do with it. So Jose Martinez waits in line next to his car to receive groceries provided by the food bank feeding South Florida. So there's Angelica Pichardo, an official with the city Sunrise, gives vouchers for groceries to the local motorists on Monday. Wow. A city employee wearing a mask and gloves places groceries provided by the food bank into vehicles to needy Floridians on Monday. Oh, man. Food that isn't donated to food banks is simply thrown away and turned into mulch, as there is no set mechanism to efficiently redistribute the excess produce of those in need. So that's a huge, huge issue that they have here, because they're having a really tough time making ends meet, and it's been happening for a while. You see how fast it happened in Florida? The average house is anywhere from $180 to $265 for the benchmark price for a home in Florida, and they're bought out. But you're looking at cities like Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Seattle, Oregon, Vancouver, Toronto, London, Sydney, Auckland, Melbourne, where people have been severely overpriced and bought out of their markets for so long that when it hits those areas, it's going to get a lot worse than Florida, because the debt load or the debt distribution in Florida isn't as grand and as big as someone, for example, living in Toronto that's a homeowner, where they're $1 million in debt, where in Florida they're $300,000 in debt. So look at the default quantities in gross numbers that's going to happen, and it's going to hit. So right now, the middle class, the working poor, has been under attack forever. First, foreign investors come in with big money, buy up all our infrastructure, all our housing. Then the middle class workers that can't afford to reach those black swan prices move out to other cities. Then from those cities, people move and then start to raise the prices on other cities and inflate the prices of housing in other places. So, Farm Share distributes food every day through partnership with food pantries, churches, school, and other nonprofits. The organization has dozens of drop sites throughout Florida. It is running at maximum capacity, using every one of its 25 refrigerated trucks and six warehouses to get food out to those who need it. Feeding South Florida said it welcomes the excess donations. It is operating at pace to deliver 2.5 million meals a week to hungry Floridians. We absolutely can handle it, said Sari Vetsky, Executive Vice President of Feeding South Florida. We can't get it in and out fast enough. Vasky said that while the number of people asking for food increased sixfold, the number of staff has been cut by 3/4. as people are adhering to stay-home orders. Damn. So people are adhering to stay-home orders, and when they do that, guess what happens? They don't go out, and they don't go participate and help the food banks and stuff. I wish I lived close to this. I'd go here and help out. Honestly, I would. I wish. So there it is there, guys. With the hospitality industry shut down, farmers have a glut of unused food, some of which has been collected by food banks across the country. So here's the deal. You got hotels, with restaurants, hotels, fancy hotels that order in food every day to their restaurants, and they prepare food and stuff for their guests and stuff. They're not ordering. So think of that. Think of it from the small level like that all the way to the top, where people don't have the money to go buy in grocery stores. Then that's another problem. City employees load groceries into the trunk of motorist cars in Sunrise, Florida. One city employee loads several packages of what appears to be orange juice in Sunrise, Florida. City employee places some green vegetables in bag of... These beans, you could salt them and eat them as is, eh? And Floridians who have been laid off from work are turning to food banks to provide meals as COVID has effectively shut down much of the economy. So why don't they just start reopening this economy in a safe way? I don't know what they're doing. The image above shows vegetables provided by Feeding South Florida Food Bank in Sunrise. There it is right there. All these people, man. It's horrendous. So it's a war against the middle. So let's go back to videos I made. There was one I made about how, this is a really good one, how, see, underwater mortgages, top 6 countries that's in the Commonwealth that speak English, top 6 countries that have underwater mortgages, Portland housing severely unaffordable, Australia's mortgage prison in danger, that's from like 3 years ago, housing crisis equals banking crisis equals humanity crisis equals starvation, Vancouver homes, empty, quiet streets. So what else is there here, guys, that I could show you guys? So there was an article that I did on my channel that was that I read that there's more food banks now in the city of London than there is McDonald's and Subway restaurants, I think, put together. The article's in my channel somewhere. And guys, this has been a war against the middle class forever. And I've been noticing it since 2010, after the Vancouver Olympics in downtown Vancouver, where I used to live. I used to see things get so out of control there, guys, you have no idea. And the price of housing went from 400 to 600 to 800. The same home, I'm saying, to 1.2 to 1.8 to 2.5 to like literally $3 million for the same house. Now, how is this happening? Well, here's the deal. See, this is the deal, and all English-speaking countries are guilty of this. Parts of the U.S. are, but all the rest of the Commonwealth is. And here it is. Document cam, please. There you go. Canada would be in a recession without money laundering. I brought this up in the last video because this is dangerous information. Because if people knew that $200 billion was laundered in their country from 2011 to 2015 via real estate coming from China, from profits made from gangs, from fentanyl and opioids and all kinds of dangerous drugs that flood the streets of Western United States, all of Canada, UK, Australia, and New Zealand, they'd be pretty upset. So there it is right there, guys. It is really bad. Now, with every country competing for wealthy investors from China, it's been really hard for the locals to compete. Now, this is the war on the middle class, where people can need government loans, first-time homebuyer loans. Let's get to that real quick here, guys. This is kind of important. You pay attention to this. First-time homebuyer loans, very dangerous. Why? Because the middle class can get into any market. Liar loans explained in Australia, payday loans debt trap, serious delinquencies in subprime auto loans, the dangers of B lenders. That one was just put up 2 hours ago. Zero down home loans, interest only mortgages. I addressed this many years ago. Look, 40-year loans down under. consumer debt crisis in Saskatchewan, student loan fiasco, housing crisis plus debt load equals student loans equals hate. Equity is not a lottery. Everyone thinks the equity in their homes were lotteries, and they were using it to pay. They were, you know what I'm saying? Canadians taking out fewer mortgages. Canadians, not foreign investors, right? So there's a lot. Look, 1.34 million empty homes across Canada. And do you know that I think it's 18% of foreign investors from China that invested and own homes in Canada? Almost 20%, it's like 18, almost 20% have never visited Canada once. Go see what the number is in Australia. Big trouble in Little Aussie. A third of Canadians have no retirement. Don't pay until you die reverse mortgages. They've been trying to do everything to us. Watch all these videos. Let's get into more debt. Keep getting more debt and explaining why all these people are getting into debt. The Great American Household Debt soars most since the crisis. And that's it. Cheap money, but it's different. Now, foreign money. Seattle is a good experience. A good explanation for all this is Seattle. Vancouver, BC, put in a foreign buyer's tax for foreign buyers. Like, you got to pay 12 or whatever % for a foreign investor. Those people stopped buying in Vancouver. They went down to Seattle and destroyed their housing market and quadrupled the price of everything. Now, most of the condos, luxury condos, apartments, and everything in Seattle has a what do you call it? Like a corporate number. It's a corporation that owns all these properties. Several corporate numbers. And then Toronto got hit with the tsunami because everyone went east to Toronto. Right? So let's look that up too. So you guys understand the channel. I've been doing a lot here. What's it called here? Chinese investors buying up Athens, Greece. Let's see if we could find it. Canadian investors investing in U.S. real estate. Chinese investors want a bad refund on bad investment. Let's see if I could find it here. Foreign investors must watch Vancouver housing crisis. I've been talking about this for so many, here it is, guys, many years. There it is. Let's go back here. Chinese investors buying up Athens. Chinese investors looking at Calgary. So this is a big deal because when we get bought out, housing crisis. Australia's politicians are the best investors. Australian politicians own a lot of housing, and so I'm trying to see if I could find. Look, foreign investors going to Ireland. And that was a year ago. And foreign investing never happened there before. They never seen that happening before in Dublin. And a year now from this day, when that video was made, the homelessness has skyrocketed. The children in homelessness have skyrocketed. And now with COVID, it's made it even worse with people all over the streets. So there it is, guys. I wanted to throw this out there because housing, look at this, 3 years ago. Housing crisis, Sydney investors in trouble. Let's see what this says. This is from 3 years ago. YouTubers, income shortfall. Oh no, could this be the nail in the coffin that's going to spring up? Is this the Jack in the Box that's going to blow up? Is this analytics, DEF? Consolidate put the number of property portfolios that may be affected to 36,000, 36 large. So there's so many. It just keeps going and going. New Zealand housing, don't buy anything. People that watched my don't buy anything videos from a year ago, New Zealand housing, do not buy nothing. Those people are emailing me pretty much every day and telling me, hey, Mike, I'm in New Zealand. I watched this don't buy anything. I made one for Australia. I made one for Canada. I made one for everywhere. Because if people bought a year ago when I told them not to, and they went ahead and bought when I told them not to, they're in a lot of trouble today. So there it is, guys. There's just so much happening, guys. I kind of wanted to throw this out there. Look at this. Trends in the housing market, October 2016. Wow. Yeah, you guys have been with me for so long. Thank you so much, guys. Go in there, share one of my videos. Oh, Montreal, Quebec, foreign buyers, housing disaster ahead. And that I predicted that because once they said there's foreign investors in there, I already knew what was going to happen. Same thing that happened in Toronto. So now you got the attack on the middle class, and look what's happening. And you're looking at Florida, where the average house is still under, you could get a decent house for under $200,000. What's going to happen to the working poor that own multi-million-dollar homes, multi-million-dollar teardowns, what's going to happen for the people that own multi-million-dollar teardowns that are realistically worth $100,000, 200 maybe tops? What's going to happen to those people in those cities? Are they going to start bailing out the homeowners? They're not going to bail out the renters, God forbid. Attack on the middle class. Here it is, guys. You see it. There it is. Look at all the people in Florida. Look at this. It's scary. And I know where this is. I know exactly where this place is. All right? This is off of I-95. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I would like to know what you guys are feeling about this attack on the middle class, working poor. What do we do? We're bought out of our own markets, and now they're getting us hitting our pockets to buy basic food, basic necessities. All right, guys, I took too much of your time. Don't forget to subscribe, be part of the channel, set your reminders here. Look at this. Oil is going to crash. Look at that. Oil down 15.5%. That was a day before the Monday crash. I posted this on the Sunday. And I put my money where my mouth is, and it said oil will go negative come Monday. Because I've been watching the markets in Australia, and I knew something wasn't right. And I went and made a video about it before it happened. No post-dicting here. I try my best to predict and take your guys' advice. And don't forget to call into the shows, Trends in the Housing Market, and Mike in the Night. Thanks for watching, guys. God bless, and we'll hope to see you guys very soon. I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you're watching this transmission. It is I, Mike Martins, with the Mike Martins channel. Thanks for joining me, guys. There's actually quite a bit on the horizon that's going on. Meat shortage, food shortages going around. So it's kind of important to keep your finger on the pulse on what's happening with food, where it's going, how it's being distributed, where it's being distributed, how the logistics are looking, and you keep the ear on the ground when talking to local grocery stores and local butchers and local farms on what's going on, right? Luckily, I'm very lucky that I live in a small town, population 7,000. We're surrounded by lots of livestock, lots of cows, lots of cattle, lots of meat, lots of dairy, lots of pigeon coops. So keep your ear on the ground, guys. Even if you're in a big city, there's ways to find things out. Anyways, so let's get to this, guys. What do I got for you guys? Here it is, man. Don't forget, guys, to set your reminders tonight for Mike in the Night. The Riddle, if you can. Live show. Call into the show. Add me on Skype. Be part of the show. Here it is, guys. We are inching closer to a meat shortage. Prices are getting weird. Now, this is nothing new. Let's go to article cam here, please. Thank you. So there's nothing weird happening with the price of food going up. Price of food's always been going up. And if you remember back in the early 2000s, the price of oil was reaching just over $100 a barrel. And people were saying, well, look what's happening. We're running out of oil, just like the whole global warming stuff. We're running out of oil. We're running out of oil. We're going to be out of oil in the next 10 years. Well, that's not the case. Scientists were dismissed. Scientists, geologists, all kinds of people were dismissed when they were telling people that, no, it's like a natural substance. It's not fossil fuels. And they're like, no, yes, it is. We're going to be running out. Well, the price of food skyrocketed because the price of transporting the food went up and the price of producing the food went up. But then we take a flip side of the coin, and guess what? A barrel of oil is less than $20, but the price of food is still going up. Well, transporting didn't go up. Transporting went down. So we're inching closer to a meat shortage. Prices are getting weird. This is from the LA Times. Then we have here, meat shortage looms as Covey shuts packing plants, leaving farmers with tough choices. Well, farmers just keep raising the animals, the livestock. They don't have to, not everything needs to go out for slaughter, right? Save your bacon. A real meat shortage looms. Virus shutdown from Politico. So we're getting it from every angle here. Americans could start to see the shortage of pork, chicken, beef on grocery shelves as soon as May. as a major packing plant swept by the COVID remained shuttered, and the nation's massive stockpiles of frozen meat begin to dwindle. Any empty shelves to date have been the result of bumps in the supply chain. Well, I guess you could call it a bump in the supply chain, with stores being unable to restock as quickly as customers are buying. But bacon, pork chops, and ham could be the first to face actual shortages. The amount of frozen pork in shortage nationwide, more than 621 million pounds, dropped 4%. From March to April, the USDA reported this week slaughter rates are down 25% and 400,000 animals are backed up in slaughterhouses. That's not too bad in a way. Yes, you got to feed them. Yes, it costs to feed the animals, but you can let them grow a bit more, get a bit more meat off the bone. If you want to look at it on a, if you want to see it on a positive view, you get more meat on the bone. You know what I'm saying? It grows healthier. You don't have to inject it to grow faster, especially chickens. You don't have to keep hormoning them up. Let them grow free range. Let them, but I see what's happening. I see what's happening from the farmer side of it. I'm just trying to find a good perspective on this. Anyways, so let's keep going here. And with meat plants, all kinds of operating at 60% of capacity, shortage looms for beef, poultry as well. That could also lead to higher prices and financial squeeze for farmers who are collecting less per animal slaughtered. So here it is. USDA aims to buy more produce and dairy meat. So maybe redistribute it towards the people, right? I see in France they're dumping milk on the street, all kinds of stuff happening and throwing away food. Why doesn't if it's not going to be, why doesn't the government or a government agency comes in, instead of throwing all that food in the garbage, buys it at a decent fair price, even at cost, so the farmer doesn't lose, and then redistribute that food to families that need it? I would pay my taxes towards that in a heartbeat. So let's continue here. If we start to see more closures and these facilities remain, document Canberra, please. Yes, we're on here. Prolonged for a period of time, it's hard to imagine a scenario in which consumers don't see changes at the supermarket, said David Ortega, an agricultural economist at Michigan State University. I've discussed David Ortega several times. I'm not going to see if I can get him on the show on Mike in the Night to tell us what's happening with this. Multiple economists who spoke with Politico said May could be when consumers have fewer options when buying meat. There is enough for now. The agricultural department's monthly tally of meat and warehouse freezers showed a total pounds of beef, about 502 million, were up 2%. Poultry in a shortage went up 4% to 1.3 billion pounds, and the amount of chicken in storage dipped slightly to about 921 million pounds. But the pipeline bringing the meat, here's the logistics, the pipeline, the way to get it to your door. Guys, I kind of want to throw a shout out there for all the truckers. The truckers, guys, I know what you guys are going through, and a lot of those truck stops are filthy. No one's going in because of this virus to go clean those, like people that are scheduled or companies that are scheduled to go in and clean bathrooms aren't going in to clean these bathrooms. Their trucks don't fit through drive-through. So I want to send a shout out to and lots of love to all the truckers out there, because it is tough. So let's go here. The dip in daily pork slaughter rates is troubling, especially for producers, said Scott Brown, a University of Missouri agricultural economist. If these keep declining at the rate we have seen recently, then we need to worry, he added. So Florida crops hit hard by COVID downturn. So green beans, estimated losses by crop. Cucumbers, estimated losses by crop, 38 million. Cabbage, estimated demand dropped almost 100%. In cabbage, 24 million. Zucchini and squash prices dropped $28 per box, as low as $3 per box. That's 17 million for each crop. Peppers, about 20% crop is being plowed under, 10%. Lettuce, about 75% of the crop being plowed under, as much as $7 million. So this is a big deal. This is a huge deal, guys. But a lot of people are also looking at their backyards and doing their gardens. I got a little video series here of my third video series of my garden. So The first one was a disaster. Second one was better. Now this third one's going to be real good because I got my mom, who's basically lived and born and raised in a farm in Portugal. So it's going to be good. So meatpacking plants have become COVID hotspots because workers operate in closed conditions and many have not been equipped or with adequate protective gear after the cases began to mount. Some companies have implemented safety precautions such as spacing workers along slaughter lines and installing plexiglass barriers. That works too. Everywhere I go, there's plexiglass barriers. Hundreds of workers have tested positive for the COVID and several have died. And as have at least 2 meat safety inspectors employed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture who worked in the plants. Unions representing safety inspectors and plant workers have urged the Agricultural Department to step in with specific guidance on how to deal with the COVID outbreaks in processing plants, but the agency has instead deferred to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and left it to companies to determine their own safety precautions. So here it is, guys. Historical lack of fresh at USDA. So the agency will purchase $100 million per month of fresh produce and meat and dairy for the remainder of the fiscal 2020, but so far no indication suggests purchasing has increased in the past 6 weeks. So there it is, significant trade aid purchases. I'm pretty sure, you know, like we get our, like I'll give you an example. I went in shopping the other day at the grocery store, right? And I saw kiwis from New Zealand, avocados from Australia, shipped in from Australia. I'm pretty sure a lot of this stuff could be moved around to areas that need it the most, right? I think that's kind of important to look at, right? So there's no, you know, I got in pears the other way, a week ago from Paraguay, right? Like beautiful pears, right? So there's got to be, but balance needs to be found somehow, somewhere, and putting the whole money thing aside, once in a while, putting the whole money thing aside doesn't hurt when you know you're doing the right thing, you know? So, meat processing is so consolidated that shutting down just a handful of plants could cause significant disruptions to the industry. Tyson Foods announced on Wednesday that it was closing its largest pork plant in Waterloo, Iowa, together with the prior closures of another Tyson pork plant in Longsport, Indiana. That accounts for 7% of the U.S. pork processing capacity. At least 13 plants have been closed in the last month due to outbreaks, according to the Food and Environment Reporting Network, a nonprofit news organization. With fewer plants to receive hogs, farmers are being forced to euthanize their pigs because there's a small window of time animals are ready to be processed, must be killed. Some economists estimate that the pork industry could lose up to $5 billion throughout the rest of the year. Guys, this is a huge problem. I'm pretty sure that the pigs could, I don't know, man. I remember like when I was when living in Portugal, we had pigs the size of a small car. So I'm not sure why they would. I mean, is it that pigs start eating more over time? Is it that pigs start you know what I'm saying? So want to thank all our friends at Political here and Market Watch and the Los Angeles Times for putting this out there for us. Really appreciate that. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. This is a big deal. Guys, don't forget to go to my channel and type in garden. Oh, there's a disaster garden here. If you want to see my disaster garden and learn from a pile of mistakes, go here. There's all the gardening here, all the gardening I've done on my channel all the years since I moved to a small town. Lots of gardening here. Lots. Yeah, and there's the massive food shortage video from 4 weeks ago. Guys, if you want to support the transmission, please go ahead and share a video. I would appreciate that more than anything. Sharing a video means a lot to me. Thanks a lot, guys. And whoop, let me get a soul cam. Thanks for watching. Come on, Mike in the Nights and Nights. Go ahead and set your reminders for the riddle. Big hug to everyone. Thanks for watching. Good morning, YouTubers. Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Thanks for joining me, guys. Just giving you a little panoramic view of my backyard view here from my upper balcony. It's going to be nice and warm today again. It's nice right now. And just a little windy, though. And there's Project Garden, guys. I'm going to make a part 3 for you guys. I got a strawberry patch there I'm throwing together. and already filled. Got lots of manure in, so going to be tilling that in today, and hopefully getting it ready for the next week or so. We'll start planting. So beautiful, quiet. People ask me, during the lockdown, oh, how are you dealing with all the quietness and this and that? Well, I've been in quietness for the last, going into 5 years now, and I don't regret it one bit. Let me know what you guys think. Comment below, and we'll see each other tonight on Mike in the Night. Thanks for watching, guys. All right, guys, welcome to my new garden series. Here it is, guys. These are what the weeds look like when they're underground. Give you another sample here. Like when you got a weed above ground, right? These are the weeds. It's been trimmed down with a trimmer last year. And that's what you got on the ground right there. I pulled out everything. I continued, finished the rest today. This is very back-breaking intensive labor. But it's good. You can put your foot in it. It's nice and soft. It's not hard. It's ready to get some topsoil, and I'm going to rototill it again into rows. And I'm going to start planting in 2 weeks. But I kind of wanted to throw this out there and give you guys an update. A couple of people asking me how my garden's going. Look at that. I bet you can make the roots into some sort of a tea, some herbal. There's got to be some sort of herbal that you could get out of this stuff, because this stuff, I know it looks bad, but and it look at this one. Look at that. Look at that. So that looks like an octopus, that one there. But yeah, I'm done. I got a pitchfork instead. Pitchfork was working better than the shovel. So if you're gonna do this, guys, get the pitchfork. I'm gonna pick up some topsoil tomorrow. I'm going to go change the oil on the van now. I'm just lining myself up with things to do all this time we're home during this lockdown. And getting things done. Getting productive things done. Let me know what you guys think. There it is. Project Garden Part 3. That's where I'm at right now. Got another neighbor right now rototilling his. I couldn't rototill this. I needed to actually go in by hand like this. And do it one twist at a time. To get to the bottom of it. To properly... Because you rototill this, you chop this stuff up, and you don't even know you got it down there. You know what I'm saying? So let me know what you guys think. There it is. Topsoil tomorrow, and hopefully I'll have it rototilled by this Friday. Today's still Monday. Let me know, comment below. What do you guys recommend? Put your comments below, I'll read them. Thanks for watching. Bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night. Thanks for joining me here, guys. Mike Martin's here. Okay, guys, this is a big deal. This is really happening. Montana County demands citizen wear government-issued armbands to shop at grocery stores. This was put up a couple of hours ago. What the heck is this? So I did double check and look it through. This is for real. And there's other states and other counties looking at other safety nets to put in place. Yeah, I could bring up a lot of references to what this could reference to in other times in history, which I'm not, because you're going to put it below in the comment section. Safe to shop, successfully completed 14 days. We thought this was proof. It's not. A Montana County is mandating citizens to wear pink wristband to go shopping at grocery store. The ban represents the person has quarantined for 14 days. You know who else had armbands? Yeah, I don't want to put this up here, but... okay, all right. It's not... Montana demands people to wear government-issued armbands. This is from the Montana Daily Gazette. There it is there. There's the article here from the Montana Daily Gazette. And... it might have been one of the most over-the-top draconian responses to COVID yet seen in Montana. Valley County is mandating that people wear government-issued pink armbands in under to purchase products inside stores. The measure, enforced by the Valley County Health Department, insists that store owners keep customers out unless they have a pink armband. Wow. Which denote the customer has been in the area more than 14 days and submitted to quarantine protocol. According to the flyer produced by the Valley County Health Department, out-of-towners who lack the government-issued armbands will be prohibited from stores, and residents are notified to call law enforcement if they do not comply. Holy crap. So here it is. So even people from... I was thinking, what about out-of-towners or people, passing through? Like, that's for grocery shopping, though. What if they start doing it to gas stations? Oh, I gotta avoid this date when I'm driving through America because I don't have an armband or a wristband, so I'm not allowed to get gas in this state or groceries. It's gonna become everything. Holy crap. The health department even issued a script to warn customers to flee, saying, "You're violating the government's and the country's health officers' orders." Wow. Be a good 1984, eh? Report him to Big Brother, eh? Holy crap. The health department even issued a script to warn customers to flee. You're violating the customers in Valley County's officers' orders. I can't even say that. Never mind, remember that. I am happy to shop for you with curbside delivery. I will get the items for you and bring them to your car. If you don't cooperate, you will force me to call law enforcement. Wow. Can you picture RoboCop saying that, walking into a grocery store all armed to the teeth? You are violating our customers, and governors, and the leaders. Health officers' orders. The leaders' orders have been infringed on. I am happy to shop for you. Curbside. So you get RoboCop walking around the produce area, checking off on his little computer there what you wanted, and then brings it out to your car. That's awesome. Anyways, guys, this is the start. Measures are being put in place. Yeah, it's got 730 comments on it. Let me know what you guys think. Safe to shop. Successfully completed 14 days. Who's to say that someone just grabbed this and put it on? Who's to say that... What do they do? Do they go through a screening test and then go back to a location to actually check off that they've completed the days? How does it work? Do you call in every day to say, I'm home? Check my triangulation on my phone. I'm here, right here at the house. This is day 2 now. Push 1 if you English. Dos por español. 3 for Chinese. And then you push in and like, what? Anyways, guys, let me know what you guys think below. This is overdoing it? Comment below. Looking forward to reading your messages. Thank you. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great day. I'm off to run a few errands this morning, and I just want to make an apology video because I threw a story out there that was circulating around, and that was through other multiple sources, and about the one where there was bodies washing up on the shore in Ecuador. So I did not know. I just people were complaining and saying that video is from somewhere else, from another incident and stuff. So I just want to apologize for, I'm not trying to spread misinformation or any of that crap. We're just trying to find out what's going on, right? That's why we have Mike in the Night with people to call in and stuff, and people to call in and give us their insight on what they think is going on in their neck of the woods in the part of the world they're living in, which is really good because we need that. We need angles from everywhere to give us an insight, just so we know what's going on, right? I mean, you can't really trust any media source. Other media sources could have picked that up and started running with it too, right? And depending on, so I am not a journalist, guys. So remember that. I'm just here talking with you guys, hanging out, having morning coffee, and discussing the situation on the ground and what people should expect, not expect. I'm working on my garden. I don't know if you guys are watching that, but I'm almost done tilling all my soil by hand. So I'm going 1.5 feet down. And it is backbreaking. Tilling soil is backbreaking, guys. I just want you guys to know that. So if you don't need to do it, don't do it, because it is backbreaking. And yeah, again, I'm just apologizing for putting that video up. I didn't mean to. A lot of people were all mad and complaining and saying they've unsubscribed to my channel. It's like, I go and check their channel. They're not even subscribed to me. So I'm not even worried about that. It's like, people always talk big on other people's channels, but then when you go check out their channel, they're not even subscribed to you anyway. So it's like, it's whatever, But anyways, guys, stay strong, eye on the prize, be smart about, what you see out there, right? I try to be as honest and transparent as I humanly can, and you know, and if I let anybody down, I'm sorry, you know, I don't mean to do that. I don't mean to put up videos that are not true. It's just, you see it all over you see it in media sources. You would think there's some sort of relevance to it, right? But anyways, let me know what you guys think, comment below. Thanks for watching. YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. So it looks like, are we going to see, this is the first question I'm going to ask you guys. Sorry, I'm just checking on my business to make sure the door's not, well, the alarm would go off anyway. Everything looks good. Okay, guys, question. Are we going to see a Japan 2.0 in America? That's the question I want to ask. Because if people remember, 6 weeks ago, Japan relaxed the whole COVID thing and reopened their economy. I even had someone on the show from Japan from Tokyo that told us that people are about their business. The subways, the transit, everything's open. There's no problems. All the stores are open. Everybody's keeping their distance. People are wearing masks. So, you know, Japan's relaxing the rules. People are not so worried about this, you know, there in Japan. It looks like they have it covered, right? Well, go to the news today, and Japan are turning away people that are non-COVID-19. Ambulances are in a huge shortage right now in Tokyo, and people are lining up in hospital hallways, and it looks like it's out of control. Why? Because they relaxed the COVID-19 or coronavirus rules, because they thought they had a handle on it, and the economy was taking a hit, and they figured that they could take care. They got this. They got it. They took care of, you know. And then I think what happened was Japan started reopening international flights, and then kaboom. That's what happened. So go ahead and look at the front page of any newspaper from Japan. It looks like it is kind of somewhat out of hand there. But that's just what some sources are saying. So do your own research, guys. Also, guys, I would like to throw out there now, my question is America going to relax the situation too early? Are they going to start unlocking or liberating the states, as Donald Trump says? Well, are they going to start to liberate the states and allow states to be free and be able to go out and talk to each other and be with one another and to be like it was yesterday, or not yesterday, be like it was last year at this time, right? Springtime, spring's in the air, everyone's out and about, everyone's having a good time, and, you know, we have the elections in the air, everything happening, you know. What's going to happen, right? Is the United States of America relaxing their measures too early? That's what I want to know from you guys, what you guys think about that. I honestly think that if they could just wait another week and just stay home another week, and everyone stop freaking out with their freedoms and stuff. No one's like, I honestly think that no one's trying to take your freedoms. They just want this damn thing to stop. They just want this damn thing to be under control. They want to try and flatten the curve, but they're saying they're flattening the curve, but cases are going up substantially. So there's like an on and off thing. So who and where do you believe? Well, come on, Mike of the Night. If you have an angle or something you want to share with us, we got a lot of people coming on the show Saturday night from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Pacific time. A lot of people calling in, giving in their 2 cents, their 6 cents, their 3 cents, their 4 cents, depositing their information on the show. Are they lifting it too early while all these other countries now are getting back, basically, back into pandemic mode again? I think Malaysia, same thing. They're going back into pandemic mode also. So I'm not too sure about Malaysia, but I know Japan is. It's all over the front pages of their newspapers, and it's all over the social media. Is the United States relaxing things too early? I think so, in my opinion. I think this flu does exist. It's out there. A lot of us do have it. A lot of us will pass this. But there's a lot of people that just can't handle this. Young people, babies are getting it and dying from it. Adults, middle-aged people, old-aged people. A majority of the people that do get this are... A majority of the people that do die from it, a majority, the statistics said, is in their 80s. So it definitely attacks older, vulnerable people. So, but everybody is going to get it, regardless, over time. It's like trying to stop the wind. You're not stopping the wind. So that's my question. Are we going to see a Japan 2.0 in America? Who knows? People from New York, hey, I'm going to Florida. I'm going to Georgia. I'm going to Texas for the week. I'm going to take a road trip. We've been in isolation for a whole 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So it's time we go somewhere as a family. That's all it takes, guys. That's all it takes. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and we'll talk soon. I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night to wherever you may be watching this transmission. It is I, Mike Martins. Guys, don't forget to subscribe and set your reminders for live shows with call-ins. Call into the show. Anybody and everybody is welcome. Guys, I don't even know how to say this. I don't even know if I'm even reading this right. But when I read this, I read through it. I read through the other one. I read through other little hints and different build-ups to it. It's not making any sense. And, of course, where is it coming out of? The petri dish of the world is Australia, where it's undergoing its 5G transformation. It's undergoing its social credit score cameras being put up in Darwin and other parts along the Gold Coast, where people are messaging me and letting me know that they're putting up cameras all over Australia. And it's within time. A lot of, what do you call it? City officials from Darwin went to China to see the technology so they could start bringing it back and start tracking everybody in Australia. And Australia's housing market's been sold out to wealthy investors. The whole 9 yards. The whole country is in complete turmoil right now, especially with COVID. And Australia made a lot of mistakes with COVID because they actually believed China's models, right? So did Canada too, and the UK, right? So pay attention. Australia plans law forcing Google, private company, Facebook, private company, publicly shared company, to share ad revenue with domestic media firms. I'm going to re-say that again in case your ears aren't believing what I'm telling you. Australia plans law forcing Google, Facebook to share ad revenue with domestic media firms. So we all know that the dinosaur mainstream media has taken not the backseat, but they're in the trunk now. A lot of people have been canceling cable the last decade, and more people are tuning into all kinds of different avenues to get sources on what's happening in different parts in the world within seconds. Why do I want to watch Australian news if I want to know what's happening in Ecuador or if I want to know what's happening in Brazil? I just look up and watch the news directly from Brazil nowadays. You don't need domestic media firms, right? Sure, they're nice for old people and old folks' homes and stuff. So what's happening? Well, Sydney, Australia will pass a legislation within months obliging Facebook Inc. and Alphabet Inc.'s Google to share advertising revenue with local media firms. The country's treasurer said on Monday, becoming one of the first countries to require digital platforms to pay for content they use. So if they're making a video of some sort and they're filming it, in Sydney, they have to start paying for content they use? It's got to go. I'm not understanding, because I know in Canada, in Canada, we have state-run media here. Just like Russia, Press TV in Iran. Canada's the same thing. We have Canada's media got bailed out $600 million just before the 2019 elections by the government that won, or that got the party that basically got most of the votes basically got donated that money to media, mainstream media, right? Treasurer Joss Framberg said in a statement, the move comes after talks with Facebook and Alphabet failed to yield a voluntary code to address complaints by domestic media players. The tech giants have a tight grip on advertising with the main sources of income. On fundamental issues of payment for content, which the code was seeking to resolve, there was no meaningful progress, the treasurer said in a separate opinion piece in the Australian newspaper. Australia's online advertising market is worth almost $9 billion, that's 5.72 billion American a year, and has grown more than eightfold since 2005. So what are they crying for? For every $100 spent online advertising in Australia, excludes classifieds. Nearly a third goes to Google and Facebook. So what? So what? Like, I don't give a dime to the local newspaper here. The local newspaper here, I don't give them 1 penny. If I want to promote my store, I give Facebook $5 a day, and it reaches 500 to 600 people a day. Facebook. Why am I going to give my local local newspaper here in a small town $300, $400, $500 a month, so 3-4 people could come into my store, complain, and yell at me? What's the point, right? With Facebook, you could target where you want your advertising to be, right? Australia's online advertising, okay, we got that. Last December, Australia said Google and Facebook would have to agree to the new rules to ensure they don't abuse their market power and damage competition, or the government would impose new controls. On Monday, which is today in Australia, I'm Sunday here, but it's Monday now in Australia, said the government has now asked the country's competitive watchdog. What competitive watchdog? It's all loaded. All their news is loaded. Everybody's lips in those newsrooms are loaded, and they're told what to say. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, ACCCC, to develop a mandatory code of conduct between media outlets and digital platforms. The initial plan to come up with voluntary code, okay, that's not going to happen. We've invested millions of dollars locally to support Australian publishers throughout content arrangements, partnerships, and training for the industry. Facebook, Australia, and New Zealand Managing Director Will Easton said in an email statement. Google said it will continue to cooperate with plans of media code of conduct. We have sought to work constructively with industries, the ACC, and government to develop a code of conduct, and we will continue to do so in the revised process by the government today, Google spokesperson said. Wow. 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 Here we go. Forcing Google and Facebook to share revenue with domestic media firms. Wow. Let's go here. Let's go back to it's the same article. Pending a new code, the federal government last week unveiled support package for the local media business. Yes, because it's socialized media. It's state-run media. It's paid for, right? Including 12-month waiver of a Spectre tax for commercial television and broadcasters, a $50 million public interest news gathering program. So it all goes back to the failure of the mainstream media. If the mainstream media was making hand over fist, nobody's tuning into mainstream media. I go on Google and I type in COVID, right? Okay. All I get is all Canadian state-run media. This is all state-run media I'm getting here. See here? On the top. Look. All Canadian state-run. All from Canada. The national, global news. All Canadian state-run media. And when they say, Mike, you shouldn't be calling it state-run media, yeah, they took a huge bailout because a lot of them should have closed. They shouldn't be funded by taxpayers, right? Then they go around and they say what they want about people and they expose people. And then when they're wrong about something, they hate doing retractions. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Yeah, man, I haven't seen like state-run media here in Canada. I look at RT because I want to know what RT's angle. I look at Press TV. I look at different other state or like Venezuelan news, right? Because you see a whole different angle there from what the state-run media in Canada is telling you here, right? So I watch news from all over the world and I get information. I speak the languages of the countries I just said, right? So anyways, let me know what you guys think. Media companies, should they go bankrupt if they can't afford to flip their bill? I mean, if they're laying off staff left and right, they're taking public handouts no, they should be like me. Look, I'm here. I'm telling you guys what's going down. We're talking. We're having a good time. You're commenting. You're sharing the video if you like it. Blah, blah, blah. You even donate to me on thing. I have all these Patreon supporters that are supporting me. I love you guys, right? Because you guys know, you know. Anyways, it's all loaded. This is all loaded media. They're all loaded on what to say, when to say it, and how to say it. And people are just getting sick and tired with it. Let me know what you guys think. If you think this is right, let me know. If you think it's wrong, let me know. Anyways, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to set your reminders here for live shows. We have a couple hours long, Mike in the Night. and trends in the housing market this Wednesday, where we talk markets, housing, unemployment, layoffs, oil, gold, silver, potential investments, what to stay away from, what to look at, and, managing a good and prosperous life. Let me know what you guys think. Comment below. Lots of love to my friends down in Australia. Guys, you're going to have to help me with this one, Australians. Comment below and let me know, man, what the heck is going on down there. I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be watching this transmission. It is I, Mike Martins. Big hug to everyone out there watching, and welcome to Part 2, The Civil War of the Elites, Part 2, with our man, Supreme Cannon.
Hi again. How are you doing, everybody?
And he's back in black, and he's not only that, he's a bat out of hell, because we got all the comments on the first video that we're going to address, and this Part 2 is called All Dressed Up and Ready to Play. Are you ready to play, Supremo?
Sure, let's go for it.
All right, let's do this. All right, guys, let's open her up. Back to the links that were up there yesterday. Okay, guys, remember, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'll leave a link at the end of this video to the Part 1 if you missed it, and I'm going to link Part 1 to this video so people could chain link videos and continue watching this as a series, the mini-series on the channel. So here it is. We got Civil War of the Elites, Part 1 Introduction. Now, let's go over this. Now, I got Supreme Cannon's comment first and foremost pinned up top. So, he says, there are many theories and theorists. The truth is most likely found in the overlap. Think of the Venn diagram. Some of you are better informed on certain subjects. Please add your thoughts. And that's a really good one, right? That's a really good comment to be pinned on top because we want to hear from everybody. So now you have it open on your side, Supreme. What is the couple of comments here do you want to address?
Okay, well, I'm just going to scroll down here. Okay, Grant Bennett. Trump has given FEMA full control. I've heard that too. Atomized Asteroid said something similar. Apparently, control's been handed off to FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration. I don't know if that's true or not, guys. That's news to me because I'm not seeing any FEMA representatives at these press conferences. It's still mostly Trump asking the questions and answering the questions. So, please feel free to expound on that or show everybody a link to where it says that FEMA now has full control of the country.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be interested to know that. I'd probably Google it later. This was actually news to me until I saw that, and I just
it would be under an executive order, but why would it go against himself?
Yeah, well, the president in a national emergency, the president has authority. I mean, FEMA is just another administration. The idea that they have suddenly taken over control of the country, that doesn't wash. Number one, Senate and Congress would not stand for that. And I'm pretty sure the president himself wouldn't stand for that. So I don't think that's the case. This is a fairly unprecedented situation. The potential amount of control that Trump has right now is probably larger than even FDR had during the war.
Okay,
and he had a fair amount of leeway.
Yeah. We got Amy Wall here in the comments twice mentioning Israel, and she always points out Israel in every video.
Yeah. Okay. Well, where Israel's concerned, Israel obviously is a deep, complicated subject. Whether you're a Christian or not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There are a lot of people that believe that little piece of oceanfront property in the Eastern Mediterranean is a fulfillment of biblical prophecy. But you could make biblical arguments that that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have to be a skeptic.
Right.
You could argue that the current incarnation we have there is at best a partial fulfillment. Okay, that's just covering the biblical angle. Now let's get into the practical matter of nation states operating in the world. The Zionist state, okay, obviously has a lot of influence in Washington. Okay, it has a lot of influence in culture in the developed world, in entertainment in the developed world, and in education and in finance, obviously, in the developed world, and really all over the world by extension. So the question has always been, okay, well, is this because of favoritism? Is this because of an agenda? Is it because they're God's chosen people being put in charge of everything? God Almighty, there's all kinds of interpretations for why that might be the case. Israel is central to American foreign policy. There's no question about it, and their influence in media, education, and culture in the rest of the developed world is uncontestable. It's there. The question is it benign or is it malignant? Right? And the jury's out on that because there's a lot of famous researchers and computer scientists and educators and medical people who have done a lot of good for the world.
Yes.
Who happen to be Jewish, not necessarily Zionist. I want to make sure and make a difference there. Okay. Zionism is not in and of itself religious in its origins. It's not a matter of, okay, this is God bringing the people back to the land of Abraham. Okay. Zionism is a different animal entirely. It's predominantly
because
secular.
the last time that was done was during when the Babylonians released the Jewish. They allowed them to go back home, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It
yeah,
was 80 years.
the time
80 years of captivity. They had 80 or 90 years of captivity in Babylon, and they were all, I guess, allowed to return.
That's right. There was a contingent that was permitted to return during the time of Nehemiah or Nehemiah. To go back to Jerusalem and rebuild the wall, and at a certain point in time, the temple was also rebuilt and rededicated at that time, and that's the temple that existed in Jesus' time.
Right.
So, and that's a deep subject. We could get into that too. All right, on another time. But no, Israel is a leader in tech. They're a leader in medicine and agriculture. Israel, for being a little piece of desert with not much water, supplies most of citrus that Europe buys that they don't get from countries like Greece and the Mediterranean European countries. So I mean, they're an economic powerhouse, an agricultural powerhouse in a lot of ways, a military powerhouse, obviously. But when you're as surrounded as enemies by they are, you want powerful friends and you want powerful weapons on your side. That would just be common sense, obviously. Now, whether it exists legitimately or not, I'll leave to all you to debate on your own time. Okay. The fact is that we're dealing with what is right now. And actually, Benjamin Netanyahu alluded the other day that Israel isn't a democracy, that there's a deep state running it as well. So whether he was coming out as an operative of that deep state or he was
I saw that
to
actually.
deflect blame. Yeah, he was trying to deflect blame somewhere else. I wouldn't claim to know what his motives are. We're saying for that, for saying that. But it's complicated there too. They're not monolithic there either. There's a lot of groups fighting each other in Israel.
And that's it goes back to the elite civil war, right?
It goes back to an elite civil war. Yeah. There's always behind the scenes things going on that do affect your daily life. I don't think anybody can dispute that. So
everyone's at a birthday party and they're all basically all the elites are invited to one birthday party, but they're all separated in different parts of a room because they don't want to be seen talking to somebody or they don't want to show. You know what I'm saying? That's almost how I'm feeling it as, you know?
Well, if you think of an actual government rather than a shadow government, right? Like a large state will have all kinds of different departments that will operate as silos because they're in charge of different responsibilities.
Right.
They don't interact with each other a lot.
No.
They all take their direction from the cabinet above them and the decisions that are taken there, but they don't necessarily interact with each other that much. Okay. If you've seen any kind of just the web of corporate ownership of the world's economy, like that's a spider's web all by itself. There'd be very few people who could, who really don't interact because they work in completely different businesses and different disciplines. Okay. And yet they are all somewhere up the chain taking directions from, the same group. Right, who's making decisions for them to carry out, even if they're not completely aware of each other's existence. That's the idea of a shadow government that I'm alluding to.
Decarpamentalization.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, compartmentalization. I've said that they're not monolithic. Cyrus Shedrazar had said yes, they are. He is probably more right than I am in that regard, in that the leadership at the top, being a smaller number, obviously is going to be fairly monolithic. But the mess, the web, the swamp, if you will, that they preside over, They don't interact with each other that much, but they all, past a certain point, get their instructions from the same group. I'll leave it at that.
And Tony Evans saying 20 hours ago, all roads lead to Rome, Vatican prayer hall inside a head of a snake.
Yeah, that kind of riffs off what I said about rulers of evil. Angela, you're right. That doesn't go very deep, but think about the level of research you've done compared to the amount of research that the average person has done, including myself. Like, I'm fairly widely read, but I've researched this stuff kind of shallowly, right? I usually read enough to form a conclusion, and then I file it in a cabinet somewhere and on to the next thing. So some of you have very detailed knowledge, and it would be good to call in and share some of it with us.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to see you in the comments, because you always have something informative to say, and I appreciate it. I honestly miss Ben Persons. He hasn't seemed to be commenting in a while. He's usually fairly entertaining.
Mm-hmm. We got Stephen Sewell saying, Trump will bring down the Federal Reserve. Full confidence here.
Yeah, well, the chief thing about the Federal Reserve is it's like anything else. It's a conspiracy that hid in plain sight, right? It's most of the things that control people's lives hide in plain sight. They don't question their control, or at least they don't question why it might be harmful for these things to control them. And in the end, because they're these shadowy things that you can't walk down the street and slap the president of CBS across the head, right? He lives in New York City. Right, or they live in Hollywood, or it's the programming coming into your house and over your computer and through your governments, through your educational system, through advertising,
mm-hmm.
right? And a lot of it is symbolism that is hidden in plain sight. In a way, they mock you, and they mock your God,
right?
Because they have these things that maybe you don't know are sinister or satanic or intended to be black magic or destructive in some way, but they know, and you walk by it every day. It's when you think about it, it's the most passive aggressive basement dweller kind of freaking religion in the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like that guy in China who was wiping his nose on the top of cans because he had coronavirus. Like what kind of a doorknob would do something like that?
Well, there's people for everything, right? So
there's people for everything, yeah. But this, again, it's something that's enforced by a code of silence, right? And symbolism. They communicate with symbols.
Yes.
And code words and phrases.
Unified.
And everybody understands it's unified either through greed, or it's through fear.
Mm-hmm.
Fear of blackmail. Okay, character assassination, or sometimes real assassination. How many celebrities and financial people have been found over the last, say, 10 years hanging from a doorknob? That's a calling card,
mm-hmm.
right? That isn't just sending a message to the rank and file who think this is all strange. It's also sending a message, okay, to the rank and file in their own organizations that there are certain boundaries you don't cross and things you don't say, because we're watching you all the time.
Isn't that a song by the Police?
Yeah, I think so.
Every breath you take. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah,
let's move on to
not such a romantic song when you think about it nowadays.
Okay, let's go to Wikipedia. Elite.
Okay.
In a political or sociological theory, the elite, to select or to sort out is a French word, are a small group of powerful people who hold a disproportionate amount of wealth, privilege, political power, or a skill in society. Defined by the Cambridge Dictionary, the elite, those people or organizations that consider the best or most powerful compared to others of similar type. Mm-hmm. So it goes into Mill states. And Mills states that the power elite members recognize other members' mutual exalted position in society. As a rule, they accept one another as a rule. So they got these ground rules now.
Yeah.
They understand one another. They marry one another. They tend to work and think, if not altogether, at least alike.
Yeah.
It is a well-regulated existence where education plays a crucial role. Youthful upper-class members attend prominent preparatory schools, which not only which not only opened doors to such elite universities such as Harvard, Columbia, Dartmouth College, Yale, Princeton, but also to the university's highly exclusive clubs. These memberships, in turn, pave the way to prominent social clubs located in all major cities and serving as sites for important business contacts.
Sure.
Wow. So that's a little bit of what Wikipedia is telling us about elite and what elitism works, and that's pretty much hitting the nail right on the head.
Yeah, if you think of high society, for example, in America, they have these events every spring, I believe, called coming out parties or debutante balls.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically, the next generation of the elites being shown off as potential mating stock.
Yeah.
Right. When you think about it, it's like a dog and pony show for the next generation of sons and daughters to get hooked up with each other and continue to build these networks of wealthy and powerful people to keep that wealth and power within the group. Now in a meritocracy like America, obviously there are people that can aspire, not just old money, but even new money that can aspire to join these groups. Whereas in Europe, the royal families would start to get badly, interbred to the point of inbred because there was too small of a group to choose mates from. And obviously these marriages weren't based on love either. I hasten to add, if there was love, it came later. The institution of marriage, however, that seems to have been how it's been for most people throughout life. The marriage came first and hopefully the love grew later.
A lot of people don't know that up until the turn of the last century there, in the 20th century, right?
Yeah.
Until the turn of the century, universities and colleges for women where women were sent to these universities and colleges to potentially find a good mate to marry.
Apparently, there are a lot of women that go to college and university because that is where they want to get their quote-unquote MRS degree, right? Their Mrs. degree.
Mm-hmm.
Or they go into business and climb the corporate ladder. Now, of course, there are a lot of talented and ambitious women in the corporate world.
But I'm saying, like, back at the turn of the century, like late 1800s, early 1900s, a lot of families would send the prettiest of the bunch to these universities to see if they could score, right? And that's what the universities at that time saw a lot of it as at the time, right? And a lot of people, and just how much things have changed in the last 100 years is wow. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah, there were preparatory schools and finishing schools, charm schools, that sort of thing. And the whole idea was to create a female bioweapon, if you will, a woman who was so beautiful and so cultured and so educated that she would literally be able to choose the man she wanted and he would follow along. Right, and their families had them trained that way. It was like the old imperial systems where, you would marry off your daughter to the son of a neighboring king in order to strengthen ties between the two kingdoms. Right.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
or even prominent families in a town or a city that would be encouraging their sons and daughters to get together in order to include their own power over an area, which stands to reason because marriage in and of itself, or any union like that, is a union of two families, not just two people. That's part of the reason why a lot of marriages, I think, are controversial and they never seem to settle into a groove of happiness, is because they don't keep in mind that it's not just the two people, it's also the two families.
And
if you're not family oriented, then why would you get married?
Well,
I don't mean that as a rhetorical question. I mean, if you're literally not family oriented, why would marriage be a factor in your thinking? And again, we're talking about elites, mingling with each other to maintain their power. It's a different issue than, you or I getting married. But again, it's part of the maintenance and the carrying forward of that power and those mindsets into the next generation, into the future.
Okay, here it is. Elitist privilege. Men receive the education necessary for elitist privilege to obtain their background and contacts, allowing them to enter three branches of the power of the elite, which are political leadership, the military circle, or the corporate elite. Now, there's a comment that's made here, right here. It says, since the end of World War II, corporate leaders had become more prominent in the political process, with the decline in central decision-making for professional politicians.
Okay.
That's scary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, corporations have gotten so large now that they exercise huge political influence all by themselves, right?
That's extremely dangerous, though.
Yeah, I mean, some corporations have can command more economic power than a lot of countries in the world. It is a frightening amount of power, yeah, especially in a supposed democracy or a republic where one man, one vote kind of a thing, right? That people influence. It gets to the point where people might vote for one thing, okay, and if your corporate agenda does not want that one thing, well, then you go to that thing and you start lobbying it to change its policies. This is what's happened in the last 40, 50 years. I mean, we use America because America is the most powerful country in the world in a lot of ways, okay, not just financial and political, militarily, but also spiritual. It's a real Tower of Babel, and not because it's all ecumenical. Okay, it's just like it's like more like Mars Hill, right, where the Apostle Paul went to try to, find a place to start spreading his message. Right, he went to the equivalent of a spiritual Walmart and found a place where he found a soapbox, basically, where he could start. Well, in America, you can build your own soapbox. You can't do that in a lot of countries in the world.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
And then it goes on to say, unlike the ruling class, so let's open ruling class up here.
Okay.
And ruling class. Ruling class is the social class of a given society that decides upon the sets that the society political agenda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you have a ruling elite, and it might be separate from the political elite per se, because the political elite can be replaced by voters. It's never a sure thing. You need a lot of money and a lot of media influence to keep a person in the same job for 30 years when they're up for election every 4 years, right?
Ruling class differs from the power elite. The latter simply refers to the small group of people with the most political power. Many of them are politicians, hired political managers, and or military leaders. The ruling class are people who directly influence politics, education, government with the use of wealth or power.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes back to hinder against the when we're talking about the elite and corporate power. So it kind of supremely there.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded like you hung up there for a sec.
Oh, okay. No, sorry.
So now let's go into your favorite word. Marx says theoretician Nikolai Berkran anticipated the elite theory in his 1929 work, Imperialism and World Economy. Present-day state power is nothing but entrepreneurs. Company of tremendous power, headed even by the same persons that occupy the leading positions in the banking and syndicated offices. And he emphasizes here in the banking.
Sure. Yeah, politicians come and go. Right, but economies don't.
Right.
So, but over time, over a period of a few generations, you can influence public thought. You can influence religion. You can influence demographics. Obviously, there's a lot of things you can influence that will change. That will change the reality. The reality that we live in isn't the same one that our great grandparents lived in. For better and for worse.
Right.
A lot of things have changed, and a lot of it was just natural progress, right? Technology and, intelligence, better nutrition, better education. Obviously, people are going to start making more sound choices, and they're going to live long enough to make those sound choices and implement them. So there's a lot of things that have, resulted in the different world that we live today that aren't evil, right? They're not part of an agenda. They're just natural. It's the breakdown of moral cohesion and cultural cohesion and social cohesion and family cohesion, right? Those things aren't natural. The natural bonds that people have operated with for a long time are being broken down in front of us. Some of us are over, I'm over 50 now. I've been watching this melt down my entire life. And it seems like it's not making anybody happy, and yet everyone keeps going that way.
It kind of reminds me of that movie, The American Ruling Class.
The American Ruling Class, yeah.
From 2004, 2003? Independent film.
Okay. Yeah, there've been a few.
So let's go back to your. Now let's get into some meat and potatoes. We're dressed up. We're ready to play. We saw at Wikipedia what they define the ruling class or the elite as. We kind of went through a few comments, and now let's talk. Who's at war? Who do you think is at war with who? Is it the Czech giants are now going to war against the politicians at play? Are the politicians going at war with the corporations? Is it the corporations moving in on what do you see moving around on that chessboard?
Well, where the it's the exposure of things that a lot of journalists and investigators have known have been a problem for a very long time, that have been alluded to in print media, in films over the years. Okay, one word that's become familiar to a large number of people now is the word adrenochrome. Okay, which is you can Google that. I'm not going to describe the process here, but the idea is that you have these secrets that are used to blackmail people and to keep them in line.
Oh,
okay.
You know that
Right.
the mafia. We talked about this a few months back. The mafia. The reason why a lot of political figures, police chiefs, they don't crack down on the mafia, and they know where they're located, where they live, and what they're doing, is because they have so much leverage on them. Whether it's photos taken of them, cheating on their wives and all kinds of stuff, that the mafia has more leverage. They're not paying off these police; they have leverage against them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Now, if that person in a position of responsibility has got enough clout, all right, and you have something on them, okay, or you're supplying something on the QT, okay, it's not just necessarily a matter of threatening someone with the destruction of their character, okay, or threatening a family member, for example, okay. It's also a matter of bribery. It's a matter of, hey, if you'll sign this document, we'll set you up for, We'll give you a hall pass from your old lady so you can go to Vegas and hang out with Bubbles and Tiffany. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of ways that you can identify leverage over a person that you want to exert that leverage over. So obviously, when I talk about a civil war, you look at the American Civil War, okay, as an example. It wasn't actually fought primarily over slavery. Slavery was the leverage.
Oh no,
slavery was the leverage used by the North, in order to garner international support for the war, but also to continue the northern people to continue to support it, because the casualty lists were enormous.
And a lot of people don't know how what slavery or slaves were free. A lot of people don't understand how the North held slaves 7 years longer than the South. Or 6 or 7 years. I'm not sure how many years longer than the South did.
The 13th Amendment or whatever it was. Yeah, it freed slaves in the southern states. It didn't free them anywhere else.
No, and also they don't
Lincoln
discuss how
indifferent.
There was a lot of regiments, black regiments that fought for the South.
Yeah,
a lot.
The movie Glory from 1989 is about one of those regiments that fought in the Civil War. Yeah, and even then they were treated with discrimination by the North.
Right.
I mean, what they needed was warm bodies and uniforms to stop enough Confederate bullets to win the war. It was just basically human wave tactics. Right. And they didn't care where they came from. I mean, they imported boatloads of people from Germany and Ireland and wherever else to come.
For the North. Ireland was for the North.
Yeah, as long as they promised that they were going to put on a Union uniform and go carry a musket and risk getting their head blown off, then they could become a citizen. So that's all they needed was a human wave. But when it came down to the outbreak of the actual war, it's like, okay, well, you've got an area that was part of a nation, of a political entity, and now all of a sudden it's seceded, and oh boy, what do we do? Well, they had to organize an army, and they had to try to drum up some kind of diplomatic support from overseas. They had to figure out how they're going to pay for all this stuff without any real industry. They had problems. Right, in order to, and most of it was a struggle against the elite of the South versus the elite of the North. I mean, there used to be duels fought with pistols and swords in Washington D.C.
Yeah, instead of dragging two complete regions of the. Why don't they just drag the two guys that are quarreling over the North and South and get them to duel it out on the street, and instead of sacrificing all, you know what I'm saying, right?
Well, the problem, that's a common sentiment. Why don't the elites just fight? Why don't they just get in the ring and fight? But the assumption is that, whoever wins and loses, everybody else in the country is going to go along with it. Well, all you have to do is say, well, they cheated. And then what's going to happen? Everyone's going to wind up fighting anyway. Right? It would be like Trump and say, Guy Verhofstadt of the EU getting into a ring and, a cage match. Okay. And so Guy Verhofstadt, pulls some fancy move and, gives the people's elbow to Donald Trump. So what does that mean? That everybody in the United States has to join the EU now? They're not going to go for that.
Right.
Of course not. No,
right.
I mean, all countries are different, and there's good reasons why they're different. We're not all the same. We're not. We've separated by thousands of years of time and thousands of years of distance. And, we're human beings.
Our
we're
genetics, our thoughts, our everything.
Genetics, our thoughts, our cultural inclination. A lot of that is shaped by the environment that your people emerged in, your culture emerged in. Yeah, you don't just mix that up in a blender. It's like oil and water. You can, as long as you keep stirring it up, you can keep it blended. But if you leave it long enough, it starts to settle out again.
Right.
So that's in a way, okay, and I'm going to use that actually to segue into this concept of an elite civil war. This blender that we've all been going through, this MK Ultra operation, writ large in media and politics and everything else over the last 60 years or so, obviously has created a lot of disaffected people as well.
Right.
Right. So you've got an elite that's running things, but then you also have outsiders in the same place. And they're the same way. They got elected. They got promoted through the corporate ranks. They were born into money, but they weren't part of the, quote unquote, hidden elite, if you will. Okay, let's just go with that for now. So you're going to reach a point where they're really not happy with the way things are going, but they're not sure how to stop it. So I think that we have seen, and I'm going to use American history as an example, because that's the one that everyone has eyes on for the most part, okay? Because they're the biggest light and the biggest noise in the world is American media, let's face it. All right. I think the first attempt that you saw of an outright rebellion was JFK.
Right.
Right, because he spoke out about it. He touched the third rail and talked about secret societies and how he was going to, I mean, Churchill and Woodrow Wilson, there are others who certainly talked about it.
Eisenhower did.
Eisenhower talked about the military-industrial
complex, and then we had Jimmy Carter too.
Jimmy Carter, Jimmy Carter's alluded to it. It doesn't matter if you're in or out of it. It's like there's a certain point in time where you do have to make a statement, right? You have to kind of reveal what's going on, and then if there is no public uprising about it, well, then it's just assumed that consent has been given, and then you just go ahead and do your thing, right? It's part of the game they play, is they hide things in plain sight, or they just tell you years in advance what's going to happen, and then when it happens, well, I guess it's okay because nobody stopped us, ha ha ha, right? That's what I mean. It's passive aggressive in a lot of ways. It really is kind of creepy. It's just, we're gonna do that, I put snot on the doorknob for my grandma to touch, or something like that. Some people are just weird. That's it's a gross image, but you understand what I mean, right? These people are doing nasty things practically in plain sight, and they just giggle. They think it's great that they're getting away with it, right? So the second, obviously, we know what happened with JFK, right. and most of the people that were witnessed or involved in it in any way turned up dead within a couple of years, which also sends a message.
And that's where you brought that whole JFK thing up. That's where they actually spun the word conspiracy theorist. People that were there, that witnessed what happened, that gave their testament, were considered as a conspiracy theorist, and that's where that word spun from.
That's right. Yeah, it was a linguistic kill shot to shut down the debate once and for all. Say, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. You people are weird, so that they can move on, right? Like the media completely smothered coverage of it. No, a large percentage. I would imagine even up to half of people in the United States, they knew very well that the CIA did it. They know who killed Kennedy, right? But if the media is smothering it and everyone's just calling it a conspiracy theory and you're a bunch of weirdos and shut up and stop arguing, right? And what happened eventually? Well, by the time they, by the time it finally died down, I mean, you had, JFK's face was on the money, right? And there was an airport in New York named after him, and there's probably a library somewhere.
Tons of schools.
The Kennedy Center in New York. This outpouring of grief for a slain president, and the whole idea was to drown out the discussion about what actually happened to him until enough time went by that people stopped talking about it, and then you get away with it. There you go, right? 9/11. 9/11 was an occult sacrifice to some people. It happened on a specific date at a specific time, and the reason those towers fell as easily as they did is because they were built to do that at a specified time. And there's evidence for that. It doesn't mean that it explains it 100%.
No.
But these things, in terms of symbolism, they bear a lot of, it bears up under scrutiny. It's worth exploring further, right? And that's ultimately why everybody, all of us conspiracy enthusiasts on your channel, we go through this stuff. The idea is that we're trying to raise our own awareness about it. The second attempt at a civil war, at an overthrow, because when you talk about a shadow elite, you're always talking about what? The Illuminati, the Luciferians, the
skull and bone stuff,
the skull
all that
and
weird stuff, and secret.
Yeah. Well, this is an old guard now. They've been around for a long, long time. So when I think of a shadow elite, I think of another group that is just as well informed, knows perfectly well what's going on, but is looking for a means to get into power to overthrow it. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the first attempt was in 1992 when Ross Perot, who was a billionaire, okay, a charismatic little guy, plain talking, homespun kind of American character, right? And the contest was between Bill Clinton and George Herbert Walker Bush, the former director of the CIA,
right,
who was probably the guy who had JFK whacked.
Hold on, stop for 1 second.
Okay.
If you look at the picture of Lee Harvey Oswald walking out in handcuffs, George Walker Bush is standing against the wall by the door.
Oh yeah,
he's there.
Is that right?
He's actually in that. You guys could Google it and look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. He's standing there. There's a circle of him standing there watching Lee Harvey Oswald being escorted out of that building just before he got shot by Jack Ruby.
Yeah, wouldn't that be funny if you're the guy ordering the hit and the guy's going to carry it out for you and you're watching there to make sure the job gets done correctly,
And the guy that tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan had George Bush phone number in his wallet.
Yeah, which is funny considering that Bush at that time was the vice president of the United States, right? George Herbert, George Bush Sr. was not a nice man. Came across as a nice man and a mild-mannered man, but he was not a nice man. You're not director of the CIA unless you know where there are literal bodies buried, and some of them you put there yourself. That's just how it is. You're talking about espionage. You're talking about all of those rabbit holes. Okay. So I think when Perot was put forward, you need certain criteria if you're going to go against the media, go against the financial establishment, okay, and try to overthrow an entrenched elite, which has been running your country for 100 years. Number one, you need to have a good public reputation, or at least notoriety that's not negative. Okay, like you wouldn't run Pee Wee Herman, okay, as president of the United States, right? You'd need someone who was respectable, or who at least was well known and was not particularly,
I think Pee Wee Herman, in my opinion, Pee Wee Herman would do a better job than a better front man than Vegetable Joe.
Well, yeah. At this point in time, Pee Wee Herman could probably step in for Joe Biden, and they could
Vegetable Joe Biden is what I meant. Vegetable
That's
Joe.
right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they could deep fake him into existence at this point. Perot actually reached 38%. He had more popular support because he was anti-free trade. Right, he was anti-free trade with Mexico and Canada.
Right,
he was the one that used the term "giant sucking sound" of jobs going into Mexico. And he was right.
He was
completely right about what happened. The same thing happened in Canada 4 years earlier. Free trade was sold to us as this great vehicle of prosperity, and it was a lie. It was a complete lie. But he said that one of the candidates had threatened his family, and that's ultimately why he backed out of the race, even though at that point he was winning. And the candidate he named was George Bush.
Right.
He said George Bush had threatened his family, and of course everybody said that was a conspiracy theory too. George Herbert Walker Bush was the former director of the CIA.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and he was running to be vice president of the United States. I would not be surprised if in that position he was actually Bill Clinton's handler. You know, I mean, it's not like they weren't on the same team in a lot of ways, but I have a feeling the vice president is there, you know, to be the tail that wags the dog a little more directly.
That's
you know what I mean.
But that's I mean, that's a very big accusation to throw out there, especially as a front runner.
Well, sure. Absolutely, yeah. To say,
so
you know,
I don't think he just
threatened my
make
family.
that up. I don't
Yeah,
think he'd make that up.
And I think Perot was actually running at the time as a Republican. He was, I think it was actually it's been 30 years ago. I don't remember exactly, but it seems to me it's similar to Trump. He was actually running to be the candidate for the Republican Party,
Mm-hmm.
and he was running ahead of Bush. And this was after the Reagan presidency, obviously. And he got shut down. You know, he got shut down. He tried to come back later as United We Stand America under his own party name, but by that time the momentum was broken. Right, it was only going to be the two established parties. Of course, the establishment media completely slagged the guy and just, you know, tarnished his reputation and made him look like a complete raving fool and a conspiracy theorist and everything else. That's their MO. That's how they do it. They destroy you. Right?
Ross Perot died last year.
Yeah, he did pass away.
89 years old.
Yeah. This was 30 years ago when all of this happened.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was their first concerted attempt. The guy had a guy who had his own money, had his own plane, had his own means of funding a campaign, who was able to, you know, actually go up against the established order.
Mm-hmm.
I just think when it comes to Bush and Clinton, you know, who didn't turn out to be that much different from each other, you know, it wasn't time. Those guys were in the prime of their life. They were in their peak of their power. They were they already had made their bones working for the quote unquote deep state. And anybody going up against that would be like somebody from the outside walking in and say, I want to be the head of the Cosa Nostra.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So people that want to. So now let's get back to the whole elite entering the elitist. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. So even if somebody wants to come in and step on a few toes and do the right thing for the people, they're still going to be.
They're in danger. They're in danger
door.
from day one.
Huh?
Obviously, they're going to be in danger from day one.
Yeah.
I mean, all of these people get left hanging on doorknobs or shot, you know, 3 times in the back, and it's ruled a suicide. That's sending a message.
Mm-hmm.
We're in control. You're going to go this far and no further. There's a red line. You cross it, you're dead. And just to torture you, we might kill some members of your family before we come to you. But from that point on, you are absolutely in trouble. Your days are numbered. Okay, so you've got to have somebody that is fully aware of that and is still willing to go through with it. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have to, somewhere along the line, assure their safety. Okay, you're going to have to show that we know where their power centers are and how we can bust them. These are the particular organizations that we need control of in order to do that. So this is something, you know, if I go back to the assumption that it was the same people or the same kind of people who were supporting Perot and encouraging him to try to take the White House, then they probably learned a lot from that, and they derived another plan. The problem is that, you know, what are you going to do? You only have so many rich popular billionaires that you can use that might want to take on a task like that.
Yeah.
Right. And Trump is somebody who's floated the idea of being president since 1980. You know, it's always theoretical, but he's floated the idea for a while. And it's possible that some people say, well, Trump was selected too. And you know what? I'm not going to argue with you. My assertion is he was selected by a different group of people.
Yes.
That's my assertion, because he has every sling and arrow you can consider has been thrown at him. You've got media personalities openly calling for his assassination, or the killing of his supporters.
Mm-hmm.
and they're not shy about it. It's like, yeah, Trump supporters need to die. Okay. Like masks are dropping all over the place, and that's beautiful. That's exactly what we want. Right?
We want to show, yeah, we want the light, the
Yeah. Yeah, how do you sort the wheat from the tares?
Mhm.
When they're all coming up in the field, they look identical. How do you know the difference between one and the other? It's when they ripen.
Right.
Right? There comes a time and place when something happens and the mask dropped, and you find out who the tares are and who the wheat are. I'm using a biblical example. Anybody can understand the idea of, somebody operating on the down low, sleeper agents, controlled opposition. How do you put light on people like that? How do you show them? What kind of benchmark do you use?
Well, then it goes back to the elite. You shine the light, you show it, you give pretty much hand over the entire evidence and everything you need to solve the case to the police, and something happens, and it doesn't get solved.
And it doesn't get solved. So two things have happened. Number one, you've discovered that the police are crooked, and number two, you've just shone a great big spotlight upon yourself, right, as a target.
And many nice, beautiful people did the right thing and came forward with the smoking gun, and unfortunately, a lot of them have perished over this.
A lot of them have perished. Some of them have joked and said, if anything happens to me, just know it wasn't suicide, ha ha ha. And then, a month later, they're dead.
Yeah. Really
so
scary.
Guess what? It's like, yeah, you understand. Yeah, this crap is real. What's going on? So if you were going to take something like that down, even if it was just to build your own power base, okay, look at the career of Napoleon Bonaparte, for example. He went up against the crowned heads of Europe. He used the liberté, égalité, fraternité of the French Revolution, and he used it as momentum to send these mass armies to overrun most of the monarchies of Europe.
He was pretty much an independent.
I think it's more likely that he was.
You know why? Napoleon was...
I think the Enlightenment, the secular Enlightenment, I think influenced him a lot more than anything else. But the French Revolution itself might have been engineered, but I think Napoleon was the result they weren't counting on.
Right.
That's my take on it. So it's the same kind of thing. You have an engineered operation called the New World Order that apparently is inevitably going to come to your door and tell you to hold out your hand so you can take your ID 2020 vaccine, okay, and all that good stuff. But what if someone was using that for an opportunity, number one, to present an alternative, okay, even if it was a quote-unquote, secret society kind of a thing. Someone in the comments said that QAnon is a scam. Brother, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No. You know a famous scam of the last 50 years, and we talked about this before the show, Mike. Here's a famous scam for the last 50 years that a lot of people saw for a scam, and we're still dealing with it today. It's called the sexual revolution. That was a scam. That was an engineered operation. You can read about that all day long. They don't even hide it. Right? And that didn't work. It was a scam. Oh yeah, we don't have the highest divorce rate in the world. Birth rates and marriages haven't plunged. Two generations of children haven't grown up completely screwed up in the head. Right? Like our economies are teetering on the brink of collapse because of the windows that have been opened to just the corporate regulations alone that have been extended to the entire population, and it was that was used as a cover. That was a completely AstroTurf campaign, and it worked beautifully.
It's like the Me Too one.
It's like the Me Too one too. Yeah, to shine a light on sexual abuse of women is always important. It is important.
Of course.
Keep some things in line, okay, but it was used for two other things. Number one, it was used as an avenue for all kinds of what were provably fake accusations that ruined men's lives.
Right.
Okay. So now it's created an environment where a lot of men refuse to talk to women in the workplace, even when they were friendly before. But the problem is that the women didn't have anything to do with it either. They didn't do this either. Somebody else claiming to speak for them did this. The other thing that happened is, from my perspective, a more positive result is the calling out of guys like Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, but it shone a light on hypocrisy. I mean, they made a deal for money or fame, and now they want to take the deal back later, right? So there's a certain amount of hypocrisy for that. But at the same time, Weinstein led to Epstein, which shone a light on Pizzagate, right? Adrenochrome, the really, really dark underbelly where, the serious nuclear level blackmail is taking place.
Right. For years.
Right. Yeah. A prominent, clergyman or politician or something with a video of them, getting it on with Bambi from the club.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's one thing. Okay. Draining the blood from an infant is a different level of blackmail. Right. I mean, that's omerta. You are in for life.
Well, you know what? I don't think so anymore. Not at no. Yeah. Not anymore. Not the elite. No. You could hand over a proof of abductions of whatever and I don't want to get into technical, but and a smoking gun, and if it's the wrong elite, either the messenger is gone.
Well, the whole idea of the media is a net to capture that stuff, right? You have compromised people in police departments, obviously in major law enforcement like the FBI and the CIA. Mm-hmm. There are good people there too, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's good people everywhere. The majority of them are probably good. The problem is you've got that 10 or 20% that are using the good reputation of these organizations to conduct unspeakable things. Mm-hmm. Right. And the reluctance of the average person to question those things gets played on.
It does.
Come on, that's a conspiracy. The FBI
it automatically gets.
Come on, don't be ridiculous. Oh, you're right. And the whole idea is to control your mind by someone saying, "Oh, you don't agree with the narrative? Well, that's ridiculous. You're being foolish. You're being silly.
Yeah.
Why do you hate us so much?" Right. It's just linguistic kill shots, right? They attack your ego, they attack your reasoning, and they make you think that you're alone and there's nothing you can do about it. There are probably a lot of whistleblowers that have decided not to blow the whistle, that have explosive information, but they've decided that they'd rather live and have a family instead.
Right.
You know what I mean?
On the show,
and it is that serious. It is that harsh. I mean, we've seen it in real time.
Yeah, we're here on the show. We're just trying to smooth out the edges here. What are we trying to do here? We're just trying to smooth out the edges, kind of look at different avenues or look at different, you know what I'm saying? Like trying to see a perspective from a different angle once in a while. Maybe kind of underlying things that maybe we could connect. But we're not trying to break anything here by all means, or you know what I'm saying, right? That's going to put us hanging from a lamppost, but we're just discussing things so things don't get forgotten, so people understand, you know, when they are connecting the dots. And when there's someone sitting in some hotel room that they've rented out and they've completely plagiarized the entire wall with news articles and throwing up strings to connecting them all and trying to find out the answer to this stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe you might get the answer one day, you know what I'm saying? But if we start forgetting certain events.
Yeah. Remember when we said yesterday's segment about, tracing it to the root. What's the root of this thing? The root of the Nazi Party in Berlin, for example, in World War II, okay, obviously was the Reichschancellor's palace, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, no problem. We'll just go in there and we'll just haul Hitler out and we'll kill him, or we'll put him in jail. That'll be the end of it. Well, no, there was a massive army. At the height of World War II, the Wehrmacht had 20 million men in uniform.
That's right.
Like it was and one of the most advanced industrial economies in the world, arguably more advanced because it had been completely rebuilt.
Mm-hmm. From World War II, from World War I.
The military industrial complex from the Great War had been completely rebuilt and modernized. So initially they had a hell of an advantage. You had to deal with them. You had to deal with everything in front to get down to the root. Right? You have to, in order to take that axe to the root of a tree, there's usually branches hanging over your head that you've got to clear first to get into the root of it.
That's cool. Well, a lot of dirt. I think you got to clear some dirt.
Yeah, that's right. You gotta
Right?
clear some dirt.
Metaphorically,
You
let's
gotta-
clear some dirt so we
That's
can
right.
get to so we can start seeing some root.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think if you had a group, and it would be a small group in order for secrecy. Okay, that was a faceless group in the halls of power that identified a weak point. You know, a thermal exhaust port in the Death Star, if you will. Okay, just to use that example. Because the funny thing about Star Wars, it seems every time there's this intergalactic empire, there's always a plucky rebel base, right? That's giving them nothing but trouble and seems to win more than they lose, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, just use that as an example from history. But it seems to me that they found their billionaire. Okay, they found their means into the halls of power, and they already had a list of people to be taken out. You know, not killed, but removed, identified. They had a mechanism for identifying people who were leaking, okay, information from the White House or from the different departments. They knew where to look in the FBI, the CIA, and other federal administrations. Okay, they understood which courts were going to block them, and every time Trump did something and a court blocked him, they were probably measuring the response, right? It's like, okay, well, what's going on? We're in charge here.
Yeah.
There's one organization in particular that they definitely have had control over, because I think one member of their group made sure that it wasn't infiltrated by the CIA, and that's the NSA.
Right.
The National Security Agency. They're the ones with the computers and the servers that literally record everything in the world.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if that was in the hands of the good guys, okay, plus the Pentagon, which was ready to launch a coup if Hillary was elected because of what she did, of what Obama did to the military for 8 years, you know, if you have control of the NSA and the Pentagon, all right, there you go. You have a power block.
Right.
You have the means to, and from that point on, you're sitting in the reactive position. You don't have to attack these people anymore. Now they're attacking you. You could sit on the defensive.
Yeah.
You're sitting safely in a seat of power, and from there you can jujitsu. You can use the tail to wag the dog now.
But you know, a lot of people forget that Obama demoted a lot of 4- and 5-star generals.
He did. There was a purge. You know, a lot of capable generals. Anybody went up against him and said this is not good. This is not a good idea. He'd fire them.
Yeah.
Right. You know, he defunded a lot of their operations. He you know, they were behind in their purchases of ammunition, right, and missiles and things like that, like, you know, consumables. He spent an awful lot of time trying to make the Army, you know, LGBT friendly and transgender compliant and stuff like that. Just things that have nothing to do with the running of a nation state. That sort of thing would be done at the state or community level. That you couldn't make that. That was federal overreach, especially with something as important to America as the military. And the ridiculous thing is, you know, the American military have been used by the banking cartels and these deep state people as their muscle. So why they would have sabotaged it the way they did indicates to me that they were about ready to collapse the whole thing.
Yeah, they were adding fuel to the
because
fire.
it would make no sense. You know, the U.S. military would have been lavishly funded even up till the end of the Obama presidency if they really intended to use it any further. I think they had decided that it had outlived its usefulness, and now it was just a matter of, you know, getting Hillary in. Destabilization and creating enough emergencies and chaos that she could assume power, which is similar to what Hitler did in the early 30s.
Yes.
You know, I mean, he wasn't elected in a landslide at any point in time.
No, he wasn't. He
had to form a coalition government, but once the coalition government was formed, there was enough chaos in the streets, which his own SA, of course, was.
And didn't he blow up his own building, the Reichstag?
Well, they burned the Reichstag, yeah. So you had chaos. You know, they were spreading a lot of fear and upset among the population, and so he was able to pass the Enabling Act. And from that point on, he had essentially supreme power.
Enabling Act is almost like what is it, the Patriot Act?
Well, they're the Declaration of Emergency or something like
that's
that.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. So it was the same idea, right? So that's why I say it's a civil war among the elites. I'm not ready to say it's a battle of white hats against black hats.
No.
I'm not ready to go there because Trump right now has pretty much more power than any president has had in history. It's going to be a question of what he does with it.
That's
now,
correct.
I see assertions in the comments that FEMA is actually running the country now.
No.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm not a constitutional expert. Okay. I'm just saying I doubt it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Trump up there saying what he's saying.
Okay.
And I mean, he's still sparring with the media and all the rest of it. Nothing's changed in that regard.
All right.
Go ahead.
Supreme, we're going to leave it at that. We're at our 1 hour mark here.
Sure. Okay.
We'll do a part
that's
3 when you're ready. Part 3 is going to be called Checkmate. Checkmate.
Okay.
We'll work with that. We'll do a part 3 and work it up from what we've already discussed, and we'll go from there.
We'll see where events go in a week or so, Mike. Because in terms of that word checkmate, I know a lot of the QAnon fans on here are going to identify with that word right away. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep an eye on QAnon, but I'm neutral on it. I am actually neutral on it. It is a something. What it is, it doesn't matter if it's a scam or not. It doesn't matter. It's having an effect. It's building a following. It's solidifying a power block that didn't exist before.
That's right.
Okay. That's like the
global warming.
It's like a rebel leader raising an army.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It works.
Like a global warming army.
Global warming, baby. If it works, it works.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, we'll see what the moves, what kind of moves happen this week, and we'll see if we can wrap it up with a part 3. Anyway, guys, my knowledge is not exhaustive by any means. A lot of you are way better read than me, and please feel free to comment or
comment below. Comment below.
Comment below. You bet. Okay. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Hey YouTubers, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel, guys. Thanks for joining me. Okay, here it is. I rotor-tilled this morning before the sun came up strong. I rotor-tilled the whole thing, and then I flipped this by hand. So I'm going to continue tomorrow flipping it by hand right to the end here. I get deep. I get real deep in here when I go by shovel by hand, not that spade. I got a nice spaded, sharp shovel. It takes me right across here tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to do maybe up to halfway. Then on Sunday I'm going to do the rest there, because it's a lot of back-breaking work when you're doing it like this by hand. But when you do it by hand, you can actually physically pick out all the crap, which I found here. Lots of garbage here, but that's okay. I'm going to clean it, and then I'm going to put some topsoil, and then I'm going to rotor-till it in with the topsoil and manure. And then we should be ready to go for May. First second week of May, we should be ready to go to get a good rotation out this year. We're gonna go to the nursery. We're gonna pick up tomatoes. We're gonna pick up green peppers, hot peppers, chilies. I like the what do you call those? Okras. What else? There's okra, and then there's a lot of other stuff I want to pick up too. So I might row it out this way, the shorter end, like row it out this way, and then go all the way so I could fit more selection. But I got to figure out which plants go with what plants and which ones don't go with what plants too. And zucchini. Zucchini is what I want to do too. An eggplant. Yeah, last year I did zucchini and eggplant. Oh man, we fried them and ate them like chips. So good. With some Himalayan pink salt. Real good. So tomorrow I'm going to keep flipping this, going this way. Hopefully it all goes good. And then we got stone we're going to lay in there to clean that up. And we're going to take care of business tomorrow. Finish up. The sun's already up at its highest point, so it's going to get too hot. I'm getting a sunburn on my head right now, so let me know what you guys think about Project Backyard. We just full force ahead. Let me know, comment below. And this is part 2. Go back and see part 1. This thing was pretty, needed quite a bit of work, actually. Thanks for watching. I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be watching this transmission. It is I, Mike Martins. And on the phone, I got a very special guest that I'm going to introduce in a few seconds here. And I got a lot of messages from people asking about the elite or the behind-the-scenes elite Civil War. Is there some sort of uprising between the elites behind the shadow of the veil? And on the show tonight, I am proud to announce it is Supreme Cannon.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mike.
Your internet was down, so I missed you, so I had to call you and see if everything was okay. And I then you explained that your internet was down and explains for your absence.
Yeah, no, I wanted to be on last night's show, but yeah, I've had no internet or very little internet for close to 2-3 days now. So yeah, it was good timing. You called me. I'd just gotten it back like a half hour before.
Yeah, I've been stalking you. Actually called you 46 times today.
Yeah, approximately. Yeah, I see the list here. Yeah. Well, I would have loved to talk to you, but unfortunately, it wasn't possible. But we'll see how long the signal lasts, my friend.
Okay, so here we are. You sent me a bunch of links, guys. And don't forget, if you want to hear more Supreme Cannon, don't forget to set your reminders here for the Mike and the Knights coming up. Be a part of it, guys. Be a part of the discussion. We're talking. We're humans. We're just we're built and we're made to talk. And everyone has a different point of view. And what Supreme wants to talk about tonight, and what Supreme sent me links on, is the Veil. What's happening? Is there some sort of disturbance between the elites? Are they starting to change power? Is power starting to move over? Is there... Well, I'm going to let Supreme Cannon talk. He took some point form notes, so I'm going to let him go ahead. I got Rulers of Evil F. Tupper PDF open first. Go ahead, Supreme. Kick it off. Tell us what you want to tell us. What everyone's been asking us about this back end deal, war, saber rattling. Go ahead.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Nice to interact with you again. Yeah, I've brought up this subject several times, and it does raise some eyebrows. I understand that. Now, I want to qualify that by saying this does not necessarily mean that the world won't still be ruled by elites when it's over. Okay, because that's the world that we've been living in since the beginning of human history. But what I want to expound on is at least the circumstantial evidence that there is something bigger than just another power change or just the same old elites continuing to consolidate their power over the world. I know it looks bad right now. Everyone is locked down at home or is under increased surveillance. It looks like Mr. Gates is moving ahead with a vaccine that we all know has got all kinds of funky stuff in it. We do know that most of our governments are not run by actual patriotic citizens, right? They're people with a completely different agenda than their own countrymen. So, but it seems to be that there is a counter movement to that. And there has been from the beginning. There really has been, especially since globalism and multiculturalism became the mantra in the mid-'60s. There was always resistance to it, but the resistance would be smothered because the media 50 years previously had fallen under corporate ownership. So there's only one permitted narrative that is allowed to get out. Well, the advent of the internet, which was supposed to enhance their social control, it seems to me that they got complacent and they got sloppy, because now there are thousands, possibly millions of YouTube channels, Twitter accounts, innumerable blogs that have been describing in great detail what these people have been doing all this time, their motivations for doing so, and even the mechanisms by which they gain power. So some of the references that I have that I've sent to Mike are things that I've read over the years, or certainly had a good hard look at. And I want to qualify for anybody who's watching. It doesn't matter if you're Catholic or Protestant or Buddhist or Muslim, or if you have no religious inclinations at all. As I've said before, the point I want to make is that the people who run everything behind the scenes very much have a religious affiliation. And they are strong believers in and practitioners of what we would call black magic, Luciferianism.
So, let me interrupt one sec. Is black magic? Are we talking about hoodoo, voodoo? What are we talking about when it comes to black magic? Like,
basically, we're talking about rituals.
Aleister Crowley stuff.
Aleister Crowley stuff, exactly. Yeah,
okay.
That's another branch on that bush, definitely. And the reason it gets so confusing and why everyone has their own theory about who's actually running things is because there are purposely many, many different branches of this particular tree. And that's the reason. It's to sow confusion. But ultimately, all of those branches on that tree feed into the same root. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the root. Henry David Thoreau said at one time, he said, for every 1,000 hacking at the branches of evil, there's one striking at the root. And what we need to do is we need to be able to trace down the trunk of that tree to the root and find out what it is. Even Jesus said to the Pharisees, Mike, he said, what you'll be uprooted, and root and branch won't be left for you in the earth, because it was the same system in operation in his time as we have now, and in many cases linearly, like continuously operating throughout that time. Obviously history has shifted, populations have shifted, new nations have emerged in the world that didn't exist before, like the one that we're living in now, for example. So a lot of things have changed, obviously.
Hold on, before we go off topic.
Go ahead.
How do you logically get to the root? Do you follow the money? Do you follow the media? Do you follow your own agenda? Do we go on a hunch? How does it work? What's the most logic way to get to the root? Because a lot of people would just want to get to the root. They want to get to the Death Star, and they just want to hit that one little button and just blow it up, and that's it.
Well, I'll tell you what I think the problem is with that, and it makes sense. That's obviously where you'd want to. That's where you'd want to go. But it's like those old fairy tales about the knight, who wants to rescue the damsel or access the, a hidden treasure. But there's always a dragon guarding it, right? So usually in those stories, by the time the knight, shows up to fight the dragon, there's the bones of 100 other knights around who went down the same path.
Right.
It's similar to the idea of the kingdom of heaven. Right, the kingdom of God, or literally the sovereignty of the deity. Okay, is not earthly based. It's based above us. It's based in a different dimension. Okay, and what I want to say, because I know there are a lot of skeptics on this channel, and that's just fine. I just want you to understand one concept. Okay, the word religion derives from the Latin, and basically what it means is a reattachment. The whole basis of religion and all of its rituals and all of its myths and such is based on the idea that we once had contact with a different dimension, okay, and we're seeking to reestablish contact with that different dimension. And that's basically the meaning of the word religion. Again, ligare, attachment, like a ligament or a ligature. Okay, that's the same idea. So it's a reattachment. It's attempting to regain contact with a different world. That's what most religion is based on. Okay, and the rituals, the sacrifices, all of those things. It comes down to, did people come up with them themselves, or were they something that was suggested to them by a message from another dimension?
Right.
Right. Because it's the same. See, this is the thing. The same people that don't believe in God believe in aliens. But those aliens live under the exact same laws of physics in this universe as we do.
That's correct.
And it's not really difficult to establish that life could not have emerged, the complex life could not have emerged from dead chemicals and sunshine. There had to have been some kind of intelligent input. And that's just mathematics. You can't point me to the number of stars in the sky and say, okay, well, look at all those stars. How could you believe we're alone?
It's like a hurricane hitting a book factory and destroying it, and then assembling a Bible or assembling a manual. It's not gonna. It won't fly.
Right.
I believe in creationism too. I believe there's a creator. I wholeheartedly believe that. I know there is. I just. It's not a gut feeling. You could feel that there's something behind everything, and it's way bigger than we will ever be.
That's right. That's right. Another alien civilization would be facing the exact same problems as we do. And they would be dealing with the same laws of physics. They would ostensibly be more advanced, but how would they find us, and where, in the universe would they be? It's a big subject. Let me just say that all of the stars that you see in the sky, and the trillions of galaxies and the trillions of stars, and all of the atoms in those stars, obviously is an enormous number. Okay,
it's in the trillions, gabillions. It's just like forever.
But the number, okay, of all of those things self-assembling into even one reproducing cell is a number with about 40,000 zeros after it. So the numbers say no. They say it's not that simple. or if there were other civilizations in the universe, they arose the same way as we did, and it was an evolution. So that's my take on it. Okay.
Well, look at it like this.
But I've made this preamble because we're going to get into some things that are a little bit esoteric, and I don't claim to have perfect understanding of them. But I'm just going to describe the picture as I see it.
It's just backtrack on what you just said there. It's almost like another metaphor: a tornado hitting a car parts factory, and once the tornado subsides, you have a built car.
You have a built car. You have a 747.
No, it's not going to fly. It's not going to work.
Yeah, the tornado in a junkyard, or the million monkeys on typewriters generating the complete works of Shakespeare.
Yeah, no.
Same idea. Yeah, no, there's some major problems with that. And the people who are convinced of it, okay, for the most part, are committed materialists, ideologically committed materialists.
Oh.
So when it may not even be that they don't have spiritual beliefs of their own, but as far as they're concerned, when it comes to science, you can only use material causes. Well, obviously you're going to bump up against the barrier there sooner or later, where you have to attribute something to, they call it miracles and people roll their eyes, but really all you're talking about is an interaction from a dimension outside of the three-dimensional one that we live in, or four if you include time. Okay, which to me is ultimately that's the barrier they're going to bump up against, or at least if they have bumped up against it, sooner or later someone is going to just admit it, because most science today is, let's face it, it's funded, and that funding implies a direction.
Yeah, and so is our big pharma, so is everything. We should be like in Star Trek years by now, but we're savages. All we do is fight.
Yeah, we don't really make any progress. The most futuristic society we lived in was probably around the time of the moon landings. After that, if anything, it's gone backwards. Yeah. We're morally bankrupt even as our technology is increased, but we're hitting the limits of where that technology actually benefits us now. Social media has ruined a lot of people's lives.
Well, yeah, we're socially divided.
Yeah, the surveillance state we're living in is not improving anybody's life or improving their freedom. Families breaking down all over the place. There seems to be very rare to experience a situation where you have actual family love or community spirit anymore. And I believe all of that was by design. I don't think it was an accident. So the direction that our technology is taking us is not good. So either we start hitting the limits of what people are willing to tolerate, or we're going to go into full-blown tyranny. And that's where I think and I don't mean tyranny like a Stalinist state. I mean a tyranny where where even your thoughts are being surveilled, like 1984. And at that point in time, the only reason they have that kind of power, like O'Brien said in 1984, is it's for the sake of power alone.
Yeah,
it's just a sadistic desire to completely ruin everyone's life and use them as basically livestock to be harvested. These people don't like us. They're not like us at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately, they're not in the majority. Unfortunately, they operate behind the scenes, and that we get attacked from directions that it's not possible to defend against, because we don't know where the attack is coming from or what they're going to do next.
Right.
So obviously you would have to have people on the inside that would understand the mechanism of a system like that. So to get back to your original point about, get down to the root of the tree. In this case, I would use the picture of that Masonic pyramid on the U.S. $1 bill. Right? You have a pyramid composed of building blocks. That would be all of the organizations and all of the councils and the think tanks and all of these, the corporations, these mega corporations. Okay, which operate as part of this web. Okay, but at the top of the pyramid, there's always a disembodied eye watching over everything.
The all-seeing eye.
The all-seeing eye, yeah, the all-seeing eye of the light bringer.
They used to call that the Eye of Newt, right?
The Eye of Newt, yeah, or Eye of Sauron, in the what's that, Lord of the Rings trilogy. Same idea, yeah. This blazing eye which watches over everything and brings enlightenment. They're very religious people, and they follow precise rituals. They use a lot of math. They use a lot of measurements. Yeah, and
What
and
is, what
it's
is
very
their most obsession thing? Like if you look at the Mayans, they were obsessed with time, keeping time or timekeeping.
Yeah.
The Mayans kept better time records than we do even today. They could predict solar eclipses 1,000 years from now. What were these guys obsessed about? Was it money, greed, power, all power? Like what?
Yeah, power, but predominantly the power that comes from being worshipped. There's a strong belief that worship, creates power.
Okay. So their obsession, their main obsession is power. But are we looking at power of the masses or power within the upper ranks, or is it power in? And then that leads me back again, Supreme, that our life expectancy isn't that long on Earth. So what are they expecting to do in that short time where they're here?
Well, this in the end is why they're intensely religious, Mike. Because in the end, if you're looking at a multi-generational project to assume total control over the world, someone is going to come up with a plan a long time ago, and understanding that it's going to be their children or their great-grandchildren or their great-great-grandchildren who are actually going to bring it to completion.
Oh, it's a lineage.
It's a lineage. Yeah, that's right. Most of the ruling families in the world, they intermarry, partly to make sure that all of the secrets are kept inside the families. Okay.
And they keep their bloodline.
And they keep their bloodline, but also they keep their wealth. They don't marry outside of the bloodlines because they want to keep the wealth they've accumulated, and thus maintain their power through it. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of family connections, even in the media complex. Between media and politics, there are a lot of people that are. Yeah, I just saw something on something mentioned by QAnon a couple of days ago, talking about family connections and intermarriages between political and media figures, and it's fairly illuminating all by itself. How inbred and what a small little Cosa Nostra they got going here.
Yeah, La Cosa Nostra.
La Cosa Nostra, yeah. Omerta, you don't talk about it, or you don't talk about Fight Club, or you're going to get killed, right? So whistleblowers, they don't live long. They don't live long. Somebody could Google Gary Webb, for example, in the mid-'90s, who investigated the cocaine trafficking that was done when Clinton was governor of Arkansas, through Mena, Arkansas. And what was going on there with the CIA involvement, and he was getting down pretty deep into it. But we didn't have internet in 1994.
Yeah, I even remember the article. There was Kill the Messenger article, right?
Basically, yeah.
That was Kill the Messenger article. How the CIA watched over Gary Webb. Yeah, Kill the Messenger. There it is. I just found it. Kill the Messenger.
Yeah, Kill the Messenger. Yeah, that's a sad story of the people that have been trying to wake up the masses over the years. They were on an uphill battle against a media completely controlled by 6 corporations, by people in high places who absolutely were prepared to do anything to maintain their power. Okay, they ruined this gentleman's life. He lost his marriage, he lost his family, he lost his money. He was basically homeless. He continued to fight, and ultimately he was found dead with a couple of bullets, I think, to the back of his head, and I believe it was ruled as suicide.
Yeah, in the woods,
this
right?
This is how those people display their power. Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Just a few steps, not really in the woods, like 12, 15 steps, just outside of a parking lot somewhere, and then just a few steps into the woods. Boom, right there. Apparently, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
that's how it was.
Yeah, well, it's like Vince Foster, for example, that lawyer for who represented Hillary Clinton and some of her earlier activities. He was part of the staff when when Bill Clinton was elected, and then not long after he was found dead in Fort Marcy Park, in the District of Columbia. The park police found him, and there were all kinds of inconsistencies in the police report.
They're going to lose.
They ruled
they're going to lose the reports. They're going to forget to fill out certain areas.
Yeah, and they leave clues. They do leave clues, because in the case of Vince Foster, he was shot, and they said he shot himself, but the gun was too far away for that to happen, and I think it was even a different caliber. But I think the reason that they let those inconsistencies remain is because it sends a message to everybody else. We're going to rule this guy as suicide. There's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
We're making it obvious that this guy was killed and he didn't commit suicide, but the official story is going to be suicide. Every paper and every television station in the entire world is going to say it was a suicide, even though all the evidence right in front of your face says it wasn't. What are you going to do about it?
Heck,
Okay.
even if surveillance cameras showed that it wasn't a suicide, they'll still say it's a suicide.
That's right. Yeah, they're flaunting their power at that point. They're saying it. It's obvious. Don't bother investigating anything. Don't bother getting involved, because we're the ones who are going to write the history of everything. And this is what happens to people who go against us. And you're not going to be any different. So it is a form of rule by terror without secret police walking around on the streets.
So the whole deal of, if you go back to La Cosa Nostra, was basically it's basically a secretive organization where they kept to themselves and they kept their dealings to themselves and they never ratted on each other. Now, back to what you said earlier, they're just out in plain sight, flashing the world, and I guess nothing could be done about what's happening, I guess.
Yeah, well, they're obviously flaunting their power. Yeah, and constantly undermining what we would call, civil society, and making it plain that, as far as they're concerned, there's nothing we can do to stop it. There isn't anybody who's going to help, and we're going to win. And the idea is to sow a sense of defeatism. Right? It's just say, don't bother fighting, just give up, just surrender, just yield. Take the ticket.
But it's so ironic that it's just a handful of people too. Like, I'm pretty sure all the majority of the top brass could fit in this room I'm in.
Yeah, definitely. It's a small group. It's I think the black nobility of Europe, the royal families of Europe, of which there are the royal houses of Europe. I think there's actually several dozen. It's not just the ones of say the Netherlands and the UK, and for example. But no, there are royal and noble families that are still aristocratic families to this day, even though the empires they're a part of, theoretically don't exist anymore.
All right, let's go over here real quick to the first Rulers of Evil. Give us a little synopsis here. I'll read a little bit here. It says, the only... Supremo, you there? Supremo? Okay, I'll go ahead and read this. The only people in the world, it seems, who believe in the conspiracy theory of history are those of us who have studied it. While Franklin Delano Roosevelt might have exaggerated when he said nothing happens in politics by accident. If it happens, it was planned that way. Are you there, Supreme? Supremo? Let's get him back on the phone here. Oh, he's disconnected. They must be tuning in. Well, this is a recording. What the heck? All right, I'll keep reading this. Internet conspiracy sites strive to identify conspiratorial factions. We get pieces here and pieces there. The world is run by Freemasons, some way. Others say Skull and Bones, and lose at the loss of the Confederation of Secret Societies. At the loose Confederation Societies. CIA gets lots of votes, along with Mossad. So it goes into a lot of this... Wow, look at all the symbolism. Holy crapola. You thought you'd see that in a Disney movie. That's huge. Let's see if we can get Supremo back here. Because he took some notes down and he's... So it's called Rulers of Evil by F. Tupper Soucy. It's a PDF version here. And you could just... This thing is huge. Holy crap. You guys could read this and kind of see the angle of what things are happening, where things are happening, and how things are happening. And let's see if we can get him back in a few minutes here. Let's move over to the next one here. Continuing Counter-Reformation. The Counter-Reformation of the Vatican Jesuits order did not end back in the 1600s, or more accurately, the Roman Catholic Inquisition did not end during the 1800s. Open their eyes in order to turn them from darkness to light, and from the power of Satan to God. That they may receive forgiveness of sins, inheritance among those who are sanctified by faith in me. Acts 26:18, New King James Version Bible. But here's the deal with that, guys. You see, a lot of people are like, "Oh my God, Mike, you're a Catholic, and you believe all this stuff, and look what the church is doing, and all that, and there's this and that. How are these holy men or men of God?" Those people don't represent me in the Vatican. Supreme, you there, buddy? Supreme, you there?
Hello.
Okay, you're back.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back. I was just reading Counter of Reformation. Now, I brought this one up. Oh, we lost him again. Wow, he's got some pretty bad internet where he's at. Poor guy. Are you there? So, basically what I was saying, yeah, those people, the Vatican doesn't represent me. The Pope does not represent me. There you are.
Okay, good.
Okay, we got you back, all right? Okay. So, hello? Supreme? Yeah, we keep losing him, man. We just, our call just dropped. He's offline again. All right, so when people say, "Oh, Mike, you look at what they're doing," those high-end, top-notch enchilants, to me, the higher level you are in this whole pyramid of Catholicism, the more corrupt and dark and evil it gets. I'm just a peasant on the ground and a true follower of Christ because Jesus is my type of guy. Forgive your neighbor. Love your neighbor. Don't build a house on a weak foundation. All these morals and parables and stories that he brought, and reflecting on people's sins and how he basically martyred himself for us. And yeah, he's my type of guy, the King of Peace, Jesus. Everybody else on that scale of let's see if we can move to a better place there in his house. Anybody else in the in that level, that pyramid level of higher echelon Roman Catholicism, to me is whatever, right? Oh, the people are like, "Oh, Mike, the Pope is speaking," like he's gonna have a so what, But the most powerful man in the world by Tupper Soucy. And then we got a few, he gave us a few Twitter followers here, or Twitter people. I'm not on Twitter. Twitter's like for famous people, like very, very famous people. That's IET17. And then we have the Kovifi, and Marine Patriot here, another one. And then he also wants me to plug Out of the Shadows official. Out of the Shadows, it looks like it's a documentary that discusses, it looks like it's a really well-made documentary here that discusses a lot of stuff. I can see things here from the Third Reich. I see just different people here. Just John Podesta. I wonder if it talks about Anthony Weiner. All right, let's give him another call. See if we can get him. Yeah, we got no pulse here, guys. We got no pulse. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to end this as part 1. And we'll call it the Supreme Canon discussion. The Supreme Canon unveils. I'll see if I can get a hold of him tomorrow so we can start getting into the war of the interlying war between the elites and what's happening at the upper levels. And are they attacking each other at the roots now? Who is moving around for power? Who is taking over? Who is sweeping the board? Think of it like a chess game. Think of it as the pieces are marked, but no longer are the pieces choreographed. Is there something happening in the background? Join us tomorrow. I'm going to see if I can get part 2 up tomorrow for this, and we will continue this saga. Thanks for watching, guys, and I'm sorry about this. I wanted to go on for an hour or two, but unfortunately, I can't get a hold of him. I'm really sorry about that, guys. We'll get him back on as soon as possible. Thank you so much for watching, and look out for number 2 of this, and we'll continue this very soon. Hey, YouTubers. Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel, and my wife, Rose. And my mom made us some homemade masks. And it's crochet. So she made them, and they're very effective. We've been testing them with our lighter test here. And basically what we use is this.
Coffee filter.
Coffee filters. And the coffee filter goes inside. And I'm not sure what the micron usage is on it. We could double it, triple it if we want. And Antonio's wearing one. And Julieta wears her mask. So when we go out, we look stylish, but it is protective. Go ahead, Rose, try it on. See how it works. Does it fit perfect, or is it loose?
It's kind of loose. This is yours, I guess.
It's mine, yeah. So let's see it on the... So let's do the blow test. No, it's not gonna. Yeah. So it works. It works. So now not only that coffee filter. I'm not sure which one this is, but this is. I don't know what this is.
Without coffee filter.
Yeah, without coffee filter, you're gonna blow that right out. Yeah.